Your home of rugby.
ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. Maritime tracking data shows traffic through the Strait of Hormuz remains confined to a narrow corridor after Iran announced it was reopening the vital waterway. Ali Crew reports.
Iran says the waterway is open to commercial vessels as a truce between Israel and Lebanon appears to hold. US President Donald Trump welcomed the move, but says the American blockade on Iranian ships will remain in force until a final agreement is signed. Reacting on social media, the Speaker of Iran's parliament threatened to reverse the reopening if the US blockade isn't lifted. Mr Trump also says Iran has agreed to work with the US to recover the country's enriched uranium.
We're going to go in together with Iran, we're going to get it, and we're going to take it back home to the USA.
But a spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry says the uranium would not be transported anywhere, and the issue hasn't even been raised in negotiations.
Meanwhile, the Prime Minister says the government is ready to provide assistance to help secure the Strait of Hormuz once a permanent ceasefire is secured after meeting with world leaders overnight. Anthony Albanese joined almost 50 leaders at a virtual summit co-chaired by the UK and France. They've cautiously welcomed the news of the reopening of the strait. The group also discussed forming a multinational defensive mission to escort commercial ships through the choke point in the future. Mr Albanese says Australia has not committed to sending any military assets, but stands ready to help.
Australia remains, of course, prepared to provide assistance. There'll be a further conference held in London this week. Australia will participate in that.
The Energy Minister has announced that the government's lower petrol standard will be extended until September. The change was brought in last month to help bolster petrol reserves by increasing the percentage of sulphur. In his weekly briefing, Chris Bowen has also announced Australia now has 46 days' worth of petrol in reserve and that 61 fuel ships are on their way.
Today, Australia has 46 days' worth of petrol on hand in our stock holdings. That's 8 days more than the update last week. That is just under 2 billion litres of petrol. In diesel, we have 31 days worth of supply. That's the same as last week. And jet fuel, 30 days of supply.
The state government maintains its measures to stamp out violent crimes are working, despite last night's machete attack targeting a teenage boy in Oakley in Melbourne southeast. The 18-year-old was assaulted in Eaton Mall after being confronted by a large group of masked offenders brandishing 2 machetes. Police say they are treating it as a targeted attack and are working to track down the offenders. Police Minister Anthony Carbine says last night's incident is deeply distressing and horrific, but insists their strategies to reduce edged weapons in the community are working.
The machete ban saw some 18,000 edged weapons surrendered that aren't available for people to use to commit crimes. Victorians participated and supported that amnesty. We've then also increased powers for Victoria Police to stop and search people in the community without a warrant.
Victoria Police says its new model of deploying protective services officers will allow them to have officers where they are needed most. From tomorrow, PSOs will ride the train between 119 smaller and less busy stations rather than be solely based on platforms. The force says it allows PSOs to deal with incidents as they happen aboard carriages and also free up officers for more targeted and intelligence-informed deployments. North West Metro Assistant Commissioner Mick Hermans says the new model allows for more flexibility.
The changes reflect the reality that some stations experience more crime and antisocial behaviour than others, and in fact a large portion of our stations report very little crime or indeed have more significant issues during the day rather than later in the evening.
Grave fears are held for a man who went missing from a cruise ship overnight, sparking a large search and rescue operation off the coast of Brisbane. Emma Johnson reports.
A man in his 70s travelling aboard the Carnival Splendour cruise ship was reported missing by his family at around 2 o'clock this morning, as the ship was about 30 kilometres northeast of Moreton Island. The Australian Maritime Safety Authority says a widespread search operation is underway, involving 2 jets, 5 rescue helicopters and 6 boats. A spokesperson from Carnival Cruise Line says CCTV footage showed the guest climbing over a safety railing drilling and jumping from the vessel. The company says it's assisting with investigations and has offered support to the man's family.
To the weather now. For the state, partly cloudy. For Melbourne, cloudy, a top today of 17. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, 20. It's 15 degrees. ABC News.
There's no doubt that country music is bigger than ever right now. Join me, Outback Tom, as I get you around the artists that are blazing a trail. Listen to Country Club, Sunday night at 6 on ABC Country or anytime you like on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
McDonald takes it, plays on, goals! Game changer!
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse. The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Scores the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Could it have gone any better for the Cats last night, and could it have gone any worse for the Bulldogs? Two very different tales coming out of Friday night at the Cattery. Is there anything more thrilling than a key forward kicking a bag? We got it last night as Jeremy Cameron roared back into the season with 10. How does Elijah Holland's mental health episode go undetected for 4 quarters of footy? Did Nick Dacos produce a masterclass to cap off the best 100 games that we've ever seen? And the he said, she said of the tribunal hearing, does our system need an overhaul? All of that ahead today on AFL Saturday, the award-winning here on ABC Sport.
Emmett got in the right position. Colin Justine takes off. He wants to kick a goal. It is 200. Beauty!
Mark taken by Mullen. Cameron's in the pocket. Kick goes to him. Cameron! Cameron takes a one-hander. Like Ablett Senior back with the flight. Reels it in front of the Ablett Terrace. He runs around. He's got 10. Jeremy Cameron with a goal-scoring binge.
What a fun night of footy down at the Cattery, despite the lopsided margin. It was a horror show for the Western Bulldogs, a night in which could very well wreck their season. All of that to pull apart today. Corbin Middlemass alongside the Premiership Pie, Luke Ball. G'day, Bally.
Corby, good call. G'day, Mick and listeners. Eventful, hasn't it? Eventful start to the round. And yeah, we'll start with the positive. What a performance from the Cats. They've got a habit, haven't they, at honouring milestones, and they do it so well at their home ground down there. But yeah, a bag of 10. They're rare these days, aren't they? So well called and well celebrated.
So enormous individual performances. Dacos on Thursday night, Jeremy Cameron last night. It feels like the biggest news week of the season so far. Maybe we're in for our biggest show of the season here on AFL Saturday, which means we want to hear from you. Your calls on 1300 558 222. So 1300 558 222 between the tribunal, the Elijah Hollands episode, which we'll get to. And given it's the biggest week in footy, there's no one better to hear from than the man who's coached more games than anyone else in the history of VFL, AFL footy, the coaching icon, Mick Malthouse. Hello, Mick.
Good morning, Corby. Good morning, our listeners. G'day, Bally. I'll look at the other side. There was some in fact, I was looking at the AFL record, as in the book you get there.
Yeah.
And I'm looking down, where's Jeremy Cameron? I found Cameron. I know that's Charlie Cameron. His name wasn't even there in the first 15, 20 players.
The goal kickers?
All of us goal kickers, and all of a sudden he's jumped up now, he's in third spot. Fantastic performance, and got them a variety of ways too, even the last one, a one-handed mark, which was pretty special the second to go. I'd come away quite depressed, actually, when there's ways of looking at this. It's a sporting thing. We've got to be careful about life, because if we go to Adelaide and find out about Dawson's brother, so and we all, well, we're all devastated for him and his family first and foremost. As a sport, when we talk sport, the devastation of what happened to Footscray or Western Bulldogs has meant that they've gone from a side that looked like they're going to finish. They could possibly have finished top 4 with a full side in. As you said last night, Liberatore's got to be ruled out now with how many times he's gone. Okay, the two tall backs are hamstrings, but they will miss them over the next couple of weeks. And then you got Darcy. And quite frankly, any side that's got a Darcy in it, you go, and I don't think he's nowhere near hit top form, but he's so dangerous. And by the end of the year, he could have been anything what the Dogs want. If it is confirmed that he's done his knee, that is a sporting tragedy. So not a life tragedy. We've got to make sure we get it right. Yeah. A sporting tragedy. So I'm a little bit bit sad today.
Spine's been decimated, so already without English. That means next week they'll have no fullback, centre-half back, ruckman, full forward, and then Liberatore on top of that.
Hard midfielder.
Just on Libba, by the way, faced a concussion panel in 2024 after he had 4 concussions in 12 months. He's been clear from that point on. When he last had a brain scan, it was all clear. So there were no spots or any concerns there. So fingers crossed for Libba that it's on the lighter end. But it is a cumulative effect, obviously, that's starting to build up on the concussion front. That the Darcy one, you felt the air coming out of the stadium last night. And you didn't have to be a Dogs fan. If you're just a footy fan, and I'm sure all the Cats supporters felt the same way last night, that leading to the footy, non-contact, knee buckles underneath him, felt like the classic mechanism. And then this sort of eerie similarity. Round 6 last year had the same problem with his knee. It was a different type of injury, as you pointed out on the broadcast. Mick, instead of the hyperextension, it was the change of direction. And so then 21 years ago, since his dad did his ACL, same round, same venue against the same opponent, and Sam goes down last night in what was just an awful moment for the game to lose one of its fastest rising stars.
I'll just ask this, Paulie, you were watching?
Yeah.
I've forgotten now because I was sort of absorbed in him on the ground. I have this feeling, I'm just seeing things now with opposition players, and it's a big check for them. I reckon a Geelong player went over him. He was right near him, went over to him and pat him on the head, or just wanted to see how he was.
Yeah, I think it was Tom Stewart, or I think we see that.
No, I'm not sure. Anyway, I don't know who it was, but I thought that was. I'm trying to think back now because you only see it the once, but I really think I look at Pendlebury going over that young fella missing the goal. Yeah, that's. And I'm seeing now, which I think is fantastic, the overall camaraderie in sport. We see it in soccer, we see it in cricket, we're seeing it now because we always thought, this is a man sport. You walk away from, you don't do this. I think it's you hate seeing it, but I don't mind the interaction with the other side. I think it's quite.
The players'
quite
brotherhood's definitely stronger, and I think it's a bit of an acknowledgement of just how hard the game is first and foremost now, and also just the pressures that players go through, and we see it, don't we, on Thursday night with a young player trying to forge a career in his first year. And you're right, that was a really a terrific act from Scott Pendlebury to go over and make the effort to do that. And I think we see it with all, not just star players now who get injured, which impacts the comp broadly. And you're right, you could feel it through the TV screen. I was watching it at home. You could feel the crowd and that it was more than just another player going down. So no, I agree, Mick. It is. It's the camaraderie amongst the playing group is stronger than ever. I think there's the competition's stronger than ever, but there's a general level of compassion and care that we're seeing, aren't we, week in, week out.
So we talked about this on the way home last night, and I think in the post-game on-air as well, as our conversation sort of blend between what we spoke about on-air and off-air. But it felt like a lot of people had a top 6 bracket, and the 6 teams that were in there, and they looked like the premiership contenders. And probably to a lot of people's sort of ill judgment, they didn't have Geelong as part of that. I felt like what last night was, it was taking the Bulldogs out of the top 6 premiership contenders, putting Geelong in, and it felt like they almost dovetailed last night, that if you were big on the Bulldogs and you weren't big on the Cats, then you had your mind changed last night.
And I still needed to see it from the Dogs. I wasn't as convinced as you were, Mick, even prior to the last couple of weeks, and now, I mean, it's round 6, so we've got to be careful not to catastrophise it, and there's a long way to go and a lot of things that can happen, but it makes it harder if they do lose a lot of these key players for a long period of time. But I had them in the finals. I wasn't completely sold on the Dogs' defence just yet. So we'll wait and see how they respond to this. I mean, it'll bring opportunity. You heard Luke Beveridge, whilst acknowledging and have to turn the focus pretty quickly to the opportunity it'll bring for someone like a Buslinger who's playing well in the VFL. But Geelong are the one, aren't they, where it feels like we get to the start of every year and we go, where do we put this team? Are they? Surely they can't stay. That tends to be the narrative. Surely they can't. But you watch them last night and even last week. They're going to be there. They're going to be there. They've got stars at both ends. They've got a strong defence. The midfield's a thing and the ruck's the thing.
No, the midfield's got stronger.
Yeah, well, I think it has too.
They've got more numbers there now.
Well, and Smith started. He's continued on, hasn't he? Holmes is a top 20 player in the comp. Tanner Bruin comes back. So We do it every year, but yeah, Geelong are going to be around
listen
the
to
mark
this one,
again.
Paulie. Let's have a crack at the so-called 6. Sydney.
Yeah.
Fremantle.
Yep. At the moment.
Hawthorn.
Yes.
Geelong.
Well, yeah. Yes.
Gold Coast.
I think still, but yeah, still some question marks.
Brisbane.
Brisbane, obviously.
Well,
yeah.
there's 6.
There's 6. Yep.
That leaves out West Coast, Collingwood, and Adelaide, who are
Adelaide finished on top last year,
and Giants. But it just shows one key injury, coupled with a couple on the way back and forth. Like Tom Green's out. Cadman last week was I did that game. He was fantastic.
Yeah.
He was out. Hogan falls out. They become an ordinary side.
Yeah.
So much is determined on injuries, and that's why Western Bulldogs, make no mistake, the Bulldogs, they changed their defence. They were looking pretty good, Bully. I can tell you, I watched them pretty closely.
Yeah, but it's
they do lack one or two extra midfielders. There's no question, as do most sides. But this is now got them. Yeah.
Paul from Torquay off the SMS was at the Dogs and the Cats last night. Geez, it was freezing. Not surprised by the Dogs' hamstring injuries. Back in my day, if it was a cold day, we would instruct the trainer to invest a tube of deep heat for each hammy. It was a bad night for the Bulldogs. Here is Luke Beveridge in the aftermath, the Dogs coach.
Coming to terms is probably a something for tomorrow. I think we're trying to process it on 2 fronts. The carnage that you're talking about, it's pretty traumatic, and so in a sense, I was pleased with the way the players for different patches in the probably 2 to 2.5 quarters were able to at least sort of steady things a bit as they're losing teammates. Some of the young guys are exposed to that. It was difficult for them, but I thought they held up okay. But as I just said to the players after the game, it's important that we process the things that we weren't executing well at the start of the game, and come together during the week with a venom for the next challenge. But it's been obviously a really traumatic night.
A really traumatic night. That's the headline out of it from Coach Beveridge talking about the Dogs. And in 8 quarters of footy, they go from the only undefeated team at a premiership fancy to now all of a sudden on the rack after a mounting injury list, and it feels like they're slipping from premiership contention at least. Another short break, so they play Sydney next week. Mickey mentioned this on the call last night. I think they go something like 6 days to 5 days to 6 days.
How does that work out?
Yeah, after a bye before that. So now
and we've got that many bloody days that we can play around with. It's, if they're looking at how big the crowds are and how much money comes in the gate, how about looking after the players? That's nonsense to have a 6, a 5 and a 6 in today's football. It is absolute nonsense.
Happy Geelong, so 10 goals for Jeremy Cameron. Kicked him in 3 quarters. He went goalless in the third term, so had 7 by half time. And really, they celebrate their milestone men in style. So 300 for Blitzarves and 200 for College.
Yeah, College. I think he sneaks down and kicks a goal, which was great. Obviously, an unheralded player down there, but very much valued internally. And what a player Mark Blitzarves has been. I think I saw today, late picking the 50s, way back when, steeplechaser from North Victoria. What an absolute star he's been. Just a guy who you'd love to play with, and you'd love to coach, I think, more so, Mick, because you talk about injuries. Well, how many times over those 300 games has he been deployed to fill a hole somewhere behind the footy, in front of the footy, in the ruck, on the wing? What an unbelievable player. And
this is the great thing with guys that have debuted in sort of 2010 onwards, the advent of champion data and all this stuff. You can sort of measure where they've been across the ground, and it's incredible when you look at his breakdown over that period. So 30% in defence, 28% in the ruck, 17% on the wing, 16% as a midfielder, and 9% forward. That's across 300 games. The spread of areas that he's been deployed in. And that talks, just to maybe finish off, talks to his selflessness too. You know, a lot of players like to settle in a position, but again, why he's such a beloved teammate and why he's such a dream to coach is because he genuinely puts his hand up and says, where am I needed? Yep, that's where I'm going to go. And I'm going to go and get the job done as well. He's tagged through the midfield. So, congratulations to him. The award-winning AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corporate Middlemass, Mick Malthouse, Luke Ball taking your calls, 1300 558 222. Adam Kingsley will join us later in the show. That bit to think about for the Giants, 2-4 on the season on the back of their loss to the Swans last night. Jacob from Hamilton is the first of our callers on 1300 558 222. Hello, Jacob.
G'day, gents. Hope you're well. I'm just going to jump straight into it. For a league that's so obsessed with optics and how things look, I do not know how they ticked off on Nick Foot's association with Sportsbet, because I don't really want to pile on Nick Foot. You know, decision was made, what it is. But unfortunately, them ticking it off, 12, 11 months ago, has opened them up to further ridicule. They should have a duty of care to their employees, to their umpires, and they should have said, no, look, this is not right. And if it's a case of they need to pay the umpires more, then maybe that's something we need to talk about. But I think they opened themselves up to ridicule. Nick's been put under further scrutiny because of it. And, yeah, it blows my mind that we're only talking about it now when things become bad. Why was this not bigger news back then? I'll let you boys go with it.
Yeah, it was always going to... It had the potential to come back and bite them, isn't it? Even though, and correct me if I'm wrong, the actual role that he plays with Sportsbet has got nothing to do with footy whatsoever. It's just not close. The point, is it? When something like this happened, it was always going to open them up to further scrutiny that wouldn't have been there if they had have said no. So yeah, it's a good call. And again, I met Nick a few times over the years, and not questioning his integrity at all, but sometimes you just got to think of the and I don't like the word optics, but it comes up a lot, doesn't it? And unfortunately, perspective maybe is another way to put it. Sometimes it's going to be unavoidable.
It leaves yourself open for criticism at the very least.
Absolutely, it does. Yeah, it's like anything else. It's what people see, and if it stands out, you have a look at it and see what people really want. Our game's big enough. I know we're talking about full-time umpires, this stuff. I'm not sure we can. What do you do with most of your time? I'm not 100% sure. So they're going to look at jobs. They're going to look beyond their umpiring career. So,
and the umpires roll against this more than anyone. That they feel like we're not necessarily that keen on being full-time professionals. Yeah.
No. Well, when they don't have to worry about bouncing it anymore. So there goes 3 hours a week.
Brendan from Ormond's the next of our callers. Hello, Brendan.
Hi, guys. This is going to sound a little left field, and I'm certainly not an expert in this regard, but I actually hope Zach Butters considers taking a psychologist with him to his tribunal appeal. And the reason I'm saying that is that the big part of the tribunal's determination was that it was implausible that the umpire would invent the words that he thought he heard. And I think that's actually a flawed premise, which actually relates to understanding how the brain works. So the problem being the word invented, which implies that the umpire may or may not have done this in an active or explicit way. Actually, all he did was do what we all do thousands of times every day, which is filter incoming information and construct meaning out of it in ways that make sense in a particular context. In other words, it's quite possible that he thought he heard the words he insists he heard because of all of what was going on.
No, that's fair. That's a very fair assessment. Because
what are you doing next week? What was that call? Was that a really good call?
Brendan.
Brendan. Can Zach harpoon you in for the?
Well, he won't be in the car. Hopefully, when they're hearing the case.
That's a good call.
They're going to have a pretty good case, aren't they? In to get the whole thing thrown out at the appeal, like the process from start to finish. I think if ever you're going to have a chance to say, "Hey, this has been a flawed process. Let's chuck it out." Down to the fact that, as you're alluding to, Mick, there was a tribunal member who dropped out in key moments during the concluding stages and then reappeared after being on his laptop all of a sudden on his phone in a moving vehicle.
I think the police would be happy with that.
I don't know. Matthew Richardson, who is the chief executive of the Port Adelaide Football Club, spoke on SA Grandstand a short time ago.
This week what we did is we put a player, an umpire, and an official in a position which should have been handled so much better. We're a leading sport in Australia. We've got significant resource. Our view is we can set up a process which addresses the conflicts which are going to happen in the game.
So we know the finances here, $1,500 fine, but yet $10,000 to lay an appeal. So the question is, why are they fighting on Zach's behalf? This is what Matthew Richardson had to say about that point.
It wasn't about the $1,500 fine. It was about the process. And as we've said, we're really disappointed with the verdict, but also the process. And, we reject any suggestion that Zach and Ollie, for that matter, their integrity has come into question through this process. But I think it's the process more that we're focused on. And in that, we're not pointing the finger at one particular group. I think what we're doing is we're saying that we can all be better.
I watched a lot of the footy shows on Monday night, and there was lots of emotion. And, Bawley, you've held just about every single role in footy, so you understand systems and how the AFL is structured. I've got the feeling there's a lot of our peers in the industry that don't necessarily understand that quite as well. So the way that it works is the balance of probability. So the tribunal has the opportunity to basically judge the information as it is presented, and then they have to make a leaning either way. So there's been a lot of talk about how come there's two witnesses in this case and they decided with the one, and in the other case there's two witnesses and they decided, with the two, or whatever it turns out to be. So it's not necessarily majority rules as people think. It's basically how does the information come together. So in the Butters case, they said that the information that Butters and Wines provided didn't quite marry up, and yet the information that was provided by Nick Foote seemed more plausible. So then the decision went in the case of Foote. In the other case, which people are leaning on, which is the Lance Collard situation, Collard was found to have not called out the fact that on the spot when he allegedly used the homophobic slur, the player said, "Hey, you've just called me this slur." Collard didn't correct him on the spot. So he ran off and continued on the game, and then at a later date and said, "Hey, I didn't say that." And so the tribunal found that his denials were unconvincing and did not match the vision that was provided at the same time, and that the compelling evidence was from the two witnesses who told the same story and were on the same page. So that is all the tribunal has to go off to find on the balance of probability. Yeah. It's not a court of law. It's basically this is the best information that we have, and we have to make a decision one way or the other, which is why we got the outcomes that we did in the two cases.
And we spoke about it on Thursday night before the game as well. To me, it seemed, and that's a really good explanation, and as you said, it probably hasn't been considered in the emotion of it this week with past players and commentators and all that sort of stuff. To me, just reading or the brief or the paraphrasing of the tribunal, to me, it seemed like they also took into account and the evidence that was given around Zach Butters' past, his form, around the fact he's been fined a lot. And that there was an indication that that even on the night that it wasn't the first time that he'd spoken to the umpires across the night. There was frustration, and not only that night, but he's got form in that sense. So that didn't go against him. That was my sense.
This is the other thing that is sort of been missed in all of this, and I get it. And I'm not saying Zach didn't say it or whatever it turns out to be. What I am saying though, Zach wouldn't be in this position if he wasn't chatting to the umpires.
Yeah. So, and look, and ultimately that's the message to come out of this,
isn't it?
I think. Look, it is. It is.
And people will say, "Oh, he's the captain; he's allowed to chat to the umpires." He's not talking to them in a constructive way. There, he's not going at the end of the quarter saying, "Hey, can we just clarify this rule or whatever?"
It's a side of the mouth comment. We saw it the other night with Jeremy Howe.
Yep.
So he gave away the 50-metre penalty.
Yep.
And the goal was kicked. And as they're walking back to the middle, he took that opportunity to, whether he's pleading his case or asking for clarification.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it, senior player or not. Taking it a little half opportunity to make a little slide comment. And again, I'm not saying I'm not questioning Zach's turn of events here, but that's the message to come out.
Did it come out that he said, "Why did you pay that free kick?" Did the word "pay" come from Zach at all? Because
no.
Yeah. So that was there was a hint of that on the TV. So I'm thinking, well, if he said that can be confused. But then he didn't say pay. If you don't say pay, here's pay.
I was with you, Mick. I thought the first time around it was almost like the game of telephone as a kid, where everyone you could all be right, for example, and he might have heard it, but Zach didn't say it. But both guys were adamant on their version of events.
So I also, and I said to you last night, that if you're found guilty for calling an umpire a cheat, $1,500 is not an appropriate penalty. It's weeks. That's and I love the way Zach Butters goes about it, and I'm not saying he did say it, but I'm saying if it was totally proven, and it has to be totally proven, you cannot call an umpire a cheat.
Oh, so there's precedence around that too. With our mate, I saw him this morning, actually, bumped into him having a coffee, Daisy Thomas. He got $7,500 fine. No weeks.
Do you know
and he pleaded guilty and
that was
showed real contrition. Oh, it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Showed contrition, apologised.
Do you know where you can spare me this week too from the former players? Oh, Zach's reputation has been tarnished and all the rest of it. Who remembers that about Dale Thomas?
So do they need? Does it need the $10,000? Do they just say, look, we stick to our guns. We're not going to defend it. And you're right. Next week, no one remembers it. No, but it drags out a week. It'll affect the performance today, maybe even next week. So I'm with you. But just you can stick to your guns, cop the fine, and move on.
I wonder if the players all know that it was a $1,500 fine. Maybe they thought it was a little bit more, and we've had homophobia and various other things that come into the game where we know there's heavy sanctions attached. I wonder if all the players out there knew that it was just a $1,500 fine, and maybe it would have been handled differently in retrospect, whether he said it, whether he didn't say it, whatever it turns out to be. But when you're so far down the line where you protest your innocence and you talk about it in the post-game press interview on the field, you're kind of left with nowhere else to go. It's like the Tom Brady with the Deflategate incident, that when you're so far down the line, it's not the biggest crime in the world, but you can't then turn around and say, oh, by the way, don't worry about it. Like you almost have to commit with it.
Well, Matthew Richardson said it himself. We're not defending a murder case here. He said it. So why are we doing it? Anyway.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. 1300 558 222. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball, Mick Moldhouse. The other big story in footy this week is clearly centering around mental health. It reached a flashpoint clearly on Thursday night with Elijah Hollands playing 72 minutes of football, had one disposal, and clearly wasn't his usual self, which more has emerged in the postscript of that. But Bailey Smith had it front of mind last night when he did his on-field interview with Abby Holmes on Channel 7.
There's one thing I want to touch on, which is maybe out of pocket, but I just want to shout out the Dawson family this week and Elijah Hollands last night. I don't know if I'm out of pocket saying it, but I think it's about time the AFL get a men's mental health round. It just makes you feel sick during the week, and hopefully the AFL community wraps their arms around them and we can do something. Let's put a damper on the week, I suppose. But I think it's just human nature to rally around. I think the footy world can be quite toxic at times, and I think it is good at putting our arms around the people that need it most when we need to. So I think we do both, and it's just stuff you don't really like seeing. And if there's something I can leave anyone with, it's just speak to your mates, put your arm around your loved ones. You never know who might need it, and I just hope we can get better moving forward.
He spoke about his mental health last year when he won the Coaches Award on All Australian Night. Do we need a mental health round?
No, look, I think the message is great, but I think he also, in and amongst all that, I think he referenced it as well. The game couldn't do much more. Like, for a young player, Bailey or otherwise, who are going through some struggles, and I'm not trying to trivial, there's no better place to be than an AFL footy club, to be honest. Now, the pressures are there of the game, and there's pressures to perform, and when you throw your hat in the ring and nominate for the draft, you are putting your hat, and we know that the spoils and the benefits and the good things that the game can bring are absolutely there. But for young players who are going through a tough, the choice between being at an AFL footy club and being out in the rest of the world, I guess, for the rest.
Yeah, you've got the resources.
The resources are there, and
the association, players association,
clubs are fantastic. Now we're going to talk about, obviously, looks like we've had an event where potentially a club hasn't. What happened? Well, we're going to get to it. But just to close that off, we don't need a round, I don't think.
So Elijah Hollands, who we referenced there, the Carlton Football Club is continuing to provide close and ongoing care for Elijah Hollands, who suffered a mental health episode on Thursday night. The 23-year-old is continuing to receive the appropriate level of medical and wellbeing support, with Hollands' welfare remaining the number one priority. The club also remains in contact with the Players Association and the AFL, given the complicated nature of what occurred on Thursday night. While the club acknowledged the public interest, it asked that Hollands' privacy be respected, with the primary focus on ensuring he receives the level of care he needs before a further update can be provided at an appropriate time. So you were there, Bally, and you kept an eye on him at stages throughout the night. What happened on Thursday night?
Only it was the footy side of it that drew our initial attention to it, in the sense that, really fierce game, obviously, and swings and momentum, and Collingwood were on top halfway through the second quarter, and Brett Deledio and I looked at the stat sheet, and he hadn't registered a possession, and you mentioned, Corb, that he'd been playing pretty well. He was one of their best players last week, and so, we thought that was
in the coaches' votes in round 4.
Yeah, in the coaches' votes. So, okay, so where is he, and what's going on, and why can't he get himself into the game? So, and then chatting to a few of the other media people in the box next door at half time, that they'd noticed a couple of instances where he just looked a bit erratic, and so then in the second half, we did keep an eye on him, and same thing, and he just wasn't able to get anywhere near it, and it just looked like he wasn't himself, and clearly that's how it played out. It wasn't just us. I mean, there was people, 75,000 people there. So a lot of those people noticed it as well. The only people who didn't seem to notice it were the Carlton coaching staff, his teammates.
This is my question for you, Mick. You've coached more games than anyone else in the history of the game. How can that happen? That everybody observes it, and yet Elijah Hollands runs around for 72 minutes, and only at the end of it, the Carlton say, we think he's had a mental health episode. How can that take place?
I'm staggered. And I want to stick up for Michael. I want to stick up for Carlton. I want to stick up for the whole method. I know people there, and they're fantastic people. But as I said last night, and I'll go through it today, there are little steps that you take. The player walks into the rooms. He's going to get taped up. He's going to maybe get a massage. That's the first point. He's going to have teammates lockering next door to him. Players are pretty aware. I know sometimes they lock themselves into game mode, but there's the first thing. So he's already had he's had contact.
So his fellow players are one catch point.
Yep, that's the first one. Second one is there's no doubt that a line coach would be getting him in at some stage just to run through a rehearsal of what, this is what we spoke about. So he would have contact with him. I can't answer for all senior coaches, but the one thing I did for 30-odd years was make sure I went to every player. And as I said about Luke Ball, he knows what he's got to do. He's intelligent enough to understand the role. You go, you okay, Ballie? How's everything? Yep, good. You look him in the eye, got to look him in the eye, get a response, you walk away. It's why spend more time? You might then come to another player who just needs a bit of clarification. I'm tagging today. What if he goes in the forward pocket? What do I go back with him? I know I've already know this, but let me go through. And you spend 3 or 4 minutes with that player, or 2 or 3 more minutes with that player. But again, you're looking at him and thinking, have you got it? Are you ready to play? Do you understand what I'm talking about? You move to the next player. You tick them off. You go through. So that's number 3. The doctors live in the doctor's room. If he doesn't go in there, they probably don't see him. But when you're doing a warm-up inside, and I've got to say, as a senior coach, I love the warm-up. You see players, you get a bit of a feel for players, and you might drag one out and just go a little bit of touch, which I used to do with certain players because you just think they need that. You get a bit of a response from that. So all eyes are on that group of 23 players. Somewhere along the line, how could he get from the front door, walk in the door and say hello to the doorman? There's the first point of call, the doorman. He might walk in with a teammate. If he doesn't, let's say he walks in by himself, still sees the doorman, goes in. There is contacts all the way through.
Yep.
Looking at him on the bench, looking at him play. How could you not pick up that this bloke is not anywhere near switched on to play AFL football?
So all these things happen before a ball's bounced or thrown up as it is nowadays. So this is before they even start. And then when the game starts, it becomes apparent. So
sorry, Corby. I'm going to go one step further. The warm-up inside is really touch. You go outside and you have touch. And there's trainers, there's ball getters, there's the assistant coaches. There is another layer of people that see you and respond to because you break up in your little groups. Now, let's say he goes in the midfield. If there's a ball up, what's he doing?
There's vision of him in the warm-up, by the way, where he's having a set shot from 20 metres out. And it reminded me, and I'm not trying to trivialise it, but remember the movie Space Jam, where essentially the NBA players lose all their talents and it goes to the Monstars or whatever? He looked like that. Yeah. Like he looked like he didn't have his usual AFL talents, basically.
There's another layer. There's layer after layer after layer.
I've got 4 key questions out of it. One is, how can that happen? 2, how did nobody blow the whistle on it for all the staff and everyone that you just outlined, Mick? The third one is, how can you not notice from a performance point of view? So forget the welfare piece. You're basically playing one short for 60% of the game. And the 4th question that I have is, who instructed Michael Voss in his post-match press conference, knowing everything we knew at full time, to handle the set of questions like this?
Yeah, he's pretty shattered with his game, to be honest with you. So I spoke to him after the game, and he was really disappointed with how he started the game. Really upset. Sort of feels like he's let me down. So I had a good chat with him. So he was pretty emotional after the game. Didn't play a great game, and he struggled to get his way into it. And feels obviously clearly really disappointed with his performance and. Obviously, with the importance of the night, he sort of feels like he's let people down. But we've just got to keep supporting people through those situations.
Just one more on Elijah. You were on the bench in that last quarter. He spent a large portion of that last quarter on the bench. He looked a little bit erratic with his movements. Were you worried about him at all in that final term, just seeing him up close?
Oh, I mean, other than he was clearly disappointed with himself. And he was disappointed with how he was playing. So, when it comes to the last quarter, you obviously got to work out what mix you've got with 5 minutes to go about what you want on the field. And he wasn't a great night. So, constant conversations with him. But, we obviously thought the best mix was to not have him out there.
So we debriefed at post-game and we saw all the vision. And I must admit, my conclusion that I came to was the same one that the club put out, that basically I felt like he'd had a mental health episode. And unfortunately, in my life, I've had a front row seat to a couple of people that have suffered something similar. So I sort of understood a little bit that how you can get from that point to that point in real time. But for all the information we knew at the time, that wasn't the way to answer it. That essentially, he feels like he's let us down. There was no correction at any stage to say, no, he hasn't. They could have said anything. They could have said, hey, look, we've seen the vision you guys have seen. We're going to investigate further and we'll get back to you. Elijah's our number one priority at this stage to make sure he's okay. But I don't think that's going to age too well.
It's 15 minutes, is it? At the end of the game, the first interview? Well, thereabouts.
20.
20. Yep. So that's another 5 minutes. So I would have thought in that time, media manager, doctors, a CEO, maybe the coach, because he's got a lot of things to do, just have a look at the evidence in front of you. Come to something that's going to be enough to settle the public down and let them know that you're in control. Mm-hmm. There's no control.
1300 558 222, the talkback number. Adam Kingsley's going to join us before the show's out, and at 1 o'clock we're off to the first game on the slate for round 6, which is Essendon making the trip up to the Glitter Strip to take on the Gold Coast. Henry from Hawthorn's the next of our callers. Hello, Henry.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're well, thanks.
Just a quick one from me. Do you think that there's ever any chance that the AFL sort of bin how the current sort of tribunal process works, sort of take more of the NBA, NFL model, which is the governing body come up with the sanction and then the player has to serve it pretty much instantaneous once they come out with it, with not very much idea of getting out of it, and just sort of more controlling the narrative themselves as a body instead of letting it go to sort of lawyers to make the decision.
You might need to clarify a little more on just the way that would work compared to the way it works currently?
So, like, with the tribunal and then the players sort of being able to always get out of, or potentially getting out of things on a legal technicality, and I go back to sort of the Patrick Cripps sort of getting on the Brownlow, and with a 4-hour process that then gets decided. Yeah. Do you think that there's ever a window where the AFL sort of stamp down on it and go, no, we're going to back our decision? And
interestingly, that the reason we got here as to how we ended up entangled in all this...
you said this Thursday night.
Yeah, legal minutiae is... I think the Andrew Dunkley situation where essentially players started to take these suspensions to the High Court as far as they possibly could, get injunctions and everything else. And so basically the game said, right, well, we'll wrap the whole thing up in a legal process. And so now we're in the position that we are, that it's lawyers at 10 paces and...
Feels like we're too toothpaste is too far out of the tube, Mick. I like the caller's thought, and it would solve a lot of solve a lot of time and costs, wouldn't it? That the industry potentially don't need. But when it comes down to it, when emotion gets involved, this is an example. The clubs aren't going to be in favour of that. I don't think.
Appreciate your call, Henry. 1300 558 222, the talkback number. Back with Adam Kingsley in 30 seconds. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
Join us on Anzac Day across the ABC. From Gallipoli and Villers-Bretonneux to the dawn service and march in your capital city.
We will remember them.
On ABC Radio, TV and iView, and on ABC Listen.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen. Just look for the AFL button.
Jordan fed back, there it comes to Blakey, thought of halfway. He just weaves his way through the corridor again. Unguarded square, Blakey skids it all the way home. The champion's goal from Nick Blakey.
It's not the intro that Adam Kingsley wants to hear. A goal for Nick Blakey. He won the newly renamed Kirk Ward medal last night at the Swans by 41 points. It was a bizarre night that had a 1 hour and 4 minute halftime break, given the lightning that took place. But Adam Kingsley, the senior coach of the GWS Giants, has been good enough to join us anyway the day after. Adam, appreciate your time.
No worries, Corbin. Thanks for having me.
How do you reflect on the night before? What went wrong last night?
Obviously disappointing to get the result that we got in the end. There was a lot to like out of the game. There's still some work to do with some of the aspects of our game, and we knew the Swans coming into the game are obviously in red-hot form. They're probably the best team, if not one of the best teams in the competition right at this moment, so it was always going to be a challenge for us. But I thought in a lot of parts of our game, we actually challenged them and looked really good. So there's a fair bit of hope to come out of the game for us.
So you had more scoring shots than them. It was 22 scoring shots to 26, 8-18 your team kicked. We were down at Cardinia Park, admittedly, so I've only seen the sort of minied on the catch-up this morning rather than watching the whole game. Was that the reason? Was it as simple as, bad kicking's bad football and it cost you the 4 points?
No, it's not as simple as that, as we know, and there were a bunch of aspects of the game. Both went really well for us, but some that didn't. I don't think you just played a clip of Blakey there. I don't think we managed him well enough, or their sort of back half ball use. I think they kicked 10 goals straight from back half, so that's clearly far too many. After quarter time, the contest was plus 28 in our favour, and so those sort of numbers, you kind of go, well, we're generating enough entries. I think we were leading entries at three-quarter time, or thereabouts. We were generating enough opportunities. We were just not taking our opportunities with some inaccuracy, and they were maximising theirs. So ultimately, I think it played a big part in the game. But there's obviously other aspects of the game that were went in the Swans' favour that we need to get to work on.
King, it's Luke Ball. Yeah, I was going to ask you about that as well. How hard is it to stop a player like Nick Blakey? Particularly his ability to transition the footy last night. I think the tweaks to the rules have even helped him. There was commentary around that last night. You've always, as a team, you've always prioritised that small pressure forward, and there's some good signs with some of the young players last night. And I guess the challenge of not having your first choices out there, and Brent Daniels and even young Darcy Jones. How hard is it to stop a player like Nick Blakey when he's in that sort of form?
Yeah, it can be difficult, but then it doesn't come down to one player. I mean, I think when you look at some of the things he was doing, he's a very special player, and he's going to do that against every team, irrespective of how you manage it. But you can sort of minimise the moments that he has, and I felt like we didn't get that done, not only from a small forward perspective, but really through the midfield and behind the ball from a corridor protection perspective, and a few other bits and pieces. Some of our offense didn't give us a chance to really help in that manner. But yeah, it is one of those things that good players are going to have really good games. You do try and manage them as best as you can, and we were unable to do that last night. Obviously with Nick, we had the same philosophy with Isaac Heaney, and I thought Ryan Angwin did a great job on him in the first sort of quarter and a half that we went with that role, and then as we sort of released it to try and get our game up and going a little bit more, and challenge the Swans a bit more, he worked his way into the game also.
We spent the first 15 minutes this morning just talking about the injury carnage, obviously down at Geelong last night in particular, but you're probably sick of getting asked about it. Clearly it started in the pre-season for you and your team. Have you got a theory on why that is? I mean, I don't have the raw data in front of us, but it does feel like, whether it's the shorter pre-season, the earlier start to the games, or just the way the game's been played now, have you got a theory as to why? I mean, your team in particular has just been absolutely decimated in this early part of the season.
Yeah, we have in the early part, and we're certainly hoping to rectify that. I think we're a bit stiff on the weekend. If you look at the three players that got left out of the team that played 5 days earlier against Richmond, was 2 concussions and a cork thigh that didn't quite come up. Jesse's cork bled down into his knee, which sort of restricted his running capacity. So they're all sort of collision injuries, which are kind of unavoidable. And then we chose to manage Brett Daniels on the back of trying to avoid any sort of disaster with a soft tissue injury with him on a 5-day break, which is kind of unusual. We don't often do that, but we decided to go down that path. So, I mean, the injuries, I think the pre-season interruption, the throwaway Christmas bye is kind of the biggest sticking point in the pre-season. If there was continuity in there, I don't think it'd be all that much of a problem. You know, the way the game's been played, we've sort of played this style of game for the last 3.5 years now. So for us, I don't think that has any impact. If you look at the Swans profile, they've sort of gone from if you want to sort of summarise it, most amount of backwards kicks and least amount of handballs forward to flipping that on its head, and their profile now suggests they're completely the opposite. So they've chosen to play it a different way, and you know, I don't think they've got too many injuries at the moment. So I don't think that's having an impact on their injury toll. But, you know, the Bulldogs last night, I didn't see the game, obviously, given we were playing at the same time. But, you know, it's interesting. You talk about luck in footy. Well, a big part of luck is having your best team or near your best team available. But it's also when you play the opposition and their best team availability. And so whoever plays the Bulldogs next week is probably licking their lips a little bit with, you know, 4 of those boys getting hurt and now the Bulldogs not quite being at full strength.
Adam, just on Toby Green, I've just noticed a slight decline in his, I guess, his goal scoring. He just seems to be a player that lacks a little bit of confidence in himself, distance-wise. I guess he's a year older now. He may be 1.5 to 2 metres short in his kicking, but he just seems to be a little bit frustrated with. I think when he kicked 5 points, I did the other game, so I didn't see your game, but the 5 points, I think he kicked a couple of weeks before. Is he down on confidence a bit?
Look, he might be. We haven't played him forward much, which means he's maybe not practising that skill as much as what he usually has. We started him forward in the game last night, played him in there for the first half, then shifted him into the midfield. I think he kicked 3 points in the third quarter as a midfielder, and one was out of a forward 50 snap, and I think 2 of them around the arc. So sort of longer on-the-run shots, which I don't know. I don't know if he's lacking confidence. I don't know if perhaps we missed a couple of shots early, which starts to sort of build a little bit pressure. The next shot becomes a little bit more important. And you miss that, and then that builds a bit more pressure on the next shot, and it just becomes almost a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. And as we know, all players can fall into that trap, and we've certainly done it ourselves. I certainly have. So I don't know if I don't think he's low on confidence. You know, he's playing quite well. But he isn't finishing his work as you've suggested. So it's an area that he will certainly go to work with.
Sure. And just very briefly, just on the rucks again, I'm hot on this rule of crossing the centre line. So Briggs, is he done for being, because of the rule? With Grundy, a non-jumping ruckman, I thought he was one of the ones that probably would suffer the most, but he seems to be playing probably his best football, and that's around the ground, admittedly. But there's a lot of inside 50s. I think there was 130 or thereabouts inside 50s from both sides, which suggests to me a very quick clearance rate from the centre, which is a bit opposed to what we've had in the past. So is the ruckman dead and buried now, the one that can't jump?
No. Well, you make mention of Grundy. I thought Grundy, he's adapted brilliantly.
Yeah.
You know, he would be one who typically has just stepped across the line, blocked, and sort of got, you know, that Simon Madden type of look, but not not left the ground. You know, that back shoulder hit out to his mid's advantage, but he's done well.
Yeah.
We started Lecker in the ruck last night because of the leap.
Sure.
And I thought Leck did a pretty good job on centre bounce work. I mean, the reality is, our stoppage game needs to improve. We were +2 first possession, -21 clearance.
Right.
So that builds pressure on your backs, because the ball is naturally from any stoppage going the Swans' way, and now we're forced to sort of rebound the ball a bit too much, and so we've got work to do. It's greater than centre bounce, and the reason Brigger, you know, he is a little bit part centre bounce, but we want our ruckman to contribute like Brodie Grundy does around the ground, like Max Gawn does. He's lost a little bit of that, so we feel like we need to send him back to the VFL to get a bit more confidence in that and practice. And Nick Madden has been reasonably strong in that phase. He's still got work to do, but a 21-year-old ruckman is never the finished product, as we know. So he's developing nicely. So it's becoming a really good battle for us, that ruck position, and now Lex sort of included in that spot. it's become even more competitive. So hopefully we see an improvement in that.
Just lastly, Adam, your man Callum Brown would have slept well last night, I'm sure. If you think about the fact he played in the VFL game, which say players arrived, an hour and a half before the game. Probably got there about 2 o'clock. Say he was there 2 hours early, would have got there at 1:30. Game didn't finish till 11:15 last night. He ended up backing up and playing in the seniors as well. That's a big day of footy for Callum Brown.
Well, it's a long day for him for sure. I mean, we played him in a half and we managed that half. We actually carried him over just in case. We were a little bit worried about one of our other players who plays in that sort of similar position, whether he was going to get up, and so we carried him over just in case, and he ended up coming in for someone who we thought Jesse would get through the warm up fine. So it was fortunate that we held him out for the most part. But you're right, it was a very long day for him. He certainly would have slept well.
Good on you, Adam. All the best next week against the Kangas. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, boys. Thank you.
One of our favourites, Adam Kingsley, the coach of the GWS Giants.
Very good coach. Yeah. Very, very good
They
coach.
just need some troops back. Yeah, we ran out of time to ask him there, but they've got some winnable games over the next month, Mick, so they've just got to stay in touch. And as you said, they know that if they get there, troops back and rolling. I think one of the positives out of last night, Clayton Oliver, I thought was the Giants probably their best player. So he's starting to come
he
into
played
some
well
form
last week too. And Cadman, they miss him. Like
Cadman and Hogan.
I watched that game last week. You know, he was feeding and going to destroy.
Yeah, and Taylor behind the footy. So I feel like out of anyone, they're the most impacted at the moment because of the quality of players.
Yeah, exactly.
Daniels he mentioned as well, and obviously that's on top of losing Tom Green and Josh Kelly before the season started.
You ever played the Magoos and the seniors on the same day?
No, I don't think I have. No.
I was listed to play the seconds for my very first game, and all I can remember about it is I was told before the game, no, you're playing seniors. Sat in the grandstand, woke up in Ballarat.
Oh no!
I was knocked out the first game.
Jeez.
In the first minute, but I played till half time. But I didn't know I'd played till half time. So yeah, that's why I go silly at times. You see,
that's a rough start in the one. So Callum Brown last night, a half in the VFL, and then given the lightning delay, didn't finish till 11:15 last night after the VFL started at 3:30. Nick Dacos, I'm always someone that wants to give people their dues, and particularly when they're as great as Nick Dacos for the first 100 games. So fourth quarter brilliance the other night when the game was there to be won. He separated the game.
You can't sit on someone.
I think they tried in the end, and that didn't work either.
You've got to get inside their shirt. I mean, there's ways of where he doubles up. He is sheer brilliance. I've got to say this right now. From the day one, I said he'll win a Brownlow next year, which was year 2. He didn't.
He should have. He got injured. That's what cost him.
Yeah. We could argue a case last year.
Yeah. Well, he's polled more than 30 votes in the last 2 years. So
but
that would have won
how
most
often,
years.
You could almost count on one hand the games he hasn't played well. He is the most consistently good footballer, great footballer at that age that I've ever seen. And that goes for any player that I've seen.
His new mate, the boss, Big Springsteen. In Oscar Steen, all of a sudden,
combo.
He's all of a sudden found his groove again.
Well, between those two were the difference. Those two were the reason why Collingwood would win the game.
Talking about tools, what about the big Mason Cox?
He's back.
Do you think the occasion might be too big for him, Mick, on the Western Derby? Will he go okay with all the eyeballs on him?
Well, he's a shy person. So, he might shy away from it a little bit.
Debuted on Anzac Day. Didn't he kick a goal with his first kick?
He might talk in the huddle before the game and say, boys, bring it in. I've been in plenty of these games. Bring it in and listen to this. Listen up. Yeah.
News of the day, by the way. Geelong investigating a potential ACL tear for Brian Myers.
More carnage, isn't it? Yeah, important player for them.
Mitch Cleary reporting this. So they thought it was a minor issue. They got scans done, and his right ACL, they fear that there's a tear in there. Eric Hipple did play with a partial tear last year for several weeks before ultimately having the reconstruction, and is obviously missing large portions of this year and the back end of last year, but that's a concern for the Cats.
So I'm almost, I'll stick my neck out here, I'm not a doctor, but with Darcy, I reckon the damage done last year, yes, it was the way the bone, it clipped back, but you stretched the hell out of your ligament.
Same leg, was it?
Same leg. Yep. So I look at Glenn Jakovich years ago against Carlton, got pushed like that, whacked it back, play. Everyone thought, he's done it. No, he damaged it next year. Bing, did it. Same thing, just twisted, did his ACL.
And given we have our own civilian superhero here, this is a nice story to finish on. Andrew Welsh, the Essendon Premiership the Essendon president, unfortunately he's not a premiership player, Andrew Welsh, the Essendon president.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Corby. They've had one win, but just...
Performed a citizen's arrest on the Gold Coast last night.
Wow.
Again, according to Mitch Cleary. So a car crashed through a bus stop and he apprehended the driver.
Wow.
So there you go, Mick. I know you had an intruder that you were able to fend off at 3. But Andrew Welsh, citizen's arrest. I think Vossi had one, didn't he? Michael Voss?
No, I wouldn't have thought twice. Knowing Welsh a little bit, he wouldn't have thought twice about that.
And
sprung into action. Yeah, exactly.
Well, it is our game coming up, the Gold Coast and Essendon. If the boys can just channel a little bit of what the president's throwing out there with a few
Maybe
tackles.
he needs to get up and do the pre-game speech.
A few tackles on the glitter strip. Do you give them any chance? They're a heavy underdog. There's no Noah Anderson.
Nah, but Humphrey and Petrarca back in for the Suns.
Yeah, they got them back, but I like when you come away from a game with a bit of confidence. So... Yeah. They got a little chance.
Yeah. Let's hope they can just piece it together and then hit Anzac Day with full speed next Saturday, where we'll be there at the MCG. We're all working the broadcast, so can't wait to see you all at the G. And shout out to Lockie Neal as well. Hat tip to him.
What a player!
It's hard to think of 300 games with a better resume. 2 Brownlows, 2 Barassi medals now as the premiership captain in back-to-back years. So all the best to Lockie in game 300 tomorrow against the D's. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, boys.
See you at Marvel a bit later on, Corp. No, I won't see you.
You won't see me. You'll see Ben. I'll hear you. I'll be listening.
All the best.
Enjoy your weekend, Mick. Mick Malthouse, the coaching icon. Thanks to Ben Cameron. You'll hear him at Marvel later today, and to Craig Davis as well for all of his work. We are out. Catch up anytime through ABC AFL Daily, wherever you get your podcasts. Off to the footy, the Suns and the Dons.
Okay, ready?
Little listeners have a new space to get all their favourite podcasts.
Hooray!
Like exclusive new episodes of Bluey Listen Along.
Let's dance to celebrate!
Create a kids profile today by heading to the Kids tab on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
Hey, take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Rosen kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started. It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square. Goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On on radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
They may be two teams at the opposite ends of the premiership conversation, but they're at the opposite ends of the form line as well. The sun is shining, Carrara is a picture as we embark on this 3-game Saturday on ABC Sport. Welcome along. My name is Quentin Hull. Yeah, we don't expect the Bombers to be in the fight at the end of the year, but hey, they won last week, broke that 17-game losing streak with a stirring victory over Melbourne at the Adelaide Oval. So they come here in form as the Suns, premiership favourites after winning their first 3 games. They've lost 2 since, to the Demons at the MCG and then beaten by the Swans at Norwood as a part of the gathering last week. So as Gold Coast and Essendon prepare to do battle here, there's just going to be a little bit of a reveal as to whether or not Damien Hardwick's fancied locals can return to some of their better form, or whether or not Brad Scott has got these Bombers going in the right direction. And that second half performance against the D's might be something that can be built upon in, as I mentioned, perfect conditions. And who would have thought the last time these two teams played here? Remember that weird old Wednesday when the Western Bulldogs were supporting the Bombers? That's right, the extra game at the end of last season was played on, what was it, Wednesday, August the 27th. The Suns needed to win to get into the finals, and Jared Witts kicked the last goal as they won by 95, and that was the end of a horrid season for the Bombers. I'll be calling alongside Michael Price. Your experts today are AFLW original Jamie Stanton and 2001 Brownlow medalist Jason Ackermanis. Zane Bojack's keen. I will keep you across the news from the benches. And as ever, you are welcome to be a part of our day at the footy. Get in touch on the SMS 0437 774 774. Please say good day with your name and where you're texting from, 0437 774 774. So we start here and then we roll to Docklands for Hawthorn and Port before the nightcap is Adelaide versus St Kilda at the Adelaide Oval. And just a note to our local listeners on ABC Gold Coast, we do have the local rugby league team, the Titans, starting a game in about 2 hours from now. So, look, we'll keep you across it here. We'll get to the league as soon as the footy finishes up at Carrara. But as ever, you can go to ABC Listen if you want to hear that Warriors-Titans game, should I say, from the start. Red Sheeran, Suns out. Michael Price is looking a picture, as is the venue. How are you, Pricey?
Very well, thank you, Q. And once again, honoured to be in the best seat in the house at this magnificent little stadium. Beautiful day, and I'm joining the chorus with Damien Hardwick. I think there's no doubt, as he said, that the Suns will rebound after a couple of losses. It's just a matter of how much.
Well, we need someone to stir the pot. Oh, hello, Jason Ackermanis. Nice to see the AFL Hall of Famer cruising in, leather jacket put to the back. How was the weaving on the motorbike on the M1? Traffic not too bad?
Traffic was horrible. In fact, I saw one of my premiership teammates as I went past him in traffic, and he's only just arrived, probably 26 minutes late. But anyway, I thought there's not many days that, sound like I'm getting out of prison, but I'm not. But I'm coming here and watching a wonderful game of football, we hope. But this is a day I actually want to go and play footy. These are the days I miss. I love when it's hot. I love when it's bouncy and the ball is moving around, because the quicker it moves, the better it is for me.
So, under those thoughts and conditions, is this the day where the Suns just find sixth gear at home, Suns out, against a team that we expect will struggle this season? Or have the Bombers found a way to be competitive?
Oh, no, they are exciting when they get there. They just do little things well when they do. Like last week, they win the one-on-ones, and the excitement and the joy of youth, watching them play, they have got that in spades. And if they come and bring that, albeit a little bit hotter than it is down at home, then yes. But you're right, the Suns, they need to step it up. They've had a couple of pretty poor weeks tackling everything. They're not really standing up in the tackle. They're not making tackles. They're just poor decisions, can't get it through the corridor or on the outside. So I say today is one that's going to test them. And what better team to do it against than one that's just won and up and about, and you say, hey, this should be some kind of game, certainly early.
And a woman who played on the first ever AFLW Grand Final on this venue, I think it was almost similar conditions that day. Jamie Stanton, when as a Lion you got Erin Phillips, and she's here today, so you're catching up with her. How are you? Great to have you on board, Jamie.
Yeah, thanks for the
Nice side swipe.
Look, you were chatting to Erin out the back, so I thought you've probably discussed such matters back in the day. What a day for football.
Yeah, no, we definitely have. Erin's now my new GM of footy here on the coast, so she definitely told me how good that day was for her and dropped in a little, oh, yeah, you played good too. Thanks, Erin. I appreciate that one. Yeah, no, it's good. It's nice to be out here. Obviously, great day for the boys to show what type of footy we want to play here at the Suns, and it'll be interesting to see if they can get back to what their plan A. I think the past 2 weeks they've struggled to have their plan A game plan put in place for long periods of times. Sydney played their plan A and beat them quite easily, and then Melbourne took their plan A away from Gold Coast. So be interested to see if Essendon has taken anything from those two teams and the way they've played. But it's actually interesting. I'm watching warm-up now, and we obviously saw Mac play a lot more ruck time last week, but he's warming up with the forwards.
Mac Andrew, that'll be interesting. And you put the nail on a really good point, I think, in the development of this Gold Coast team, which of course won a final last year. All are expected that they'll get another shot in September. But we've watched a lot of footy here, Akka and Jamie and Pricey as well. I think the knock is how quickly and how is effective plan B for the Suns, because you knock them off plan A and they do still fall away quite quickly. And in saying that, part of plan A returns today with Christian Petrarca coming back into that midfield, so he's over his hamstring injury. But that being said, Noah Anderson is not playing today. For those that aren't aware, bout of appendicitis, so he went in and had appendix surgery during the week. So he's not playing. They dropped Closey, Goulburn and Davies. So they have swung 4 changes at selection, the Suns. You've got to get Petrarca in. Bailey Humphrey returns after a 2-week suspension. Josh Rogers comes back in after being out with the concussion protocols, and Oscar Adams is an extra key into the team. So you lose 2 in a row, you make 4 changes, and your captain and all Australian midfielders not there. Everything's not smooth sailing.
No, but can I just mention this, that I would think if you're a good coach, sometimes you do doubt yourself in what is plan A. And the best coaches go, you know what? There's nothing wrong with our game plan. There's nothing wrong with plan A. How about we just do it a bit better? And that's what you focus back in on. Because once you start mixing and matching, you lose the players real quick. Because I think the game they play is the game that suits them and is the best way for them to win.
I totally agree with Acker. I think the plan A fits the top teams. They want to go forward, fight forward, move the ball quickly. But I think I mentioned before that it looks like Mac's going to play forward. I think that's part of the issue with plan A when it doesn't work, is they don't have a big key in the forward half to take that clunk. It's been Witsy over the past couple of years. Witsy's probably been a little bit down on form the past couple of weeks. So I think they're going to use Mac as that long target down the line to take that contested mark when they're under pressure a little bit, just to relieve a bit more. And they haven't been getting that from Reid, Walter, King. So we'll see if that works.
Just before we get into the preview,
coach,
I'd just make a note of what was on the Essendon banner, because one of the real favourites of the club tragically lost his life recently, and I speak of Chris Withington. He had a brain tumour over the last couple of years. Huge Bombers man, young family, really good guy with a generous soul who did a lot of humanitarian work in hospitals overseas in Africa. So there was an acknowledgement of Wizza at the bottom of the banner, which read, "Fly together, play hard and fair, defeat the Suns with dash and dare," but then it did have Wizza down the bottom. So for those that know of Chris, and there'll be plenty of, his old footy teammates, our colleague Ian Cohen sent me this message, so thanks Koza for the heads up, but played at Old Carey in the amateurs. Oof. And Chris Withington sorely missed, and the Bombers have paid tribute to him on the banner here on the Gold Coast, which is nice to see. Let's get down to Zane Bojack on the boundary in the shade of the broadcast stand, but plenty of sun out there. Zano, how are you?
Fantastic. You got a bit of a frog in my throat, but the conditions couldn't be better down here, and well done on acknowledging that tribute to Wizza. And I can tell you on the Gold Coast Suns banner, they had Rise Up, which is a domestic violence charity partner of the club, and that's the reason why they're wearing blue socks today. So I know you're big on your strips, Q, and why they changed them, but that's the reason why they're wearing blue socks today. The men in red. This is interesting. The Bombers ended a 17-game losing streak last week when they beat the Demons over in Gather Round. They haven't won here at the Gold Coast since 2019. Round 19, they managed to defeat the Gold Coast, so that's 7 long years. I don't think it's going to be today in these conditions. 26 degrees, surface looks perfect. Breeze coming from the east. It's not going to affect either side, either quarter, and looking forward to the contest.
It should be pretty hot. Could I ask you, Jamie, is this is the only team I've ever seen, the Suns, where the coach, the assistant coaches, even the dudes down there are all wearing white shoes?
It's the Gold Coast, Jason.
Well,
I know it's the Gold Coast. Is it the coach? 'Cause,
Well-
he can't wear other shoes, but is he that different?
Well, I'm sure you're not new to the sponsorship deal, Akka. We are lovelily sponsored by New Balance up here, and they do a really good casual fit line. So I think all this is saying is Dimmer likes New Balance's casual shoes.
I'm issuing editorial policy yellow cards before the bounce.
Oh, yeah, sorry about
you
that.
could have just
You're not allowed to
spoken
say
about the white shoe that supplier.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So
Apologies.
the white shoe supplier for the Suns demands that they need to.
Thank you.
It's got nothing to do with stereotypes about white shoes on the
I was
Gold
about
Coast.
to say, what is this stereotype you're delivering outside of the commercial reality?
Yeah, exactly.
Black pants, white shoes. Doesn't quite work. That's all I'm saying.
On the SMS, g'day to Luke here, listening from the beautiful Pilbara. He says, come on, Bombers. G'day to Billy Ray, listening in Block 402. Looking forward to the contest. Question, why are tomorrow's 3 games overlapping when today's 3 games are not? Can anything else be wrong with the fixture, I wonder? Yeah, that is a good question. There are plenty of questions about why the AFL fixtures things the way they do, let alone what happened last night. Paul from Torquay. Love the call, lads. This is a shout-out to my mate Greg, who was a Lion supporter but moved across the road from the Suns stadium and has decided to attend the Suns home games instead. Something to do with fuel, he says. Good on you, Paul. 0437 774 774 to get in touch. No late changes here. It's Gold Coast versus Essendon on Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Here's Michael Price.
2 metre Peter, the former Sun, goes up against Jared Witts. It lands at the feet of both. Picked up by Parrish for Essendon. Pushed in the back for Mine, but picked up by El Hawley. His handball was indiscriminate. Was picked up there by Ethan Reid. He farms it off, and immediately big tackle from young Sullivan Roby. Keeps the ball attached and just between centre wing and right half forward for Essendon on the outer side. The umpire will throw it up again.
Witts beats right for the tap. Parrish tries to rove. Witts tackles him. Petrarca gets a hand pass out to Reid. He's tackled and lost it, but advantage paid to Essendon. Yet free kick holding the ball. Parrish kicks to the pocket, but it goes beyond Gresham and rolls over the pocket for a boundary throw in down at the big screen end. And as much as that screen does look big here, they used to have the really big Suns flag out. They're right near the flagpole there. That's just a regular-sized flag now.
Cost too much. Got wet, and then that was it.
Okay.
Think of replacement.
Yeah, okay, yeah. If it gets wet, that'd be very heavy. Might rip the pole out of the ground. Boundary throw in. Essendon forward pocket. Rioli tries to burst through, but he's tackled by young Roby. Got rid of the ball. Still congestion in the forward line for the Bombers, and the umpire will come in again. And it's going to be a ball up.
I don't want it everywhere at the moment.
Every player on the field forward of centre for Essendon. Off hands. Rowell got the handball away. Jeffrey's tackled. He let loose the ball in the goal square. El Hawley off the ground. Nice little bit of soccer work from El Hawley. That handball from Jeffrey was just in hope more than anything back towards the goal and picked off for the Essendon goal. 1 straight 6. The Suns yet to score. Nearly 2 minutes gone to the first term.
You're happy with that, Jamie? That is good pressure. Brad's got to be happy with that. It's so much so they tried to go backwards to get it out of there. There's just numbers everywhere around the ball. They're making it just an absolute, I suppose it's like a scrum. But that said, the pressure's too much off the ground, and good start, good goal.
That's it. All coaches love pressure, and pressure at the moment is coming from Essendon only. And just interesting note, so Mac Andrew has started in the forward half. Ethan Reid starting on the wing. So as Gold Coast finished last week with playing those two in different spots, they're trying with a few different things, and I'm pretty sure Ethan Reid's opponent just kicked a goal, so maybe not the greatest start for him in the world.
Whitson right again at ruck time. Petrarca roves the pack. Wright tackles him, but Petrarca gets the hand pass to Powell. Suns clearance, kick inside 50s over the head of Andrew and Blackiston. That one-on-one there, and it goes beyond them. On the roll beyond the boundary paint for a throw-in in the right forward pocket for the Suns. Crowd's only about half full.
Where are they? It must be at the beach.
Well, it's a very good beach day, Jason.
It is.
As the red Sharon goes into the crystal clear Gold Coast sky from the throw-in. Humphrey tries to rove. Can't pick up. Parrish a chance for Essendon. Bumped off it by Miller. Ball's hard to win deep there for the Bombers in defence. hand pass gets to the pocket. Ridley tries to work it out of immediate danger. It's knocked over the line by Lombard of the Suns. So Gold Coast still in attack. We've gone from the right forward pocket to the left forward pocket. Another throw in. Bombers with the only goal early on.
It's the Suns attacking at the moment. They're attacking the southern end, the right as we're looking at it. Throw in, left forward pocket. It falls short. Rao picked it up. He was tackled, let loose the ball. McAndrew gathered in the one arm, just turned the ball over. Parrish towed it forward. It's going to be cut off by Will Powell. He's immediately tackled by El Hawley, 40 metres out from the Suns' goal. He's impacted the game early. He's standing next to Tuke Miller while this stoppage occurs. Oh, picked up by Petrarca. Flying shot. Pulled it left. One behind.
It's looking sharp, Pricey. He's just come back. Nothing. Hamstrings can be good and bad, but he is looking and he's bringing guys into the contest. He is the target early. And they've still got to find space here, the Suns, particularly around their stoppages, which they can own, but not so much so far.
Bombers go long with the inbound to a 2-on-2 near the wing. And good work from Charlie Ballard to knock it down for the Suns. He's got a rover in Noble. Suns ball on the wing, hands to Rioli, hands it back to Ballard, who's tackled and dispossessed. Archer May from behind with a great tackle, and he earns the free kick for Essendon just short of the wing. Chips it wide to the goal kicker El Hawley. Marks and plays on, and then wrapping around to the boundary line. It bounces favourably there for Farrow. The left boot of the youngster inside 50 was on the head of Kako, and he's outmarked. Good grab taken by the taller Ethan Reid in the right back pocket for the Suns. Bombers one straight, Suns one behind. 4.5 minutes played.
He's the winger. He's come down to give help, and good mark, David.
Yeah, it was Reid to Joel Jeffrey, who then kicked it to the wing again, looking for Ben King. He was spoiled. Front and square again, Petrarca. Disposal number 4. Got it by hand. Make it disposal number 5. As he went past for the handball receive. As a flying shot from 55. Consummate ease for the champion Petrarca. Gets the first goal on the board for the Gold Coast Suns. 1-1-7 to 1 straight 6. We've played 5 minutes of the first quarter. You said it, Acker. He started beautifully, Acker and Jamie Stanton.
And nothing worse than you're coming back from a hamstring and you've got to run 30 and have a flying shot on goal, which he did with ease. He's looking sharp. Not only is he looking sharp, they're the things that get inside your mind, but he just executed that beautifully. He was actually involved in the chain just back before that to break that tackle, Jamie. Gave a good handball. And, of course, there was 5 around them. Essendon had 5 and they got out. Great goal.
It's funny, the last part was so pretty, but the start of what he did was just hard at it. He just wanted it more than anyone else on the field in that moment. Didn't matter whether it was a Suns player or an Essendon player. He just showed, I got to put my head over it and go find the footy, and then to have the composure to finish like that was pretty nice.
Jamie Stanton and Jason Ackermanis with you for Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. Ball up in the centre. Parrish tackled off it. Shunts it to Merritt. He's pushed in the back by the tackle of Miller. No free kick. Play on. Miller picks up. Hands it to Witts, who shunted off his kick. On the wing, El Hawley kicks it off the ground for the Bombers. Picked up by Kako on half forward. Hand pass, though. Misses a target. And Rioli cleans up. Suns have got it on the left half back flank. Hands it to Noble. Hands it through Ballard. Back to Noble. To Powell, who takes too long. Kako runs him down from behind. Great tackle from the Bombers small forward, and he earns the free kick at centre half forward, 60 from goal.
Oh, contagious that is.
Kako kicks to the pocket. Collins is in front of Caddy and outmarks him one-on-one. That'll be fun. He plays on quickly with a hand pass to Jeffrey, and the Suns are out.
And they get to half back. It's with Hewlin, Bodie. Handball forward to the run of Ethan Reid. It's a wobbly kick just beyond centre wing at ground level. Ben Mackay got it towards El Hawley, kicked it beyond centre wing out of side. Now Kako goes back in. Reid hot on his hammer. He can't quite gather, then does. Handball over to Langford, who just gets confronted by Tuke Miller. In fact, he corralled him. Langford, he basically retaliated by kicking it out of bounds on the full.
Take a breather. That is pressure everywhere, Pricey.
Absolutely. And it's going to be Bodie Hewlin who has the free kick at left half back.
Bodie inboard to Ballard. Marks D50 left half back. Chips it across the face of goal. Powell marks. Delivers down the corridor. And Rioli next in the chain. Takes the grab, but he's only at centre half back for the Suns on this glorious Saturday on the Gold Coast. Rioli kicks to the right half-back flank where Collins takes the mark. So all lateral across the half-back line here for the Suns. Now kicks to a one-on-one over the head of Jeffrey. Gresham for company. Roved by Rioli, though. Still a Suns ball. Hands it to Noble. Hands it to Jeffrey. Back to Noble. Pressured by Durham. Gives the problem back to Jeffrey. They're mucking around with it on the wing. Yep. And Durham comes from behind to tackle Powell. They got what they deserved there, the Suns. Great work from the Bombers. Durham with the free kick on halfway. Kicks into the corridor. It's marked by Roby. Hands it off there to McGrath. Long kick to full forward for Essendon. Caddy's got 2 to beat. May it was. Archer May's got 2 to beat. And he takes the mark. That's because Caddy was that 4th guy and he just peeled off. Let Archer May fly against 2 and he takes the grab top of the square.
Oh, he had Kako out as well on that McGrath, but that's a good long kick. Look where it is. It's just, 10, 12 metres out in front. That is Alison Lynch territory, can I say. But great mark. And the pressure from Essendon. Oh, I tell you, this is going to be, if they play like that, they're going to have lots of shots on goal.
Archer May, point blank range, 20 metres out, puts it through. And the Bombers get their second goal and return to the lead. Essendon 2 straight 12 lead, Gold Coast 1-1-7. 9 minutes played Saturday footy on ABC Sport down to Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, you mentioned it's a good day for the beach, Q. Well, I don't know whether we're going to see the crossbow today, but Xavier Dersma, just like Archer May, has the zinc all over his face. He's ready for a day here at Carrara. It's a warm one, and we wait to see whether the head-bearded hero can get a goal and light it up here.
What about a hat, Jamie? You reckon you'll wear the hat?
Well, they're not allowed to, but what I did love was Essendon's transition from defence to offence then. They exploded on turnover, and it's exactly what the Essendon VFL team did against the Suns VFL team in the curtain raisers. So will be interesting to see if Essendon continue to do that in the heat, because it will be hard to do for 4 quarters.
Yeah, the Bombers had a good win in that VFL match. That was a curtain raiser here. I was waiting for Zano to cross-reference Archer and Dersma, but we'll see what happens. Off hands, McGrath did well, wheeled around onto his right foot, immediately gets it inside 50, but that was a good effort there. Charlie Ballard used his body in unison with Bodie Hewlin. He flares it to the right. Sam Collins, the imposing figure, has a bounce, sold the dummy to Dersma, then drilled a lovely pass to centre wing to find Will Graham. Some dexterity from the tough man, Sam Collins.
Graham just in the shadows of the broadcast wing grandstand. Takes a bounce to true centre wing. Kicks high to Witts, who's the prominent in the 2-on-2. Can't mark, brings it to ground. Rowell does the roving for the Suns. Hand passes defensively to Reid. 55 from goal. Ethan Reid kicks to full forward. Caldwell gets in the way, but no, Langford it was in the way of that wobbly kick. Rogers was the target, but Langford takes the mark for Essendon.
Poor kick, though. It was. It needed to be in front of the goals. There's my chair just vacates.
Don't fall over, Jason. Shared with Parrish, did Langford, gets it back and now kicks it towards right half back. Daywicks takes the grab, hands it on to Merritt. Merritt hands it over the top. Daywicks has got 2 to beat. He's tackled, but gets his hand pass away to Roby. Puts his boot to it, kicks it around the river wing. Fortuitously falls for Caddy, 60 out. Marks has a bounce, kicks deep to full forward. Other side of the pack, Dersma favoured by that ball. Coming into the left forward pocket, and he takes the chest mark despite the pressure of Reid. And Xavier Dersma will line up on the tough angle, 20 metres out in the left forward pocket. They are up and going, the Bombers.
They had options everywhere on that far wing as well, Jamie, and then they had options coming in. That was actually the longest of the options.
And the hardest by far.
Sometimes decision-making, the heat.
Runs infield, Dersma, tries the right-footed snap punt. He kicks truly, and the previous goal was given to Archer, and that one sees the Archer come out. Dersma gets the bow and arrow, points it to the northern end. That's a third for the Bombers. Essendon 3 straight lead, Gold Coast 1-1. 12 minutes played at Carrara.
At this stage, Essendon is just outworking Gold Coast on transition. So transition from offence to defence, defence to offence, it doesn't really matter. The Essendon's pressure's been higher on defence, and then when they're turning the ball over, the Essendon midfield is actually outworking the Gold Coast midfield, which is exactly what Melbourne's and Sydney's did over the past couple of weeks.
Plan B? Where's Plan B? To what we said?
Well, Mac Andrews in the ruck now, so he'll go forward after whenever he has a break, but up against 2-metre Peter. So he's a little bit more dynamic, but Big Peter can run, can I say. He's got a big engine, but not as dynamic as Mac.
2 recent additions to the ruck department. Wright versus McAndrew, and then Rowell gathers, escapes the traffic, lowers the eyes, hits the target. Jed Walter, 30 metres out, slight angle to the right.
There's that one wood.
That's plan A working beautifully,
isn't it? Well, Rowell just starting to get back into the season, really. It was pretty average that first game.
Yeah, Tim from Wodonga on the text says Suns seem handball happy. They've been a little bit.
Jed Walter, delightful kick. When you get applause from Jason Ackermanis with your share and delivery, it's well worth it. Jed Walter delivers the Suns' second goal. The Bombers lead 3 straight 18 to the Suns, 2-1-13. We played 13 minutes of the first quarter, ABC Sport.
Coach killer. There's been a bit of coach killing for the Gold Coast. Too many handballs. Just get on the boot. But that was a fantastic delivery. When Rowell's getting the ball and moving, and as we say, and I don't know if the Suns use the same terminology, to drive their legs, to get out, you still got to hit the target. That's quality right there, and quality finish. That's how you kick a goal. That's how you run up that cue.
Do you know an Anne from Launceston, Jason? She texts, I normally read the paper this time on a Saturday, but love listening to Anchor, so the radio is on and the paper will have to wait.
I don't know anyone except for a couple of blokes that I played footy with down there.
0437 774 774 on the text. Essendon 3 straight, Gold Coast 2-1. Perfect conditions for a shootout. Bombers get the centre clearance here. Merritt rush kick to half forward. Collins races to the ball and beats Caddy to it. Takes the chest mark, does the shaven-headed, mean-looking defender dude.
Harley.
For the Suns, yeah. Looks like he would have rocked up in a Harley.
Pretty sure he did.
Chips it short to Jeffrey. Jeffrey's kick towards the wing. Half volleyed by Long. Immediately tackled by Blackiston. Long gets a handball away. Taken by Miller. He's on left half back. Hands it to Zeke Euland. Tackled out near the boundary. And is that holding the ball? Yes, it is. Play onto advantage. Day Wicks comes away. Chips inside 50 to Kako. Marks it 30 metres out. Right forward pocket.
Adventurous, Jamie.
It was Sardis, should I say, with the entry kick there. Sardis kicking it to Kako, and Kako marks. Slight angle to the right.
It's the entries. It's the entries from Essendon that I've been really impressed with. They've been extremely particular with who they're going to and putting it to their advantage. It's been not their skill set normally over the first couple of weeks, but maybe with the Suns out, Essendon's guns are also out.
Fantastic kick.
Played every game last year, Isaac Kako, and there weren't too many of those for the Bombers in an injury-riddled year for them. Right foot kick on goal. That's Essendon 4th. And they have started in fine form here at Carrara today. Kako now has 5 goals for the season. Bombers 4 straight. Suns 2-1. 15 minutes played.
Just a tackle over there on that far side. They're just making them. They're not missing them. They're causing them to panic. Can't get any composure because the pressure's too immense. And when you get the ball into good users, that is such a quality kick. He actually missed the Suns defender by literally 2 inches.
It's got Zane Bojack on the boundary.
You know how hot it is? Someone who spent a lot of time up here, 2 metre Peter Wright. He's struggling a little bit on the bench at the moment. They've all got the wet towels around their necks, but there's a little bit of breeze, but it's still warm out there, boys.
How would you know? You're in the stands.
Sitting in the shade, sensible man, Zane Bojack on the boundary. So Lachlan Blackiston in the middle up against Mac Andrew. Blackiston taps it down to himself, gathers. It's going to be a free kick though, whistle on play. There was a hold. And it's going to go to it's Bailey Humphrey. Back into the side. Welcome addition. Wheels around to the right of the centre circles. That's a beautifully long kick inside 50 off the hands of Andrew, complaining for a free kick. Lands for Langford. Then to McGrath, who was bumped off it as he kicked it. And that's going to be played as downfield, in fact. It was out of bounds on the full. It was Ben Long who delivered the bump, but a little bit late.
Oh, hang on.
It's going to be Caddy now who plays on from left half-back in the Blackiston direction. That's an awful climb from Bailey Humphrey, but it's going to come all the way back as Josh Caddy and Sam Collins have ventured
They won't
down.
They won't pay in the back, which is in the back, but then they'll pay that one, which wasn't, which was perfect timing on pressure. They're strange sometimes, the decisions.
So Josh Caddy from left half-back standing in the shade here at Carrara.
Now everyone's structured up in front of him. So Caddy's just going to go as long as he can with a kick to a contest on the wing. 3-on-3 out the back, Suns Road with Weller. Hand pass, semi-intercepted there by Edwards. picked off by Sardis of the Bombers. Hands it to Merritt, who chucked it to Blackiston. Umps let it go. That was a throw. Blackiston's kick is poor. Along the deck, cleaned up by Andrew at half-back. His hand passes at the feet of Noble. Had a fumble. Reid picks up for the Suns. Hands it to Rowell. Palms away from Parrish. Essendon with great pressure on the Suns here at half-back. Eventually, Bodie Hewland's hand pass got to Adams. Chips it to Zeke Hewland at left half-back. They had to go sideways to get out of that, the Gold Coast. Chips it back to Adams. Takes the mark on the wing. Now they've got runners. Hands it to Bodie. Just forward of halfway. Bodie Hewland deep entry to a 2-on-2. King at the back. Whistle on the contest. And it's going to be an Essendon free kick. Going to Langford in the right back pocket in that four-man tangle.
Yeah, just Jed Walter getting a little bit of loose arm action going there. It was chipped forward. It's Archie Roberts now. Nobody's standing the mark. He flares it right, and they're just taking their time, Essendon. They're putting the pressure on. It ends up in the arms of Darcy Parrish. He's back 45 metres away from his defensive goal. Once again, he gets it to right half back. They play on. Beautiful sunshine here at Carrara. That was Ridley who kicked the ball towards a contest on the outer wing. Came off hands. It's going to be Bodie Hewland who affects that one. It's going to be a throw in on centre wing on the outer side, and it's the Bombers leading this one by 11 points in the first term.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. You can get in touch on 0437 774 774. Bombers by 11 points. Throw in true halfway, outer side, goes beyond the ruckman, and Daywicks picks up out the back. Hand passes to young Sully Roby, who hands it off to Parrish, kicks to the pocket, but Gresham couldn't get to the drop, and Jeffrey, best place for the Suns, take the mark in defence. Chips it infield to Bodie Hewland, right next 50. To the point post. And 38th parallel infringement from Thomas Edwards.
The big penalty, isn't it? The man on the mark. You can punch a guy half in the head sometimes and not get a 50, but do that, another 50.
So march to half back and the kick wide. Weller's made space on the wing. He's in plenty of territory as he marks. Now takes 3 bounces, runs towards half forward. Some late pressure from Merritt. Weller's kicks a floater inside 50, though. He had all that time and hit the kick. And it's off hands and out of play. That was a mung sack.
Wasn't even that.
Well, what was it then, Jason? Can you help me?
You know how you kick a floater that goes half floating, then it floats again and goes, that's a floater. That was just
it just kept
saying floater.
It's a double-tiered floater. The right forward pocket throw in. Good contest, Walter, against Blackiston. Blackiston ends up with it in his hands. He loses it. Humphrey tackled once again, got the handball away. Ben Long, confronted by Parrish, drops the ball. Ethan Reid picks it up. Handball backwards to Rowell. Then to McAndrew. From 50, he has a flying shot. It's not a bad effort, but it's peeling left. One behind, 2-2-14, the Suns, trailing the Bombers 4 straight 24. So it's a 10-point margin. The Bombers are leading. 20 minutes gone first term.
I reckon, Jamie, that Essendon, just at this point of the quarter, are running out of energy.
Roberts with a very short inbound as the Bombers conservatively now move it to left half back through Zach Reid. He kicks it towards the half back flank for Langford. Chip short. Taken by Sardis, who decides to kick back to defensive 50 to Ridley. I think they're managing the energies, if not the clock. Well, there's still 7.5 minutes in the quarter, so I don't think they're managing the clock. Anyway, Merritt now hands it back to Roberts. Slips over on D50. Pressured by Walter. Loses the ball. Rowell picks up for the Suns. Rides a tackle. Hands to Lombard. One step steady from 45. Chips it to Long in the forward pocket. And Long takes the mark. And the Bombers are going to pay from the turnover. Ben Long with the grab. Bit of an angle right. But, yeah, just a little...
Bad stuff up, bad turnover there.
Yeah, little attritional getting it out of their defensive zone, and the turnover is always going to prove costly. So
he just slipped over.
Yeah.
Is it wet out there? Can't be sure. It's been dry for 2 months.
Long 10 metres out. Oh, hits the near post. Hits the near post. Smashed it. Halfway up. That's a point. Essendon's lead is 9 at 4 straight 24 to 2-3-15. 21.5. First term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, had to fall over to miss it and then did. He came out. Farrow for the Bombers. Just short of centre wing. Really good contest. They bring it to ground. Well done there by Ben Mackay against McAndrew. But Rowell's there to intervene. Gets it on the left foot. Peels it off towards the boundary line. Nicely taken in there by Jake Rogers. He's 70 metres from goal. He's standing on the boundary line at left half forward. Wheels around onto his right foot. Pops it up to the top of the square. Through the hands of Walters at the back. Archie Roberts confronted. His kick was disrupted. Picked up by Zeke Hewlin, who was slung down as he got rid of the ball. Rogers puts himself in against the boundary. Then turns it over. Bombers have it. Chipped forward. Oh, monstered there. Oscar Adams came forward into that contest and punched it into the fifth row. It's going to be a throw-in at left half forward for the Suns.
Good luck. He nearly killed his teammate there with that little chip. But they were out there. They were out. That pressure is working, Jamie.
Essendon 4 straight. Gold Coast 2 goals 3. Boundary throw in left half forward for Gold Coast. Wits to the front of the pack, beats right. It's roved there by Caldwell. Hands it back to right, and the ex-Sun, now Big Don. Kicks Essendon to the wing. Collins gets in the way of May. Spoils down, wins the crumb at ground level too, the big fella. It's out of play off a Suns touch. Yeah, last disposal, Collins handball. Noble couldn't pick it up, so free kick out on the wing there to Essendon. And Daywicks is going to kick it backwards to young Jacob Farrow. Farrow all the way back to fullback. So Reid takes it, transfers the kick to Mackay. And Ben Mackay just thought of left half back, kicks to the edge of the centre square. Caldwell marks, thought of playing on, is called to play on, slips the tackle of Powell, kicks to centre half forward, over the head of the leading target in Daywicks. Out the back, May goes without it. Collins picks up for the Suns, but he's kicked it straight back to a bomber. Ridley takes the mark, 52 from goal, and he's pointed to the big sticks.
Turnover city.
It's funny, I'm no car expert here, but I feel like Gold Coast are... In the morning, when you go outside and it's cold, you got to turn the car on a little bit to let it warm up. That's how this quarter's going for Gold Coast. They're seeing how it's playing out.
Need to give it a bit more choke.
Need some more oil.
Jamie.
More gas.
Ridley from 60 metres. Good purchase on the kick. Gets the distance easily, but hits the top of the point post on the full. So that's out of bounds on the full. No score. Bombers lead by 9 points. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, Jason mentioned about that floater into the forward 50 for Gold Coast. I think the wind is favouring Essendon in this first quarter. It is swirling a bit, but I think that's why you're seeing them have some long shots.
Keep it together there, mate. You're playing the way that Jamie's describing. You're sounding the way that Jamie's describing the Suns. You just need to warm up a bit.
Mac Andrew enters the game, took a mark on centre wing, gave it to Petrarca on the drive-by, then to Ben Long. Kicks it inside 50 and misses his target in Will Graham, who gathers on the boundary. Handball back to Walter, who did beautifully, made it look good, and then again the floating sack that goes out of bounds on the full. He was beside the right goalpost. It went out of bounds in the left forward pocket.
And Essendon run the corridor on the re-entry. Roberts at centre half back, now kicks to the wing. Edwards flies in a 2-on-2. Great mark, plays on quickly with a hand pass to Sartis. Short tip, gathered on the bounce by Durham, hands it back to Edwards, 65 from goal. Kick to full forward and Caddy gets a ride on the back of Collins' head, but couldn't take the mark. And Rioli sees the ball through for a rush behind. Geez, a couple of highlights there. Bombers lead by 10 at 4-1 to 2-3. Quick entry, and Rioli links up again in the right back pocket.
He gave it back inboard to Touk Miller. Off a step, he kicks it towards centre wing. It goes through the hands of Will Graham. Ben Mackay escorts the ball over the boundary line. There'll be a throw-in on commentary wing in the shade here at Carrara.
Harry on the text says, hi team. The Bombers starting to get a bit of confidence. Playing the game, it is possible. Is it possible they can put 4 quarters? That will be the turning point. Well, thanks, Harry.
These umpires do some more weights here. Let's see if this goes anywhere near where it should. That's better.
It's not a bad throw in. Peter Wright gets it down through hands. Darcy Parish gathers. Then hooks it towards half forward. Thomas spoiled there by Oscar Adams. There's 4 first names in that duel. It comes down. John... it's Noble, just chips it toward Jared Witts. He just sidestepped Peter Wright. That was amazing to watch in slow motion, but it was last possession. So beside the interchange gates, the crowd don't like it. They thought it was off the hands of Witts. Peter Wright, the former Sun, will take a free kick.
That's a bad decision.
Well, the insufficient intent from a guy who probably didn't have the insufficient skill or the insufficient dexterity to keep it in.
Give him a break.
Insufficient dexterity. Shall we say that, Jamie, for the big ruckman?
I think that's nice.
Yeah,
a nice way of
that was wrong by saying insufficient skill. It was insufficient dexterity for a bloke who's 6'4" to pick the ball up off his toes.
But that's also not a lasso free kick.
Yeah, anyway.
It's 207 centimetres. That's not 6'4". That is nearly 6'9".
Well, big.
That's a good point. It's a long way down.
Boundary throwing left half forward for Essendon, and there he is, big wits all over the top of Durham to lock it up, so another stoppage here. Essendon leading by 10 points. They've had the better of this term, not just on the scoreboard. In general play, it's been obvious. As Parrish, should I say, that was Rao trying to get a hand pass out. It ricochets out the back. Witts picks up for the Suns. Hands it to Noble. Bit of time back of the pack. Noble kicks it to the wing. Walter in front of Mackay. Neither can get a clean grab on it, but Walter butters up. At ground level wins the crumb. Kicks to half forward. Hoping for Long. Long waits out the back. Blackerton Spoil doesn't get it clear of the danger. Long roves the crumbs and slots the pass to King. And King takes the mark in the left forward pocket. 35 out.
That was a great transition. They were just underneath us on the back flank, the way that wasn't pretty footy. Can I just ask though, Zane, who's doing the with the interchange, how long was Petrarca off? Because he looked like he had a huge spell there, because he's only just come back on, it looks like it. I think he's been managed.
No, he back from the hamstring early in the game. Ben King, been in good form so far this season. 21 goals, 3. Give him a rap for his accuracy. What does he do? Puts it straight through the middle.
That never happens.
22 goals, 3. Wow. 71 goals last year. He's on track to beat that. Gold Coast needed that. Their third goal. Essendon still lead, though, by 4 points. Bombers 4-1-25. Suns 3-3-21. 28 and a half minutes in. You're at Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling the action. Zane Bojack on the boundary. And your experts are Jason Ackermanis and Jamie Stanton.
Aki, you mentioned that wasn't pretty. It wasn't, but it was 2 great one-on-one wins in terms of Walter here on the wing with Ben Mackay and then Ben Long in the top of the forward 50 on Blackerston. So just 2 good solid one-on-one wins can turn a stoppage into a forward entry or going the other way. So Gold Coast need to get their head down and start getting this calm motor running, because it is not looking pretty right now.
It's a bit slow, but it's the end of the quarter, only a minute and a bit to go.
Back into the middle. Witts gets it down to Petrarca. Petrarca's handball to Rowell. Rowell to Powell. He goes with a sizzler inside 50 looking for Jed Walter. Crashes the contest. Front and square, Bailey Humphrey. Handball forward to Ben Long. Ben Long goals. That was Gold Coast Suns footy. The way they love to play it. 4-3-27. They hit the lead late in the first quarter to the Bombers 4-1-25. 29 and a half gone first term.
I'd be staggered if Petrarca is not involved in every one of their goals. It's come back on, and he was involved in that last one. Was it 4?
4 score involvements.
Out of their 4 goals, yep. So he's a great player, Jamie, don't get me wrong, but he's that good at the moment. He is the most influential player in the midfield.
Matt Rowe's got 5 score involvements.
So Matty's just beating, but the game time.
Particulars, Jason.
Yeah, let's go efficiency then.
Well, he's been on the ground, exactly.
What I do love, though, is like Blackerston's ability to get across in that first marking contest. Essendon haven't had that in years, but the courage and the effort that takes is massive. So that's what Essendon need to dig into.
Bombers have played a good quarter, but the Suns now hit the lead. Close to quarter time. Restart in the middle. Ball sort of shunted towards half forward for the Suns. Farrow's leading the race for the ball, but he got out-muscled by Graham of Gold Coast. Picks it up, 50 out. Left foot kick to full forward, and Long gets on the end of a floater. Takes a chest mark, 30 metres out.
There you are.
Just a one-on-one out on that flank, Acker, and young Farrow thought he was doing the right thing. The ball was sort of getting to the safety of the boundary line, but Graham came through and got lucky with his kick to the corridor.
He certainly did. Well, another one, Jamie. One-on-one contest. Got the stiff arm going from in front of his opponent, and just a dangerous kick.
Well, this will be 3 in a row for the Suns, and 2 in a row for Ben Long. The number 22 has goal number 2 of the day for him. And the Suns now do get out by more than a goal for the first time in this game. Bombers had kicked 4 of the first 6 goals, but Gold Coast the next 3 goals. Suns 5-3-33. Bombers 4-1-25. And half a minute to quarter time. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
The best I can ascertain, it was about 7 minutes that track was off, but he's made an impact since he's come back on there, and Ben Long slotting him through the big sticks. That makes everyone here a little bit happier as well, I can tell you.
I'm going to send down some lozenges for you, big fella. Just get it going. I think you're getting better, but you're right. 7 minutes is a long time. No player wants to be that long, Jamie.
Oh, God, no. God, no. But Brad Scott would be utterly furious right now. It's okay to let 1 in, maybe 2, but the third one is just not good enough. They need to lock down, and it starts with the boys in the midfield.
So we're back into the middle of Carrara. bright sunshine, and the sun's shining late in this first term. Comes off hands, McGrath gathers, wheels around onto his right, has a bounce now. He runs towards the outer side of the centre square, lobs it inside 50. At ground level, May did well. He's tackled by Noble, let the ball loose. Comes to Oscar Adams, handball forward to Jeffrey. Jeffrey under pressure, puts it high. Looking for Ben Long. Well done, Blackiston. Just edged his opponent under the ball and took a nice juggler. Just forward of centre wing. He lobs it back inside 50s. Bombers looking to get a late score fly there at the back. Oh, it was Thomas Edwards who had the sit. Got his hands to it, but couldn't complete the mark. The siren goes for quarter time. And at quarter time, it is the Suns leading by 8 points. 5-3-33 to the Bombers. 4-1-25, your goal scorers, the Suns. Ben Long's got a couple. Petrarca's got one. Walter's got one. Ben King's got one. And for the Bombers, all individual goal scorers, El Hawley, Dersma, May and Kako.
Thank you, Michael. So the Bombers basically leading for all bar the last 4 or 5 minutes.
Red time goal.
Quarter, indeed, Jason. The Suns got going. And message here from... Where is it? Stuart in Buninyong, who says, I agree with the lady saying Gold Coast need to get their car going. The lady being Jamie Stanton. Stuart? Yes, Jamie. Yeah, but she needs to remember we have a fuel shortage. I tell you what, we're getting a lot of those kinds of jokes on the SMS
diesel
these days. And, well, no joke at all. If you're the one in the hip pocket putting out $3 a litre for diesel.
Oh, if you got an
I
electric
have
car.
to say... Well, I have to say, I've been stealing Mum's car. She's just bought an electric, so it's
wow.
So the fuel issue is not an issue over here, which is very much very nice and very passionate princess of me, I know.
Good on you, Jamie.
I thought I'd say that's smart.
Gold Coast 5-3-33, Essendon 4-1-25. And just a reminder to our listeners here on the Gold Coast, yes, there's a clash of your two teams today because in about an hour and 10 minutes the Warriors Gold Coast Titans league game starts. We'll keep you across the scores here. If you want to hear the game, go to ABC Listen, or you can twiddle the dial 612 on the AM dial. We'll have the league coverage if you're geographically in these parts and listening on the old wireless. But we'll keep you up to date here, and as soon as the Suns finish, we will take you to the Titans and, of course, across the AFL today. 2 other games to come, Hawthorn and Port Adelaide at Docklands and Adelaide against St Kilda at the Adelaide Oval in the evening. Quarter time at Carrara. Suns lead by 8 points. Hope you're enjoying the footy here on this Saturday on ABC Sport.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Every player on the field forward of centre. For Essendon, off hands, Rao got the handball away, Jeffrey's tackled, he let loose the ball in the goal square, El Hawley off the ground. Nice little bit of soccer work from El Hawley. Ben King, he was spoiled, front and square again, Petrarca, disposal number 4, got it by hand, make it disposal number 5, as he went past for the handball receive, has a flying shot from 55. Consummate ease for the champion Petrarca.
Fortuitously falls for Caddy, 60 out. Marks has a bounce, kicks deep to full forward. Other side of the pack, Dersma favoured by that ball. Coming into the left forward pocket, and he takes the chest mark despite the pressure of Reid. Runs infield, Dersma tries the right-footed snap punch. He kicks truly.
Rao to Powell. He goes with a sizzler inside 50 looking for Jed Walter. Crashes the contest. Front and square, Bailey Humphrey. Handball forward to Ben Long. Ben Long goals. That was Gold Coast Suns footy. The way they love to play it.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sun is shining on this Saturday at Carrara. It's great to have your company on Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. My name's Quentin Hull. Essendon was pretty good in the first term, but just tapered, and the Suns get to the first change with an 8-point lead. Gold Coast 5 goals 3-33 to Essendon's 4-1-25. You can get in touch on the SMS on 0437 774 774, or if you're a recently inducted AFL Hall of Fame member who has my personal number, you can send me a text like Mark Browning has.
Oh, Browning.
The great Mark Browning, one of the most beautiful left boots. Have that argument between Mark Bayes and Mark Browning as the best left boot ever at the SCG. Oof. Mind you, there's a few others that have been good. We're talking about the crowd only being about half full. And Mark's obviously listening. He says, mate, traffic's backed up to Yatla southbound. Plus the local footy would be affecting crowd numbers. Good listening, though. Gives us a thumbs up.
Brownie?
Great man. And one of the keenest eyes for talent in this football frontier. No wonder he got inducted to the Hall of Fame. He's been doing it for a generation, working out who could and could not play in this part of the world.
Did you remind him of his bias to left footers? Hit a lot of left footers.
Mark Bayes is another.
They always look better, Acca.
They look beautiful and balanced. I know. It's really
I mentioned
not the
Bayes
case.
before. I think I did.
I think you did.
Yeah.
Remember Scotty McIver?
Scotty McIver.
Jeremy Cameron went all right for a left foot with 10 goals last night. What about here, Jamie and Jason? How did the Suns get on top at the end of that term? 8 points to lead to the locals.
Christian Petrarca, and that's about it. I know analysis is very deep there, I know, but if he wasn't out there, they'd probably be 4 goals to maybe 1. He turned that last 5 minutes, and Aka mentioned that he spent a lot of time on the bench, and I think it's probably a bit of management, bit of, make sure the hamstring doesn't go too early, etc. But yeah, he just showed his class, and he hasn't been in that form for a while in terms of the previous years, but he started life in the Gold Coast Sun really nicely.
Yes, I think the pressure, everything's really even. Across the stats, any stat you want, they will be nearly identical, both teams. So it has been a cracking quarter. The defence and the tackling pressure for Essendon in this heat is very, very, very good. In fact, I would say it's the best that they've done for many years with that. Scotty would be pretty happy with that. That said, they did butcher the ball a little bit. So did the Gold Coast Suns. I think the way Essendon are playing, they are getting up the ground. They're really opening up that forward line. We've seen probably 3 or 4 kicks, 2 guys running backwards towards goals. Now, that's not an easy kick. It's not what we usually play footy, and that's what happens. But you need supreme skills and understanding that you've got the time and space to do that.
Numbers in the first term. Rao leading the way for Gold Coast, the Brownlow medalist. 11 disposals, 6 score involvements. And they had 8 scores. Jeffrey 10. Meanwhile, for the Bombers, Langford, Roberts and Parrish leading the way with 8.
Jared Witt starts the term for the Suns with a tap forward, then recovers the ball as it heads towards centre wing. Handball forward to Petrarca, then on to Powell from 55. Has a flyer and it pulls it left. McAndrew throws the arms out, but it's an early score for the Suns. 34 plays 25, 9 points the margin with less than 30 seconds gone in this second quarter.
He thought it was going through, so.
Roberts walks beyond the goal mouth, and now a long inbound. Caddy's nudged off it by Collins and punches it away to the advantage of Rao. Tackled from behind by McGrath. He's got his kick to the pocket, rolls out of play. But even there, just a one-on-one Nate Caddy versus Sam Collins with the exit.
They were going quick before that first quarter. Not sure that much has changed. Maybe just a wide, just playing the numbers there. Let's see if the spindly arms of this umpire can get it back in.
Well, that's a shallow one, Jace. Another shallow throw in. Caldwell roves the pack for the Bombers in the right back pocket. Exits with a rush kick, which is going to just be kept in by Caddy. Oh, he stopped the ball dead and then ran away from Collins. Kicks to the wing. Mark dropped by Roby. He roves his own crumbs. Hand passes to Merritt. Kicks infield to the bullseye, looking for Caldwell. Spoiled away by Petrarca and Humphrey, and the Suns combine there to get it away from the Bombers. Rao's got it, but tackled by Merritt. Holding the ball. Gee, that was hot. I think they called him for a throw. Quick play on. Merritt hand passes there to McGrath. McGrath to Roby. Kick inside 50. Can't goes the target, but Bodie Yulin gets in the way and takes a strong mark for the Suns.
The eldest of the Yulins puts the ball over to Adams and then over to John Noble by hand. Noble in the right back pocket for the Suns. Looking to go out a wing. It was a poor kick, Acker. It was cut off easily by Langford. He flares it to the left. Sartis gives it back into Ridley. Ridley from 50 kicks it over there to Gresham. Takes it 35 metres out. He's on a very tight angle to the left. Immediately standing inboard. Wants to curl it around with the right foot and does it nicely. That is a very, very nice goal from Jade Gresham. Fifth one there for the Bombers. They're back within 3 points. The Suns 5-4-34, Essendon 5-1-31.
That is so frustrating, Jamie. Coming out of the back line, turning it over there, Coach Killer. Had one short, one long, kicks it straight to the Essendon player. And they're playing quick and they're playing on. They had men out everywhere when that happens. I tell you, Damien Hardwick, he'll need black shoes because he'll be that upset with that. Those white shoes get thrown in the bin.
Oh, that was a good one, Acker. But the bad minute from Noble. So not only does he turn the ball over, but then he stands the mark and doesn't know who he's playing on. I haven't seen Jay Gresham go back for a set shot properly in 3 years. So you should have known he was going to take 2 steps, look at the floor, and then play on very quickly. I think he's done that over the past couple of seasons. So Noble needs to be better there, especially as an experienced player.
Wright wins the tap down in the middle. Sardis tries to rove. Can't pick it up. McGrath does for the Bombers. Hands it to Merritt, who's under pressure. He's got 2 against him out at half forward, but he does well to tap it back towards Langford. Hands it to the middle of the ground for Sardis. Hands it to Wright. Bombers have worked it from one side to the other. Hand pass ends up with McGrath. Edge of the centre square. Low kick inside 50. Kako drops at chest mark. It was a tough one. There was traffic around him, but the Suns rebound. Petrarca hands through Powell to Rowell. His hand pass to Noble. Gets high contact from Merritt. Free kick. He plays on quickly, Noble. Kicks it to the broadcast wing where there's numbers aplenty for the Suns. Bodie Hewlin marks, hands it to Weller, slips over, has time to get up, handed out the back to Petrarca, who hands it back to Bodie. He's run to 52, delivers for King. Well, there's an arm chop there. No, play on. King decides to try and rove in the pocket, can't pick it up. Blackiston somehow shunts it to the advantage of Farrow. Hand pass around the boundary line. The Bombers will get out of it here. Reid to El Hawley. Oh, El Hawley. Hand pass back to the congestion. Back to Ben King. He dropped it. Weller's got it. One arm pinged by McGrath. Weller got a kick to the top of the goal mouth, and that mess ends up with an Ethan Reid mark 20 metres out straight in front.
Oh, tough calling there, Q. It was going. There's 5, 6, 7 blokes there. None of them could make it work for Essendon, all the Suns except that last kick. Who was that? That was a beautiful kick.
Well, it was a hacking hoper from Lockie Weller.
To the right spot.
Yep.
Smart players, nowhere to be. This could go anywhere, mind you.
All right, he should kick the goal, Jason. Ethan Reid, 7 goals for the season. He's a Palm Beach boy. Warm Saturday, just like he's back playing for the Lions, but of course not the local Lion anymore. He is a Gold Coast son, another of the academy recruits. Ethan Reid kicks the goal, and it's Gold Coast back out by 9 points at 6-4-40 to 5-1-39. 5 minutes played second term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Pressure makes you do crazy things. Our Hooley there, they're moving from one side of the field to the other. He gets a little bit of pressure and then he turns back into traffic. Brad Scott would be filthy that he didn't just continue with the flow of play, which then allowed Gold Coast to continue to have put and more pressure on and ended up with a nice mark in the end off some scrappy bits of play.
They were 3-on-1 there with the kick to King, so they got the spare back, Essendon. So they should, you're right, they should be using it going out the other side. But no, they butchered that. But that said, they're getting it out of the centre. They've got the last 2, I think, Essendon. So they're doing something right, at least in the middle.
Umpire throws it up in the middle of Carrara. Witts taps it forward. Immediately, Bailey Humphrey has a big crack to the top of the square, and it goes over the players there in McAndrew and Blackiston. It's going to be a behind. He was 60 metres out, and that is usually money for jam for Bailey Humphrey. But another point added. It's now a 10-point margin, 41 plays 31 to the Suns.
Oh, terrible kick in. Ridley has turned over the kick in. He was trying to slice off a short pass to the pocket for Merritt, but Humphrey is intercepted. And Bailey Humphrey will get a chance to atone, having missed on the run from 55 barely a minute ago. Now setting up for the right-footed snap punt hard on the boundary in the left forward pocket. He's about 40 metres out. The breeze will help him swing it right to left. He's kept it near side, and it actually bounces before going through for a point. Didn't hit that well at all. Suns 6-6-42, Bombers 5-1-31.
Would be the best part of the ground to have a angled shot. The wind is pushing it towards goal, but anyway, why would you snap it? Kick and drop punt, man.
Archie Roberts just saunters out of the goal square, drops it next to the boundary line, finds his teammate Jai Farrow. Farrow now gets to where the arc meets the boundary at left half back for the Bombers. It's a long kick to the outer wing. Collins with the big fist gets it down. Took Miller, handball out there to Rowell, and now it comes through hands. Jeffrey, Daniel Rioli, Gets to a couple of Bombers too easily. Handball back outside to Rowell. He does a little bit of a circle around Langford, then drops it onto the shoe to right half forward to Ethan Reid. He's 55 from goal, the big man. And as he's got the ball in hand, now he just drops it forward to the run of Bodie Hewlin. It wasn't the required distance. Hewlin gets it back to Reid. Off one step. It's a bomb! Oh, it hits the goal post. Just about halfway up. Everybody expected it to drop in the goal square, so it's another behind. 4 consecutive behinds now for the Gold Coast Suns.
Contagious. And the Suns certainly just... see what the inside 50 count is for this quarter, because they've scored 5 times to 1. Again, Essendon's exit gets to only a contest at right half back. Merritt's hand pass pinched. Lombard won the ball, hands it to Miller. Miller finds space on the right from 40, but drags it to the left. And that's another behind for the Suns. 6-8-44 to 5-1-31. Inside 50s. Overall, it's 19-17. Just trying to get that isolation in this quarter. Yeah, 6-3 for the Suns.
Contagious. More points.
So Roberts brings it back out for the Bombers. Gets it beyond half-back. Off hands of Adams. It was with Peter Wright. His handball turned over. Rowell, inside 50, finds Humphrey. 35 metres out, slight angle to the left. He's kicked a couple of behinds in this quarter. Bailey Humphrey should go back and put this one through.
He could drop punt, would be nice.
I think he will. Third time lucky, Jamie?
Yeah, he's a good kick when he gets connection. He'll slot this nicely. But it's the panic handball from Essendon at the moment that's really getting done. They'll get a slight bit of contact from a Gold Coast player and go, got to get rid of it. And then it's just falling into a Gold Coast hand. Instead of riding that contact, going through and delivering nicely, it's the panic handball.
So Humphrey's got 3 score involvements, comes in and pushes it to the right. So he's kicked 3 behinds in this term. 6 goals, 9-45 to 5-1-31. 14 points the margin. The Suns wasteful.
Roberts with a kick into defensive 50, and Ben King gives away a free kick front on contact on Reid. So that's Zach Reid of Essendon, not big Ethan Reid.
Look out.
Kick to the wing out the back. Kako's got it. Has a bounce, runs to 50. Short pass is not 15. Caddy takes the mark. Well, not a mark. Had to play on. He took the catch and then handball turns over. Ethan Reid for the Suns at right half back. Hands it through Petrarca. Given on to Rioli. Chips it to the wing. Looking for Miller. Intercepting touch from Day Wicks. Bombers have got it. He tapped it to the favour there of Roberts. Roberts kicks to Merritt. Marks forward of the wing. Merritt kicks Essendon to half forward. Target was Roby. Outmarked by Collins. The youngster beaten by the big bristler there. Kick towards the middle of the ground from Collins. Rogers has got a couple to beat, but wins the footy. Hands it to Hewland on the wing. That's young Zeke. Kicks to half forward, wide of Walter. It bounces away from him and out of play, and a boundary throw-in will be affected. About 45 metres from the goal, the Suns are attacking. Gold Coast 6-9-45, lead Essendon 5-1-31.
So 1 goal, 6 for the Suns so far in this second quarter. They lead it by 14 points. Throw in.
Horrible.
And there's another noodle-armed throw in from the boundary umpire. So short. It was Zeke Hewlin who was absolutely hammered in a great tackle there from Zach Merritt. Legal. Planted him, but the umpire says ball held onto. So it's going to be thrown up 55 from goal, left half forward for the Gold Coast. Witts gets it down. Parrish did well. Got the handball off to Sartis off a step. He drops it there. Speaking of dropping it, Roby did his best, but did so. Now the ball turned over there. Archie Roberts attacked it with vigour. The umpire, after he was tackled, said it was held to him. So it's going to be balled up at the point of the centre square at left half forward for the Suns.
It up at least.
Bombers certainly were really composed first 15 or 20 minutes, and now they seem to be hassled off the ball as McGrath, though, wins that stoppage. Hand passes to Roby. Breaks the tackle of Rioli. Just got a hand pass to it. Not very effective. Picked up by Graham. Immediately tackled by Caddy. And we'll see a ball up, Jamie Stanton.
But that motion by Roby there where he takes the tackler on, holds onto it, is significantly better than the panic turnover that they've been doing for the first 10 minutes this quarter.
Parrish rows the pack for the Bombers. Gets the clearance, hands it to Merritt. From half back, high kick to half forward, but Adams reads the flight and takes the mark for the Suns. Hand passes immediately to Bodie Hewland. Kicks it across D50. Rogers marks, plays on with a hand pass to the right half-back flank for Rioli. Goes the 1-2, says, give it to me. Back, he hand passed to Miller. Miller gives back to Rioli. Kicked to half forward, not great. Reed pressured. Lost the ball, got help from Rogers though. Suns have still got it. Hands it out the back to Miller. Miller to Rowell. Rowell is tackled. And we'll see a ball up. And good work from Raby there to at least stop the Brownlow medalist from getting that possession away.
Umpire throws it up. Witts gets it down, and it's going to be a whistle on play. There was a hold. It'll go to Essendon. Darcy Parish. It was Christian Petrarca who infringed, and lets the umpire know that he didn't agree with the decision. But Darcy Parish, where the arc is, pardon me, at centre half back, he flares it to the right now to Reed, the lanky Reed for Essendon. Still inside defensive 50. He goes back to that centre half back position to find Caldwell. So they're just holding on to the ball, showing some patience. He drops it just short of centre wing on the outer side. Gresham snuck away. He's got nobody standing the mark, but flares it back to Caldwell. He's standing at the edge of the centre square, and once again he goes to the right to Archie Roberts, confronted. He dribbles it back towards Gresham on the logo outer side.
So a bit of keepings off here. That pass pitches at the feet of Day Wicks. Picks it up though in time. Delivers to Kako leading at half forward. Spoiled off the ball by Bodie Hewland, and the Suns come up with it. Rowell out the back. Hands it back to Bodie. Right boot. High clearing kick. Back to where there's only Ridley on the wing for the Bombers. Promotes the ball 20 metres forward. Kick marked by Parrish. 70 from goal. Here's the entry. Oh, he's put it on Collins' head. And Collins takes the mark. Dursmo was out the back, but he had a man on him as well. Not a great entry. And an easy mark for Sam Collins for Gold Coast. The Suns leading by 14 points at 6-9-45 to 5-1-31. Collins chips it short to Witts.
They're both building up the ball here. They're just trying to hold on to it as long as they can, but it's a long kick down the line.
And Powell had just come off the bench. He flew but can't take the mark for the Suns. Cleverly tapped though by Lombard through Walter onto Graham. Hands it off to Humphrey. 70 out, deep kick to King. And Ben King's out the back, takes the mark, 25 out, straight in front.
Defender all lost at sea, just lost it in the air, wasn't watching the ball, then decided the wrong time to be watching King.
Penetrating entry from Bailey Humphrey. And Ben King, little bit of breeze to negotiate here. You don't think you're giving away the hole though, are you, Jace, as far as putting's concerned? Maybe a little bit right to left. Straight in front though. And he's been in sharp shooting form. 22 goals, 3 for the year. Make it 23 goals, 3 for the year. And 2 for the day for Ben King. And the Suns have now got a bit of a break on the Bombers. 20 points is the lead to Gold Coast at 7 goals, 9 51 to 5-1-33. 15 minutes played Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Second term at Carrara.
Really regretting that burrito. The garlic's got me. Sorry, Jamie. He's the most accurate kicker. It's got to be. I'd love to see the stats, because if he's not the most accurate set shot kicker in the game as of now, past Norton, it's amazing. Just doesn't miss.
71-23 last year, which was extraordinary as well.
Well, that doesn't. Is that set shots though? They see there's someone to run. And
his action's just really tight.
Yeah.
When you watch him, he's just really tight. His routines are very fluid. It's not clunky. There's no stutter steps. It's as pretty close to what on the run looks like. It's very nice.
Well, Mac Andrew in the ruck against Peter Wright got up very high, but it was sharked by Darcy Parish. He kicked towards the left half forward, is cut off there by Jeffrey for the Gold Coast Suns. Handball forward to Zeke Hewland. He gets it onto his left boot, looking for Humphrey on the boundary, and he clunks it. Did it go over? No, he took it just inside. So he's between centre wing and right half forward on the boundary line on the outer side in the bright sunshine here at Carrara. He kicks it now into the pocket looking for the flying King. It was well done there by Ben Mackay, who stood in the hole, but off hands. Ezekiel now, handball forward, cut off again by Wright. He gets it onto his boot, just extracts it from defensive 50. Then Humphrey gets out of a tackle, launches one from the arc of 50. Walter, and it goes over his head out of bounds on the full. In the left forward pocket, it's going to be a free kick to the Bombers, taken by Reed.
10 inside 50s for Gold Coast to 5 for Essendon, but those 10 inside 50s have constituted in 8 scores, albeit 2 goals, 6. 5 inside 50s for Essendon for the 1 goal to Gresham. 20 points the lead for the Suns. The Bombers have just got to try and get back on terms here. They move it from defence to left half back. Dave Wicks presents out on the Nerang Riverside in the sunshine and takes the grab on the left half back flank. Left boot down the wing, looking for the presenting Day. Day takes the mark in front of Ballard. Archer Day. May. May's on the day. May on the day. And he's hit Peter Wright. Good kick from May onto the chest of Wright. You get May and Wright at this venue, and you think of 6 or 7 years ago when they were playing in the same team. But no, that's Archer May hitting on Peter Wright's chest.
Can I say Essendon, Q?
Essendon
were really good there. They actually opened the space up, and it was like a vacuum there, and both leads came into that space, and that's teamwork.
So Wright just left of centre, 45 metres out, knows this grass well. The ex-Sun for the Bombers. That's a much-needed goal for Essendon. Fine right foot kick from 45 metres out. And the margin trimmed to 14 points. Gold Coast 7 goals, 9-51 to Essendon's 6-1-37. Jason Ackermanis and Jamie Stanton, your expert, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
This quarter is significantly different to quarter one. We're seeing from Essendon and Gold Coast more of the kick mark component, which is what Essendon have done for years and what Gold Coast necessarily hasn't been great at. It's the pressure's come a lot down. We're now seeing this go back and around style of football. So it's interesting to see how both teams have made an adjustment. I don't know if that's heat or if that's game plan. It's not normally Gold Coast game plan, so maybe they're trying to work on plan B. I don't know, or if that's just what Essendon's making them do, but it's different quarters so far.
So back into the middle of Carrara. Big jump there from both Blackiston and McAndrew. They both missed the ball. It was with Roby from the back of the circles. Kicks it inside 50. The ball dropped there under pressure by Dan Rioli. Towed forward. Now it's with Thomas Edwards. He gets the handball back. He's going to get it back now on the goal line. It was a good handball from Durham. Well done to Thomas Edwards. He gave it away. Durham got it back to him. He got towards the goalpost and just dribbled it through with the left foot. Well done. So Bombers back within 8 points. They're having a crack here. The Suns 7-9-51, Essendon 7-1-43, and we played 19 and a half of the second quarter.
They're not going away. And can I say that this ugly footy, it doesn't have to be pretty. You just, this bit of chaos, handball, just execution and just what can happen. And I suppose if you play like that in the heat of all conditions, you can get out. It's very hard to tackle. It's very hard to keep that pressure up, Jody.
Good to see him get a good run at it. A great story of his teacher over in Western Australia gets his chance, then does his knee. But
it's awesome. It's a great story. It's exactly what footy should be about.
25 years of age, and hopefully he gets a run at league footy now. Thomas Edwards. That's a much-needed goal for the Bombers. Centre stoppage clearance, though, for the Suns. Humphrey's hand pass misses the target of Andrew. Picked up by Roberts of the Dons. Kicks to half forward. It pitches in front of Caddy. Slid to just keep it in the general vicinity. And there's high contact there. It's going to be a free kick. Caddy then got over the shoulder of Rowell. Takes the free kick at centre half back. In fact, he hand passes to Noble. Noble kicks wide where Bodie Hewland has time for a fumble and a regather on right half back.
Look at
that. Is an absolute bomb high into the sunshine down the wing. Langford flies the pack for the Bombers to spoil it. Picked up though by Powell of the Suns in the wing. Hands it to Zeke Hewland. Comes infield with his left boot. Drives the ball deep to full forward. Big Mac leaps. Got a hand. Couldn't mark. Tries a toe poker. But Dersma rushes it through for 8 points. Suns by 9. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, I can tell you the track is back. He had a 6-minute stint on the bench, and guess what? Essendon kicked 2 goals. It's remarkable.
And getting it out of the middle too.
Can I say that it was like an NFL punt? Who did that?
That was high ball.
Ezekiel, and was it?
No, it was the one before that.
Oh, okay.
Bloody magic.
Just kicked before centre wing here on the commentary side. It was a wrestle, pardon the laugh, between Sam Collins and Josh Caddy. Just having a red-hot crack. The ball nowhere near it, but it went over the boundary line. Nate Caddy, sorry.
How many caddies do we have?
Oh, mate, I need a caddy here to carry my bags, that's for sure. Throw in. Just short of the logo. McAndrew buffeted out of it by Blackiston. He goes back and fights for it at ground level. Gathers, then tackled. Good defence again from the Bombers. They're throwing themselves in here. And the ball stuck underneath several. We'll have a ball up on the commentary wing where the grandstand shade just goes over towards the logo.
Suns by 9 points, tracking towards half-time here. Petrarca fends away from Parrish, wins the clearance, hands it to Graham, hands to the middle of the ground for Jeffrey for the Suns, picks it up off his toes, hands it to Hewlin. That's Bodie running off half-back. Bodie, bang from 60! Oh, he's hit it good, but hit it right. Got the journey, but missed it. Out of bounds on the full.
That was a kick and a half, but
Free
nowhere
kick
near the goals.
Taken by Langford in the back pocket. Chips it to Sardis. Sardis takes the grab. And the Bombers are looking a little bereft of what to do here. Short pass to Farrow. He decides to hand pass it back to Roberts in the left back pocket. Runs around Ben King. Gives the problem back to young Farrow, who from defensive 50 turns it over. Kick is marked by Long, 70 from goal. Long kicks to full forward. Petrarca's out the back, marks and goals from point blank range. Second goal for Christian Petrarca. Horrid exit from the Dons, and they pay the maximum price. Gold Coast by 15 points at 8-10, 58 to 7-1, 43.
Archie Roberts looked like, is it Roadrunner from Looney Tunes just then? Yeah, where he's like running around in circles, has no idea what he's doing, and then all of a sudden a boulder comes and hits him off some cliff somewhere. Like, it was just like, what was going on? I don't even know how you describe what we just witnessed.
Well, he's trying to, before we get into the boat, but he's trying to his teammate. That's the coach killer. And it was in, and the Suns have pounced. What's happening, big fella?
I was just going to tell Jamie, it's Wile E. Coyote chasing the Roadrunner. He gets hit by those big Acme, those big stones and boulders.
Exactly right.
That was Farrow and Roberts just then, because that was utterly atrocious.
Speaking of atrocious, Aka, you're the electronic dance music aficionado. What the hell was that? Christian Petrarca's
That's been
goal song
banned in 4 states.
Oh, unbelievable. Essendon get the clearance here. It gets towed off the deck inside 50 for the Bombers, but it's cut off by Noble. He flares it to the left now. Puts it in front of the big man, Nathan Reid. He gathers nicely, kicks it to the wing, through the hands of Jared Witts. The crowd groan. El Hawley for the Bombers. Handball forward. Well done to Sardis. Gave it to Archie Roberts. They're doing their damnedest here, the Bombers, to just get the ball forward. It's kicked inside 50. Durham, speculating handball in front of Roby, and then kicks it out of bounds on the full under a little bit of pressure. But promising movement. They're having a crack. It's not paying off. Noble gets the free kick in the left back pocket for the Suns.
Pricey, why don't they kick drop punts? I keep telling them, the snaps when you're running fast are nearly impossible. Anyway, that was out in the full by about 50 metres.
Collins receives in the left back pocket, and that's a floating sack to the wing. Edwards takes the mark. Sorry, we can only call what we're seeing. It is a little ragged here at Carrara at the moment in this second term. Hot conditions. Edwards for the Bombers. Kicks them back into attack, and they won't care as long as there's someone on the end of it. And Archer May takes the mark in that big pack of 4 or 5. He's 35 out, slightly right.
Oh, he was like the last man standing. He's just at the back and just... Don't you love those ones though, Jamie? You're just there. All the other blokes go up and you just hold your nerve, straighten your hands.
Oh, definitely. This little white girl ain't jumping very high, so I need to just hold on for what's coming out the back.
So Archer May's already got the 1 goal.
This could go anywhere, can I say?
I reckon he kicks it all right. Slight angle to the right. 40 metres out. And he's put it straight through the middle, Jason, for his second goal.
Great goal.
And the Bombers, well, they're just keeping in the scrap here. And, accuracy has helped 9 scoring shots, 8 goals 1, to 18 scoring shots, 8 goals 10. So the Suns are by margin and literally 9 points in front.
That's what you say when you're a golfer. The scorecard doesn't lie. And they are super accurate. They're doing what they can do when they get the opportunities. As ugly as it's been, and it has been ugly, can I say, some of Essendon's entries. Nothing pretty, but just the effort and work rate. Boy, oh boy, hot day like this.
Well, the effort and work rate, Essendon leading the tackle count 32 to 24. It's the Suns 27 to 25 with the inside 50s.
Well, I've got a text here saying 3 free kicks and a half of football seems low. Yeah, the Bombers are winning the free kick count away from home here, 10 to 3.
Yep. Back into the middle, Witts versus Wright. Witts got it down. Suns with a chance, but enter Zach Merritt. Through traffic, he shrugs a tackler. The left foot from 55 is sublime. Absolutely brilliant from Zach Merritt. The Bombers within 3 points. The Suns 8-10-58, Essendon 9-1-55 late in this second quarter. ABC Sport on a Saturday afternoon.
Well, in these parts, you could only say that he's the second best merit to ever play for Essendon. To the local postman Roger just up the road. Yeah.
201 centimetres of aggression he was, and very sharp elbows. But
and he looked, and back to Zach Merritt, kicked that amazing goal from the pocket late in the win against Melbourne. Looks like the equilibrium's starting to settle after the turbulent off-season.
Oh, what a shocker. I mean, we've all moved on. He's moved on. When you kick goals like that, your teammates, doesn't matter that you want them to leave and go to Hawthorn. Kick a goal, I love you.
They need him playing good footy. And it's less than a kick in it. 3 points to lead to the Suns. Centre stoppage clearance goes Essendon's way. Sartis roves the tap. Kicks it out towards the wing, hoping for a Bomber to win the race.
Umpire's down.
Oh, OK. I was looking at the footy, which is now under a pack out there.
He's hurt too, the umpire. Got hit.
Umpire number 19. One of the other umpires has paid a free kick to Durham, who kicks Essendon into attack. Big pack out the back off hands. It's rowed by Ballard of the Suns. Hands it to Powell, hands it to Miller, runs to centre half back, and he's got mates with him. He draws a man, hands it to Rowell. They run it to the centre of the Suns. Rowell hands it to the wing for Noble. Noble kicks to half forward, marked by Graham in space. And he's 60 out and holds it up. Now uses his right boot to kick to full forward. Peter Wright's in the hole. First hand for the Bombers. Rode by Langford. Essendon will get clear. Hand passes to Zach Reid in the right back pocket. Clearing, hoping ball. It's a Ballard mark. It put it on the head of Archer May, but Ballard nudged him under the flight and Ballard marks. How's the ump, Pricey?
Miller got him.
Yeah,
he's struggling.
Umpire Alex Wetton's got the very sore left shoulder as the ball's towed forward by Ballard to Rowell. Good tackling effort there from Caldwell. The ball spills across the arc. Now to centre half forward for the Suns. Farrow picks it up for the Bombers. Beautifully delivered towards Nate Caddy. Just short of centre wing. Nobody standing the mark. He's got nobody to kick to either, so he waits for Durham to go past. Durham faces the same problem, so flares it back towards the corridor to Darcy Parish. Everybody set up nicely for the Suns in front of him. Nobody standing the mark again, so he goes forward, does Parish. Has a basketball bounce and then another floater inside 50. Ballard read it best. He couldn't quite get the hands to it, though. Well done, Durham. Flings the handball forward. Dersma tackled by Oscar Adams too high. Crowd didn't like it, but it's going to be a free kick to Dersma, 30 metres out directly in front. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, umpire Alex Wetton's gone straight up the race. Looks like a dislocated shoulder to me. He was in a lot of pain.
Bad.
Now, when it was Took Miller crunched him, Acker, wasn't it?
He did, yeah. It was an accident.
Yeah.
He wouldn't do that, but he moved. Umpires move and of course Took's running and just copped him good.
This is a lead for the Bombers at half-time.
So Xavier Dersma, from 30 metres out, directly in front on the half-time siren. Disputed free kick. Comes in. Drills it for his second. Doesn't pull out the bow and arrow, but he does produce the lead for the Bombers on the stroke of half-time. 10-1-61 to Essendon, to the Suns, 8-10-58.
With the spirit. That's what you want to see if you're Brad Scott and you're an Essendon fan. Outstanding spirit. Good goal. I'm a bit lucky free kick. That said, I kicked the ball one day and it got one of those birds on the wing and he couldn't fly again. That's what the poor umpire looked like. He was in so much pain. I've never seen it where umpires come off and I'm concerned. Anyway, he's gone down there. Well, I don't think we're going to see him, but what a red time goal.
So the Suns led by 8 points at quarter time. They absolutely streeted the Bombers, didn't take full toll in that quarter. They have kicked more behinds than goals with all of the opportunities. They kicked 3 goals, 7 to the Bombers, 6 straight goals. And now the Bombers have got the lead by 3 points.
What a quarter.
So
what a half.
A couple of goals for Dersma, a couple of goals for May, and singles for Merritt, Kako, Gresham, Wright, El Hawley and Edwards. And for Gold Coast, there are 8 goals coming from 6 contributors. 5 contributors. 2 for Petrarca, 2 for Long, 2 for King, and 1 each for Walter and Reid. Essendon 10-1-61. to Gold Coast's 8:10.58, just before Jamie and Jason. That keenly anticipated under-20s 100-metre final at the Youth Nationals has been run. Gout's run 10:21 with a slight headwind. Headwind officially 0.5
metres a second.
No, sorry, they've got a tailwind in the end. A tailwind in the end it was. He ran into a headwind in the semis, but that's turned around. So now slight tailwind at 0.5 metres a second, 10:21 for Gout.
Oh, he went quicker in the heat. He'd be flat.
Yeah, he did. Anyway, just thought I'd bring that to you before your assessment of the footy. How did the Bombers kick 5 of the last 6 goals of that quarter, Jamie and Jace?
What do you reckon?
I would say clearances. So if coming into this game, looking at the midfields, you would go, Gold Coast will be +5 in clearances at the end of the day. Essendon are +7 or something, +10 at the moment. Thanks, Pricey. Oh. +10 at the moment, winning both centre clearances and around the ground. And if you take Christian Petrarca, who we identified throughout this whole game as the important part, he's got 4 of Gold Coast's 11. So Gold Coast midfield need to do something, and Essendon's midfield is just showing them, if you're not going to step up, then we will take it from you.
And they've been patient with the ball as well, Essendon, but I cannot say that they are, I suppose, winning the contest in the sense Suns will be frustrated. They'll go in and frustrated. They're generating lots of shots. The guys are missing a bunch of shots that they should kick. Who kicked 3 or 4 points that quarter? Who was that? That was
Humphrey.
Bailey Humphrey kicked 3 points.
Things like that. That really hurts it. That said, look at the flip side. Do you ever see sides that accurate? They have just been super accurate. They're going to have to generate more shots, but then again, that's footy. You've got to outscore the opposition, and when you can do what they've done in this first half, take their chances, as ugly as it's been, there's something wrong with the footy. There's something wrong with the ground. People are slipping over. The umpires are getting hit behind play. You've got the spindly arms of the world's worst throw-ins. So there's a lot of things that should get a little bit better, Pricey, in the second half.
I agree with you, Aka. It's been attritional. There's been a comedy of errors, but there's been some desperate footy played, and I reckon the Bombers are throwing everything at the Suns and worrying them out of it.
Bombers fans, your team's having a crack here.
Absolutely.
Your team is having a crack and is expected to be outclassed today, but staying in the fight, kicks 4 of the last 5 goals in the second quarter, and Essendon goes to a 3-point lead at half-time. So in the end, the Bombers kicked, as Pricey was saying, 6 straight to 3 goals 7.
That's incredible.
6 straight to 3 goals 7. The inside 50s, Gold Coast in that quarter had 15 to Essendon's 14, and across the game, the inside 50s are bang level at 28 apiece. So interesting. So 28 insides for both teams. Gold Coast's had 18 scoring shots and Essendon's only had 11. So obviously the quality of the inside 50s for the Bombers is much better at the moment. So that's halftime here. Bombers 10-1-61, Suns 8-10-58. You can get in touch on 0437 774 774 with the SMS. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. And just a reminder, if you're listening to us locally on the Gold Coast on 91.7, you know that the Titans game is not too far away against the Warriors. Because of the clash, we'll stick here and see this out on 91.7. If you do want to hear the start of that Titans-Warriors game, head across to the green button on ABC Listen anytime you want to catch something that you might not be hearing on the analogue radio. Green button for the NRL, red and blue button for the AFL throughout the season. That's the way to do it. Or if you want to do it the old-fashioned way here on the Gold Coast, you can twiddle the dial 612 AM on the AM analogue frequency. We'll have the league and you can easily pick that up there. But as soon as we finish here on the Gold Coast on 91.7, we will take you to that league game. The other 2 AFL games today, of course, Hawthorn on Port Adelaide is next at Docklands, and Adelaide versus St Kilda is the evening game at the Adelaide Oval. And just repeating that news from the under 2100 metres at Cusack back in Brisbane. Gout's run 10.21, easily winning the 100 with a 0.05 tailwind behind him. He did lairize a bit by putting his hand out in some type of gesture at the end of the race. I don't know what that was all about. No doubt, outside of everything, I know there was some critics saying that his 1967 in the 200 was, he copped a bit of flack overseas with that time. A lot of times were fast in that race. But anyway.
No, they said it was fake. And if you ever do athletics for the people in America that are listening, which are zero, those new tracks are fast. They are fast. They've got extra spring, and they are going to.
Track
can't
is really
believe they say he's fake. He did run fast. The track is fast. Now go cry on your beer, particularly Gatlin. You should know better. I don't see Gow getting done for drugs. But anyway,
there's Hall of Fame AFL. And very quick man, Jason.
Very good at
athletics expert as well. I better get to the news. It's the Bombers by 3 points at halftime.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. US President Donald Trump says he's recently received some pretty good news regarding Iran, but has declined to elaborate. He says it's something that only makes sense to happen and that things seem to be going very well in the Middle East with Iran. It comes as tracking data shows few ships are moving through the vital Strait of Hormuz, despite Iran saying it's open to commercial shipping and the US concurring by saying the blockade of Iranian ports and ships remains in force. Security expert at UWA Defence and Security Institute, Jennifer Parker, says Iran has promised freedom of navigation before, but few ships have actually transited the waterway.
In terms of the statement from the foreign minister of Iran, that is in fact the same statement that he made on the morning of the ceasefire about a week and a half ago. Now, in the last week and a half, we have seen some ships go through, averaging 3 or 4 a day, sometimes more, but not a significant number of ships. Normally you see 130 go through.
An expert from SA's peak motoring body says international fuel supply could take months to stabilise, even if the Strait of Hormuz is fully reopened. Transport through the vital oil passageway was disrupted after Israel and the United States attacked Iran, sending the price of fuel skyrocketing. RAA's Peter Natress says even if the strait stays open, it could take until 2027 for the fuel supply chain to recover.
Even if they do find a way forward and ships are able to move through, there's so much disruption to oil tankers on the seas and damage to infrastructure that we are likely to see this energy system take, at least until the end of this year to really recover.
US President Donald Trump has again criticised America's NATO allies for, in his words, failing to help with the war against Iran. He claims he's received a call from NATO asking to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. Mr. Trump says offers to help the US after it's already won the war don't count.
I told them I would have liked your help 2 months ago, but now I really don't want your help anymore. Because they were absolutely useless when we needed them. But actually, we never needed them. They needed us. They need us. They need us so badly.
The Trump administration says it's held a productive meeting with the head of Anthropic following months of tensions between the Defence Department and the artificial intelligence company. Here's the BBC's Lily Jamali.
The dispute started when Anthropic's chief executive, Dario Amodei, refused to allow the Pentagon to use his company's technology for mass domestic surveillance or autonomous military targeting. That prompted the Pentagon to declare Anthropic a national security risk in February. Anthropic has recently developed a powerful AI model called Mythos, which it won't release to the public because it's so powerful and particularly good at hacking. However, it will be available to a few dozen companies and now potentially the U.S. government.
The Northern Territory government says it will begin the process of relocating the flood-hit community of Daly River, now U, to higher ground as part of a $100 million flood recovery fund. Oliver Chaseling reports.
The government says it has fast-tracked $12.5 million for flood mitigation works as part of the fund announced after recent widespread flooding in the NT. The first phase includes immediate flood mitigation works in Alice Springs, drainage and levee works in North Katherine, and $2.5 million for a new weather warning app. $500,000 has been set aside to scope a relocation of Daly River Now U, with residents evacuated twice in the space of a month this year due to major flooding. A government spokesperson says it will announce further funding for a roads repair package next week.
Senior police have expressed their disgust following a machete attack in the Oakley shopping precinct in Melbourne southeast. An 18-year-old man dining outside the Eaton Mall was stabbed after he was approached by a large gang wearing masks and brandishing 2 machetes. He was taken to hospital with non-life-threatening injuries, while the 16-year-old was also assaulted but didn't require a treatment. Northwest Metro Assistant Commissioner Mick Hermans says it was an horrific attack.
I've seen that footage and it's quite confronting. That incident, on my understanding, the parties were known to each other. We're treating it as a targeted attack and the matter is currently under investigation with obvious avenues of inquiry as a result of that information.
And Yelena Rybakina is through to the semi-finals of the Tennis Grand Prix event in the German city of Stuttgart after a 3-set win over Leyla Fernandez. ABC News.
Look at me. Anne Edmonds, Kitty Flanagan, Magda Zabansky, and so many more.
Good morning, everyone.
No one cares.
In comedy gems like Fisk, Kath and Kim, and Bad Company.
This fun? No, thank you.
Comedy that leaves an impression. ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Langford, he flares it to the left. Sartis gives it back into Ridley. Ridley from 50, kicks it over there to Gresham. Takes it 35 metres out. He's on a very tight angle to the left. Immediately standing inboard, wants to curl it around with the right foot and does it nicely. That is a very, very nice goal from Jade Gresham.
Farrow, who from defensive 50 turns it over. Kick is marked by Long, 70 from goal. Long kicks to full forward. Petrarca's out the back, marks and goals from point blank range. Second goal for Christian Petrarca.
Witts versus Wright. Witts got it down. Suns with a chance, but enter Zach Merritt. Through traffic, he shrugs a tackler. The left foot from 55 is sublime. Absolutely brilliant from Zach Merritt. Well done, Durham. Flings the handball forward. Dersma tackled by Oscar Adams too high. Crowd didn't like it. So Xavier Dersma from 30 metres out, directly in front on the half-time siren. Comes in, drills it for his second. Doesn't pull out the bow and arrow, but he does produce the lead for the Bombers.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Fresh from a drought-breaking victory at Gather Round last weekend in Adelaide, the Bombers lead the Suns at half-time at Carrara. Welcome back to Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. My name is Quentin Hull. I'm hoping you're enjoying your time at the footy with us. You can get in touch on 0437 774 774 on the text. It's Essendon 10-1-61, leading Gold Coast 8-10-58. The Bombers kicking 5 of the last 6 goals of that quarter after the Suns got to a 20-point lead 15 minutes into that term, but it was a very errant Gold Coast in front of goal in that quarter. The Suns kicking just 3 goals, 7. The Bombers kick 6 straight, so making the most of their opportunities. Essendon leading by 3 points at half-time. On the SMS, a couple of messages here. G'day to Horn, who texts, "Hi guys, great call. I'm by the sunny banks of the mighty Murray River at Gunbower, having a froth with my great mate David in Stanford. The Dons are having a crack. I'm a little worried about my pies next week. Good calling. Thanks, Horn."
Back to the shrimp.
Anzac Day next Saturday.
Yes. Finally, it's on a weekend. You know, how it gets like Monday, Tuesday, the cycle of the years.
Shane from Currans Hill texts, "G'day." He says, "I'm digging the call. Can Ben King be wound up for a bag of 6 today, perhaps inspired by Jeremy Cameron's 10? Well, he's kicked 2 goals. Has he had 2 kicks? Let's check. Yeah, no. 2 kicks, 1 handball, 2 goals.
Hey, that's efficiency right there.
That's Ben King to a T, though.
Yep.
Don't do all the other stuff, Benny. It's too much.
04
He's paid to kick goals only.
37 774 774. A couple of our regulars. G'day to John from West Footscray. How are you? Thank you. And Fran, she's always worried about Collingwood. She's saying, hoping the Bombers wouldn't find their feet, at least until after Anzac Day. Good on you, Fran.
Oh.
It's always a keenly anticipated game. The good thing about the Saturday for April 25 is that it allows us to have 3 games of footy in different areas.
Great.
For footy next Saturday, by the way. If you weren't aware of that, well, they actually have 4 games in the end, but sort of through the day you've got Hawthorn Gold Coast in its own slot leading into Essendon Collingwood, and then you've got a game in South Australia and a game in Western Australia in the evening. Port hosting Geelong and Freo hosting Carlton. So that's all a week ahead of us. Just before we get some more thoughts from Jason Ackermanis and Jamie Stanton, Zane Bozak's chiming in from the boundary. Zano?
Yeah, well, Easter was 2 weeks ago, Q, but just like Jesus rising from the dead, Alex Wetton's back out there. I don't know whether he's had his shoulder strapped, but he looks like he's okay to go again. And he's heading out into the centre circle.
This is the umpire that got knocked over in the last quarter. By the way, the umpire of the week, Mr. Foot's up here officiating in this game. He's kept himself out of the headlines so far, Nick Foot, after, well, that continuing story with Port Adelaide continuing to go to war for their man, Zach Butters. It's been a weird week of tribunals versus my word against yours when you throw in the Lance Collard scenario as well. There's a lot of he said, you said going around at the moment, which is nasty for the game outside of what's happening on the field. Anyway, as far as the winning and the losing of the game, are Essendon playing well, or are the Suns just still flabby?
Well, no, it's a game of footy. They're trying their best. I don't think they're as sharp as they could be, the Suns. That said, that's only in front of goals. Essendon are playing well and are accurate. They still actually can play better, Essendon, I feel, for what it's worth. But yes, centre clearances, as Jamie said, they're in their favour of Essendon. They're doing something right, Bros.
Yeah, but the last couple of games that the Suns have lost, their much vaunted midfield has been beaten.
It's funny, I was thinking about it over the break as to why, and it has to do with Witsy, Jared Witts. If you look at the first couple of games to start the season, he was on fire, playing out of his skin, playing like he had been over the past couple of years, which Gold Coast midfield was then up and about. Past couple of weeks when they've lost, I think the question mark has been to Witsy in terms of how have you played? Has it been your greatest sort of moments? And I don't think he hasn't had the best stretch of form. So Gold Coast are used to having a dominant ruckman. At the moment, Witsy isn't providing a dominant ruckman performance, and they're turning to Mac Andrew and others. And Gold Coast are not known they don't know how to play the defensive mid-roll and shark or play that half ball, which is, as Aki, you know, is so different. When you have a dominant ruckman and you get to own the contest and the positioning, and then having to go to flip the mindset and the mentality and fight and scrap, it's not normal. It's not natural, and it actually takes a lot of work. So I actually think Witts and his underperformance over the past couple of weeks is impacting the way Gold Coast played their game.
Yeah, lucky we don't have Jeff White here.
Well,
he would be. Well, he's not a jumper, is he?
Well, he's winning the hitouts 23-10, or the Gold Coast are, but the inverse of that is the fact that they're losing the clearances.
Look, I'm sure Jeff White will text me in a second and say I'm wrong, but I would say, yeah, he might be winning the hitouts, but is he actually winning the hitouts to advantage and where they're planning? And that's the important part, is it's not just, we in the box can go, oh, yep, that went to roughly a Gold Coast player. But if they're planning for a forward hit and it goes on a 45-degree angle, Gold Coast aren't set up for that, and it makes it easier to defend.
Yeah, and you lose your momentum. A good ruckman gives you momentum, whether you like it or not, into positions where you can be moving onto the ball.
Jason Ackermanis and Jamie Stanton with you. Half-time, Bombers lead by 3 points. Third quarter is about to get underway. Here's Michael Price.
So it is Jared Witts versus Peter Wright. Witts went to take it out of the ruck. It came off his hands. Petrarca battles for it, can't pick it up. Well done by Sardis, who does. Gave the handball back to Darcy Parish. That's about his 8th clearance, methinks. It gets... Well, there's a big clash of bodies as the ball spills towards Oscar Adams now. Handball to Dan Rioli, inside defensive 50. Gave it back to Bodie Hewland. There's a nice little pass to his little brother Zeke, who takes it still inside defensive 50, right where the boundary meets the arc at right half back. Zeke Hewland, a long left footer that has become customary towards the wing. Off hands towards the boundary line. Okay. Whistle on play. There is a push, and it will be a free kick that is going to the big man, Jared Witt. So he started the second half nicely. He's going to take the free kick in front of the ABC Sport commentary box.
So now his 10th year at the Gold Coast. Sort of forget he had 6 years at Collingwood before coming here. Jared Witts with the kick to half forward, or pitches in front of Rogers. Couldn't take the mark and the Bombers come away. Parish for Essendon, kicks to the wing, and May takes the grab. Archer's chest presented in front of Adams. May plays on with the right boot. It's a high floating ball inside 50 off the hands of the pack. Kako has to play tacker on Hewland. That's older Bodie who's wrapped up. And we'll see a ball up 40 metres from the Bombers' goal. Oh, no ruckman for Essendon, so Witts takes it cleanly. Gifts wraps it before handing it to Rowell, and then he's kicked to the wing. A flying Big Mac takes the grab. Andrew with a spectacular chest mark on the wing. Hand passes immediately to Zeke Udeland. Kicks it to half forward. Lombard takes the mark. 70 from goal. Bounces to 50. Hand passes infield to Petrarca. Doesn't shoot on goal. Slices off a beautiful infield pass to Ben King. And this is in the book with his accuracy at the moment. It's straight in front. 30 out.
Back to the middle. But what even for Petrarca not to have that shot, the confidence, he's like, oh no, they'll give it to King. It was literally a right angle kick, and they've got so much that just go to him. They're going to him now. This will be his third kick, mind you, for the game. Might be another goal, but strange.
So Ben King,
I'd never pass it.
Straight in front. Little bit of breeze around, but he's kicking to the sheltered end. Oh, we've wrapped him up, and it's floated back. I don't think he hit that as cleanly as he would have hoped. Had a bit more left on it than he liked, but it's weaved back beautifully. I doubt a man in this form. 3 straight for the day for Ben King. Third, 24 goals, 3 for the year. And Gold Coast returned to the lead. Suns are 9-10-64 to the Bombers 10-1-61, early third term.
Would there ever have been a time where you passed to Daka? Ever?
Not within 60. Or handball. I was going to say, Jamie, Mac Andrews, the other guy. You'd want to see him in the game. He took a good mark there. He hasn't done much. The second half, they really need him.
No, you're 100% right. And his mark on the wing is so important, right? It allows them to continue to play fast and move the ball freely. So, he really does need to get involved in the game. And they've swung him forward for a reason. So hopefully he can start impacting.
So the interesting contest in the middle, Darcy Parish versus Matt Rowell. Witts gets it down to the pair of them. Rowell tackled there by Parish. Still got the handball away, but enough pressure applied to turn the ball over. McGrath by hand to Sartis. Inside 50. Gresham, body work. Got rid of his opponent. Gathered the ball. Hooked it around on the left foot. Pushed it wide. One behind. Some good work, but didn't come to fruition for the Bombers. 64 plays 62.
Finally.
2 points the margin. 3 minutes 40 gone, third term.
I'm assuming, Jason, that's about a point.
Yeah,
it's just the second point.
Rioli would be upset. He's only had.
Well, that's his second kicking of the day. It's a short ball here, marked by Powell in the right back pocket. On a glorious sunny Saturday afternoon at Surfers Paradise. Long kick from Powell towards a pack on the wing. Off hands, Rowell's going to rove for the Suns. Near the boundary line, chips it, hoping for Humphrey. Oh, he did too well there. Got rid of Roberts. Roberts should have done better. Sat on his head, but Humphrey, just too good, takes the mark. And now Archie Roberts stands the mark. Humphrey chips infield, marked by Rowell, hands it to Weller, runs to 50, measured kick to the goal mouth, reads out the back, takes the mark, plays on, kicks the goal from the goal line. Beautifully floating kick. Langford was stuck underneath it, and Reid was well positioned. And the Suns kicked the first 2 goals of the third quarter. Ethan Reid with his second. Gold Coast 10-10-70. Essendon 10-2-62.
Handball received, Jamie, and they had a 2-on-1 deep. Essendon had the outnumber. That was smart, actually smart play in the end. And over the back, Reid. How big is he? He looks like too big for a winger. Must be like 200 centimetres.
Well,
good play.
These running players these days, Jason.
It's different from you back in your day when you had hair and beautiful flowing locks. And, us, we were like ruckman back then.
Can you straighten him up, Jamie? He's getting a little ragged.
Umpire throws it up in the middle. There's a whistle on play. It's a free kick to the Bombers. Parish with the clearance, kicks it inside 50. The advantage taken, and Merritt takes the mark 45 metres out directly in front. Immediately turns his back, says, I'll go back and handle this one, fellas.
So to win with him, he should cover the distance, but he's been playing that really important midfield forward role and been dangerous too in both spots.
A little right to left about it, I think.
Yeah, just a little bit as the flag.
The small flag on the big flagpole.
On the northern end is blowing slightly to the left. Zach Merritt from the arc of 50. The left footer is pushed left. He didn't start it right enough. Another behind, 2 behinds in this quarter for the Bombers. 10-10-70 plays 10-3-63, 7 points of margin.
Bodie short into Collins, just 4 to full back. Good kick to Zeke though. Zeke Hewlin marks it right half back. Hand pass not much good for Miller at his feet. Miller did well to half volley pick it up, but he's pressured handball, half stolen by Kako, gave it to Sardis, who's turned it over. Miller wins it again. Rush kick to the wing, off hands, free kick to Essendon here. Roberts was held by Humphrey without the ball, so Archie Roberts will get the free kick on the wing for the Dons, and kicks it all the way back to Zach Reid at centre half back. Uncontested. Reid kicks it back from whence it came, a little bit further from whence it came. Marked by Sardis. Plays on with a hand pass to Parrish. Left half forward flank. Parrish's kick is right along the boundary line, and Merritt just got a fingernail to it before it goes out of play. It would have been out in the full if not for the touch of Merritt. As it is, it's a boundary throw in on attacking 50 for Essendon. Gold Coast 10-10. Essendon 10-3. 7 minutes played in the third.
Throw in across the arc. Shallow. Wits
again.
And right, can't get it. Will Graham at ground level gathered. The handball to his right to Matt Rowell, who's brought his own Sharon today, but that one floated into the arms of Archie Roberts. He goes backwards now to Mackay and does measure a really good kick to Jai Caldwell. Oh. He's to the right of the centre's circles, and that was another mongrel that just bounced.
Hit the man, yeah.
Bounced freely in front of the pack. Now Ben Long has it on the low go. Measures a pass to Bailey Humphrey. 75 from goal. Wheels around onto the right foot. It's a low burning kick towards McAndrew. It bounced at right angles. Nearly went through for a goal just to the left of the goalpost.
Ben King was so upset. He was out.
One behind. 71 plays 63.
Langford receives in the back pocket. Hand passes to Farrow. Left half back D50. The teenager in his 4th game. Good kick down the wing. Made almost a mark, bumped off it by Weller. Bombers there with numbers though. Merritt's hand pass over his head to the advantage of Kako. Dribbles it in front of him, picks it up. 60 out. Kako keeps deep for the Bombers. A rushed entry. Hewlin favoured by the kick. Has a fumble, pressured by Edwards. But Hewlin concedes the behind. So it's always the way now, the run of points coming for the Bombers. That's 3 in a row in this term. Gold Coast 10-11 at Essendon's 10-4.
They bring it in quickly. Oscar Adams, the handball back inboard to Will Powell. Long kick beyond centre wing. Ben Long went up a little bit early. It's one of those unrealistic attempts, and Blackiston lets him know about it. Free kick to the Bombers. He's just short of centre wing on the outer side is Blackiston. Pitches it towards Sartis. He's waiting for the handball receive, and the runner comes past in Dave Wicks. Puts it onto the left foot. Into the pocket, looking for Nate Caddy, but good mark, Sam Collins. Good, strong defensive mark in the left back pocket for the Suns.
That is some mark.
Having another good day, Sam Collins. Top 5 in the best and fairest again last year. High kick towards the wing. Oh, no one presents except Ben King. Takes an uncontested mark with about 6 blokes grappling around him. He's just forward of half back. The sharp shooting forward. Chips off a pass to Rao.
They'll have to do this, Q, because they've got a spare back, Essendon.
Rao chips infield to Powell. For some reason, those two have linked up a number of times today.
Yes, I think they've got some kind of...
It's almost like Dr. Zeus is constructing the possession progression here for the Suns with Rao to Powell. Here's the kick towards half forward for the Suns. On the deck, it sets Adams a task, shunts it to Petrarca, hands it to Rioli, flips it back to Adams, but El Hawley steals it for the Bombers. He's tackled by Petrarca, slung as he gets a kick away. Ballard underneath it on the wing, got his chest to it, couldn't complete the mark, is now sat on by 2 Bombers. And the umpire calls for a ball up. Gold Coast 10-11-71. Essendon 10-4-64. 10 minutes, third term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Umpire hoists it up. On the commentary side, Bailey Humphrey through traffic, handball in front of Zeke Hewlin. Dersma gathers it for the Bombers. His handball towards the boundary line, gathered by Lombard. There will be a throw in next to the interchange gates. The same Bojack's down there.
Yeah, Hawley came out of that contest, that sling tackle by Petrarca, not so well, and he's actually gone straight off the field and getting some treatment on his hip.
Hang in there, Zano. Throw in, just short again on this side. I'm with you, Acker. More time in the gym for the boundary umpires. Again. It's towed forward. Well done to Caddy. And then well done to Sam Collins, who gathered him, threw him down. The ball spills. It went towards Zeke and smashed there by May for the Bombers. It's kicked forward by Nate Caddy. It's going to bounce awkwardly. It goes over the boundary line. All the Suns players appealing for a deliberate. You cannot give that. Throw in the left forward pocket for Essendon.
Bang.
They're attacking and they trail by 7 points. They're hanging in there, the Bombers.
Yeah, it's a scrap, but they're keeping it tight, Essendon. Can their fans dream of back-to-back wins? Boundary throw in. Well, Reed's fumbling it back over the line. So what are we going to see here? Are the Suns playing well enough to sort of find fifth and sixth gear and run away late as they have done of previous years here at home? Or have the Bombers, buoyed by that win in Adelaide, have they got a bit more in them today? Boundary throw in. Merritt makes a tackle on Zeke Ewland.
I think it's the way, Q, they're trying to get into their forward line. Because Essendon are having the spare, you can't just bomb it in anymore. And that takes energy. And the handball receivers just aren't there with the runners yet for the Suns.
Bombers in attack. Merritt under the pack. Hand passes clear of the congestion over the boundary line with no intent to keep it in according to the umpire. That is hot.
That's harsh.
That is a shocking ruling.
Yeah, free kick goes to John Noble in the right back pocket for Gold Coast.
So eventually the Suns appeal and get their decision. Noble launches it towards the centre wing. There's a big wrestle happening. Walter held out of it, but nicely taken by Langford. Flares it to the front of the centre circles to Day Wicks. Onto the left foot, looking for Merritt. What a dart of a kick. That's a magnificent delivery. He played on handball to Kako and goal. That's his second for Isaac Kako and the Bombers within a point. 13 minutes gone to the third quarter. It's the Suns 10-11-71 to Essendon's 11-4-70.
Can't kick the 3-on-1 down the line, Jamie.
No, but the good part from Essendon is they take that mark, they look straight inboard, they go the open side, and the thing is, the Gold Coast in terms of defence should have the +1 because Essendon's got the +1 at the other end. So Zach Merritt standing inside 50 on his own shouldn't even happen.
Yes, and yes. There's nothing else you can say. That's work rate. It is hot out there. And if anyone's ever played in 26-degree weather, I don't care who you are. It takes it. It takes its toll. So bad turnovers are going to hurt. And if you go quick, you can do that. Very good, Essendon. They're hanging in there.
Jason Ackermanis and Jamie Stanton with you. A contest. It's ragged, but it's tough footy. And the Bombers get another centre clearance. Parrish kicks into attack. It bounces in front of Roby. He hits the pack hard now. Oh, great tackle from May to dispossess the hand pass of Jeffrey. Jeffrey handed it straight to McGrath. And McGrath kicks a goal from 20 metres out for Essendon to return to the lead.
Chaos. Footy at its best, Q.
And the Bombers have kicked back-to-back goals and go back to the lead at Carrara. Essendon 12 goals, 476 to Gold Coast's 10-11-71. 14 minutes played third term. I'll put it out there, Jason and Jamie. Is one team willing to get their hands dirty to do what's required today and the other just trying to be a little bit cute?
Where do you start, Jamie? Those couple of big tackles down here, which you didn't quite express as much as they were hard, and all of a sudden the team just turns, momentum turns. They're like, that's the energy that is contagious. They win the centre square clearance.
That's it, and clearance is king, right? And at the moment, the Essendon midfield is showing over 2.5 quarters that they're prepared to get their hands dirty. Gold Coast in their midfield need to set it up, and Tuke's gone in there, so maybe he's the spark they need.
7-2 the clearances in favour of Essendon in this third term, and it's going to be 8 as Parrish gets it out yet again to the run of Archie Roberts, who toes it forward to the arc. Kako with pace gathers on the half volley. Handball backwards to Durran, then backwards to Merritt. Tried to deliver it in to McGrath, who was on the lead. It bounces off his knees, picked up by Weller. Weller's handball shot forward. It rebounded back to him. He kicked it just short of centre wing. Gold Coast with Will Graham, tackled off the ball yet again. He gives it over to Lombard and again tackled into the ground. The Bombers are tackling themselves to a standstill here. Umpire will come in and throw it up in front of the ABC Sport commentary box.
Right near the boundary, right taps to Parrish, hands it back to Wright. He's tackled but got rid of a handball. El Hawley picks it up. Hand passes out the back to Gresham. So they go defensive side of the pack to create space, the Bombers. Gresham hands it to Roberts. He kicks it all the way back to D50. So they won the stoppage on the wing and now control it on the mark of Zach Reid on defensive 50. Back at the set-up point at half-back. Chips to Roberts, chips infield to Caldwell. Bodie Hewland overran the mark, so Caldwell plays on, slices a kick infield on the 45 to the bullseye. Gresham marks, kicks wide to the Sunshine. Farrow's there to take the grab, the young man. Doesn't go inside 50, kicks infield, Merritt picks up, hand pass to Ben Mackay, has a fumble. It goes again, Mackay picks it up, hands it out the back to Langford, who evades a defender, takes a bounce, kicks Essendon inside 50, right the target. Reid got a spoiling knuckle, taken away by Collins of the Suns. Hand passes to Jeffrey, who bounces through left half back for Gold Coast.
He pauses because there's not a lot to kick to. He does kick it to a contest. Well done by Reid for the Bombers, who basically imposed himself against two players and then went back, got the ball. Handball to Langford. To the centre square now. It comes to Caldwell. He flares it out to the left. There's no sun out here. It is Dersma who gathers for Essendon. Chips it forward to Gresham in front of the interchange gates, and he gestures to his teammates. Let's slow it down a little. He flares it to the right. Gives it to El Hawley, who gives the same gesture, and then delivers an absolute zinger into the middle to find Zach Merritt. Nobody standing near him. And Bailey Humphrey slow on the mark. That allows Merritt to go long to the pocket. Juggling effort, Day Wicks at the back, not paid. Handball, Nate Caddy. Caddy has a ping. One behind. They are going hard, the Bombers. 77 plays 71. 6 points the margin. They lead it now.
And it's plain to see that Gold Coast is missing Noah Anderson today, big time.
They're frustrating the Suns with their ball movement. The spare man is being too easy to get around the Suns.
Noble inbound up the corridor. 40-metre kick marked by Rioli.
Well, they've got one on in the middle here.
Down the corridor with a kick to the bullseye. Graham takes the mark. Two precise kicks down the middle. Graham in the middle of Carrara. Kicks the Suns into attack. Walter out the back. Great mark, Peter Wright. Read the deep target for the Suns, and he went back with the flight, Big Pete. And Mac Andrew has not stood in the right spot on the mark, or didn't stand, and it's a 50-metre penalty for Peter Wright. I'm assuming it's Mac. He was the closest.
Might have been a descent.
Anyway, they play on quickly. Wright gives the hand pass to Roberts running up half-back. Gets to halfway. High left-foot entry for Essendon. Couldn't get to the drop. It pitches in front of Big Archer and bounces out of play. We'll see a boundary throw in the left forward pocket. Essendon lead Gold Coast by 8 points. 18 and a half minutes third term. Bombers 12-5, 77 to the Suns 10-11, 71. It's Saturday footy on ABC Sport live from Carrara.
So Jamie Stanton and Jason Ackermanis mentioned white shoes before. They're playing like millionaires, the Gold Coast, but they're not there for the scrap. The Bombers doing it very well at ground level. Parrish again, handball backwards to Kako. He launches a high ball towards the arc. Off hands of Parrish. His opposite number, Petrarca, gets involved, and ball stuck underneath he and a couple of other players will be thrown up. 55 out from the Essendon goal. Leading by a goal. The Gold Coast crowd absolutely stunned as Will Powell is wrapped up in yet another tackle. The Bombers leading that stat 50-33 at this stage. Off hands now. It's well done by Roby inside 50. Oh, it's inside 50 all right. It's bounced through. His first goal in AFL footy is an absolute burner. Off a step from 55. Even he was surprised.
And happy. He's very happy.
Oh, he's done the lap of Carrara with his teammates, and why wouldn't you? The Bombers are out by 2 goals. 13-5, 83 to 10-11, 71. 20 gone, third term.
That celebration was a poor man, Tom Papley, but it's all right. He'll get there. He'll learn. He's his first one. But looking at that stoppage there, Akka, the Gold Coast weren't moving. there's no movement through the stoppage. There's no generation of space or speed. And they're playing right into Essendon's hands. Essendon wanted it scrappy and grubby and in and under and kicks forward because they've got the setup behind the ball the way they want it. So Gold Coast aren't trying to play their fast forward footy at the moment, and Essendon are taking advantage.
Well, they had 2 spare Gold Coast behind that stoppage, and then their spare man did nothing. No impact at all. It's killing the Suns at the moment.
The teenager pick 9, number 9, first goal in league footy, 3 in a row to the Bombers, but Petrarca out the front of the centre stoppage, hands it to Miller. Miller from 50 with an immediate response for Gold Coast. Launches off the right and kicks the goal. They do make it look so easy when they get that stoppage.
There he is again.
And Petrarca was at the root of it all, spawning the chance for Miller to kick the goal. Bombers by a goal at 13-5-83 to 11-11-77. And Tuke Miller with his first goal of the afternoon.
Again, Jamie off the rest. He gets his 7 minutes, comes back. I know that they're managing him, but manage and winning a game of football, they're about to throw that out the window. Unless Damien Hardwick is going to man up and go one-on-one with that defence, that spare Essendon defender, then he's just going to have to leave Petrarca out there because he is the difference at the moment.
Well, and without Noah Anderson.
Yes,
that's the extra polish that he brings to the table. Blackiston gets up high over Witts, but slaps it down to the path of Rowell. He can't pick it up. Darcy Parish has had a great day. He was held without it by Rowell. He was just about to explode with his 9th clearance of the day.
Been enormous.
Just beside the centre circles. He puts it inside 50 and drops it on a dime to Jai Caldwell. 45 out. Very tight angle to the right, but well within the wheelhouse.
That's another one, Jamie. Running back. It's in the back 45. They hit a target there. That's just not how you do it normally, but that's working, and they're finding their players.
It was a fantastic kick, but also, too, they had a really interesting structure. Their 2 talls were wide with 2 smalls out of the goal square, so it actually allowed them to look at a different entry inside 50.
So Jai Caldwell, the former Giant, releases it from the arc of 50. Strikes it nicely. Strikes it beautifully. Absolutely wonderful kick. Bombers back out by 2 goals. 14-5-89 to 11-11-77. We've played 23 minutes of the third term here at Carrara on ABC Sport.
And just go in the last, minute and a half.
So that's in about 9 minutes of elapsed time. We've had 6 goals.
It's all back off the clearance at the moment.
Stop stealing the lobbies.
And that's not game clock 9 minutes. That's just count up clock. 9 minutes.
The clearance counts now 30 to 15, Jamie.
Yeah, it's all coming off clearance. So whichever team at the moment is winning the clearance is giving their team the best look inside 50. And the inside 50 entries of the past couple of clearances have been really clean and really great spots. So it's allowing good shots at goal.
That's what happens in the heat queue.
And here's this centre stoppage, which is becoming ever more important. Blackiston got a huge leap there. Great jump over Witts. Tapped on now. Stolen by Petrarca. Generally, you know what happens next. Oh, he's pressured off it. Had to hand pass backwards to Witts. Hands it to Miller. Kick goes inside 50 anyway. And El Hawley there. He actually outmarked Zach Reed. They're both going for the ball, the Bombers. El Hawley with a good grab. Kicks it to left half back. Roberts takes the mark. And then falls over under the clattering attention of Oscar Adams, but there's no
Someone's got
extras.
To do something, Q, about Roberts. He is Roberts?
He's kicked it out in the full there, Archie Roberts.
Yeah, he is.
He's been took a touch of Blackiston right on the line. We were right on that line. It was pretty close, but the umps thought it was touch, so...
The whole quarter, Roberts without a man. Tim has got to do something about it.
He's had 10 touches for the quarter, Acker.
Yeah, he's set him up. No one's within the career of him.
Boundary throwing it right half forward for the Suns. Miller with a clearance out the back for Gold Coast. Hand passes to Rioli. Kicks it over the head of Long. It bounces inside 50. Gathered by Rogers. He breaks a tackle. Snaps on his right. Great goal, Joshy Rogers. Oh, he hit that hard. And burst through a would-be tackler. And the right foot finished from 40. Narrows Essendon's lead to just the 1 goal. Jakey Rogers with his 3rd goal of the season, and it's 14-5-89 to 12-11-83.
Just reacted quick there, Jamie. That was actually meant, I'm pretty sure, for long. And had too much heat on it. Over the back, reacted first, broke the tackle. Really good goal. Another good goal.
And that's why you can't count Gold Coast out, because they have the ability to score quickly, score in bursts, and score when they're not really winning a lot of the stats that you'd normally see them do it. They've got some really good players in front of the footy, and their midfield can get up and about. So as much as Essendon is owning majority of the play, you can't count Gold Coast out.
14 inside 50s to 8 in favour of the Bombers as Witts gets what we could describe as a rare clearance for the Gold Coast in this third term at least, as goes towards Lombard and he's held up. Still inside the centre square, just short of right half forward for the Suns. Bailey Humphrey got a handball out from that stoppage, only in the hands of Darcy Parish, but he was well tackled on that occasion.
Oh, Riola, good tackle.
It was a very good tackle. Parish has had 10 clearances for the game. He was about to get number 11 and just got caught up. So Lockie Weller it was, in fact, who will get the free kick. Just forward a centre wing as the shade of the stands goes further across here at Carrara, and that'll be welcome relief to some of the players on this 26-degree day. Inside 50, big pack through the hands of Witts. At the back, it's with Peter Wright. The handball across to Day Wicks. Usually uses the ball well, but this time kicks it to a 2-on-1. McAndrew at the back of the pack for the Suns. Measures a pass, hits the target, and it's a handy one at that with Christian Petrarca, 45 out, directly in front.
Oh, choice. 2-on-1. Longer kicks when you want to transfer play in the back line is always dangerous. But he did have a teammate out in the pocket. Just hit the easy one, but no. Turnover, Petrarca. This could be it. Should be a goal.
I burned him by saying he usually uses the ball well. Okay, that was my fault.
He does.
He does, Day Wicks.
He kicked it somewhere.
But it was to a 2-on-1, as you pointed out, and Christian Petrarca already has 2 goals. Will have to kick it from right on the arc, directly in front, strikes it very well. What would you expect? 3 goals to Christian Petrarca, and it is a tied ball game. 89 apiece, 13-11 to the Suns, 14-5 to the Bombers. Late in the third term here at Carrara.
Just a reminder to our listeners, locally on the Gold Coast, that NRL game between the Warriors and the Titans is underway. Warriors lead that 4-0. You can pick it up on ABC Listen or twiddle the dial locally, 612 on the AM band. If you're around here, you'll be able to pick that up. But with the clash of the 2 local teams here today, we'll stick with the Suns and then take you to the Titans once we finish up here. 11 minutes played, Warriors 4, Gold Coast 0. But the green button on ABC Listen is where you can hear it. Still very tasty here, though. Getting close to three-quarter time. And Christian Petrarca with his 3rd goal, showing his importance to the Suns today. Stoppage in the middle, and Durham picks up for the Bombers. Hacks a left footer towards attacking 50. Bounces over the head of Gresham. Goes inside 50. Collins knuckles it to immediate safety. Scooped up the net beautifully by Jeffrey of the Suns. Hand passes to Rioli. Bounces his way through half back. Suns out of danger. Kick to the wing. Kings ball by Mackay, but rode by Miller. Hand passes to the goal kicker Rogers. Great kick to attacking 50. Marked by Humphrey. This is in his capabilities, but he doesn't go for goal. Humphrey kicks it to the opposite pocket. Looking for Graham. Couldn't take the mark under later driving pressure from Langford and others. Hewlin does the roving. Hewlin snaps. And that's baby Zeke. The Freaks got one. And the Suns have kicked 3 in a row to go back to the lead. Zeke Hewlin with the snap from 20 metres out. Gold Coast 14-11-95. Essendon 14-5-89.
They're red time goals, Jamie. Like you said, though, how many different goal kickers have they had this quarter? That just shows you what Jamie is talking about. They have firepower.
That's the 6th goal kicker for 6 goals in this quarter for Gold Coast.
That's what you're saying, Jamie. They can kick it. They've got plenty of guys who can do the job.
As my car analogy is going, they've gone from 2nd gear up to 6, and they can do it quite quickly. So, but it's exactly why people classify Zeke as a freak, is because he just kicks that really truantly off his right foot, which is his non-dominant, if you're unaware.
So back into the middle. Peter Wright gets it down, but it's sharked by Rowell, towed off the deck towards half-back. Well done, McGrath, who just attacked the ball. His handball was cut off, though. Will Powell was the man who grabbed it for the Suns. He's tackled down by Merritt. Umpire comes in and throws it up immediately. Witt's got it down. Rowell through traffic, can't handle it. Witts did, just a speculating fling over the shoulders. Blackiston cuts it off for the Bombers. His handball was towards McGrath, cut off by Took Miller to Bailey Humphrey. Flares a handball to the right from the pocket. Ben Long. From the pocket he launches it towards the goal line. Bombers with the numbers. It was slapped forward, kicked out of midair by Jed Walter. Dare I use the Jackie Chan analogy, but he had a crack and it went through for a very talented goal. 15-11, 101 the Suns, 14-5, 89 to the Bombers. Jed Walter with his second puts the Suns 2 goals up late in the third term.
Red time goals. Mr. Fix-It. McGrath had to go down on Ben Long. He's been so dangerous, but what do? You can't even plan for things like this. Essendon had the numbers. All they had to do was just punch it through. The punch is not good enough. And the Jackie Chan, if you don't mind.
That's it. It's the hard part, right? It's coach killers, as you keep saying. And this is the thing when you've got a young team that's inexperienced, that doesn't know how to win. They're just not doing the small little basic things when they're put under pressure. And in the last 5 minutes, Gold Coast have put Essendon under a lot of pressure, and they're starting to show some cracks.
Zane, are you okay down there, big fella?
Hey, do you know what? Do you reckon Jed Walter's too young for the Karate Kid? That was Ralph Macchio, the crane in the Karate Kid, right there.
4 goals in quick succession for the Suns. They're out by 2 goals. Stoppage in the middle. Caldwell's there for Essendon to lock it up and force another ball up.
Things you don't expect.
Well, so basically 4 goals in 6 minutes elapsed for the Suns. 2 goals down and now 2 goals up. Back at the pack, clearance Bombers. Dersma, left boot towards the wing. Wrestle there between Andrew and Caddy, and the ump says free kick to Big Mac.
Mr. Foot.
So Mac Andrew grabbed onto by Nate Caddy, according to the umpire in the headlines. Nick Foot, who says now play on. And Andrew puts it to his foot and kicks it high towards half forward. Walter flew from the back, couldn't mark. Rove by Rowell out the front. Hand passes to Humphrey. 60 from goal. Kicks to the pocket. King's the target. Just too long for him. Took a spoiling hand of Mackay and out of play. Boundary throw in right forward pocket. Bombers have got 90 seconds to survive here and get to three-quarter time. Pricey still within Cooey. They've been good. They're only 2 goals down, but the Suns are on a roll. Back end of the third.
They've definitely battled hard, the Bombers, but that class of the Suns just rising as we speak. Off hands of Witts. Petrarca tried to burst through holding the ball. Good attack, but Dersma was the one who applied the effective tackle, dislodged the ball. So he has it inside defensive 50. He flares it out to the right, looking for Merritt. It just makes it to that player. He wants to play on quickly, gives the handball forward to Caldwell. He tries to chip it, getting in front, though, with Zeke Hewlin. Runs to the logo, takes the mark. Handball now off to Will Powell, gets it inside 50. Petrarca by himself, 40 metres out. There's a big angle to the left. Well, but any chance that they would recognise that Petrarca could be dangerous on his own?
It's really like just a bleed here. Sometimes you get to the wound and cut it off quickly enough, you might be able to save some. But the Bombers have not been able to cauterise this late in the third quarter, and the bleed's getting bad.
Yeah, just the kick. I know what they wanted to do. The leads were poor, the kick was poor, the turnover was good, played on, and men are going to be free. It's always going to open up late in the third quarter.
Christian Petrarca. His comeback game from an injury, launches at this off the side of the boot to the pocket. Double grabber from Ben Long. He's tried to claim it. Plays on. Has a snap. It bounces across the face of goal out of bounds in the left forward pocket. There will be a throw in with around about 12 seconds to play.
Well, I think the medevac's about to arrive, though, for the Bombers. They can stop and take a breath. There's about 12 seconds left in the quarter.
Need some oxygen here.
There's a throw in.
They don't want to let one loose here.
Well, it's been the last 4 goals in red time, Acker. It's been a good surge from the Suns. Seconds on the fly. Shallow throw in. Again, Caldwell rose for Essendon. Roberts received the hand pass, lost it. Zeke Hewlin comes through. He's tackled. Ball's on the deck, in the pocket. And I think the time's going to beat everyone. It does. That's three-quarter time. Three-quarter time at Carrara, and we have a contest. We definitely have a contest. But the Suns, with a 4-goal surge at the back end of that third term, turn a 2-goal deficit at the 23-minute mark into a 2-goal lead at three-quarter time. So it's Gold Coast 15 goals, 11, 101 to Essendon 14 goals, 5, 89. Goal kickers. We'll start with the Suns. 3 goals for Petrarca, 3 for King, 2 for Long, 2 for Reid, 2 for Walter, and singles to Miller, Zeke Euland and Jake Rogers, while for Essendon, they're 14 goals. 2 each for May, Cucko and Dersma, and singles for Merritt, Gresham, Wright, Caldwell, McGrath, Roby, El Hawley and Edwards. So three-quarter time at Carrara, it's Gold Coast by 2 goals at 15-11, 101 to the Bombers, 14-5, 89 at NRL score across the ditch. Warriors 4, Titans 0, 17 minutes in. It's a far from over, Jason. And on the Gold Coast, we'll get to it once we finish here. You can hear it on ABC Listen. Three-quarter time at Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
I tell you what, I'd kill for some clean air and a good coffee over here. And there's no generic latte over here.
Come home straight away, please. Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia All Over on ABC Radio.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Parrish kicks into attack. It bounces in front of Roby. He hits the pack hard now. Oh, great tackle from May to dispossess the hand pass of Jeffrey. Jeffrey handed it straight to McGrath. And McGrath kicks a goal from 20 metres out for Essendon to return to the lead.
Will Powell is wrapped up in yet another tackle. The Bombers leading that stat 50-33 at this stage. Off hands now. It's well done by Roby inside 50. Oh, it's inside 50, all right. It's bounced through. His first goal in AFL footy is an absolute burner.
Petrarca out the front of the centre stoppage. Hands it to Miller. Miller from 50 with an immediate response for Gold Coast. Launches off the right and kicks the goal.
Bailey Humphrey flares a handball to the right from the pocket. Ben Long. From the pocket he launches it towards the goal line. Bombers with the numbers. It was slapped forward. Kicked out of midair by Jed Walter. Dare I use the Jackie Chan analogy, but he had a crack. And it went through for a very talented goal.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Big half hour coming up here. Three-quarter time at Carrara. The Suns lead the Bombers by just the 2 goals. Our next stop on Saturday Footy is Docklands, where the Hawks will take on Port. And that's where we find Ben Cameron. Benny.
Who could forget the 2024 semi-final between these two teams, Port Adelaide and Hawthorn? You remember the Ken Hinkley aeroplane interaction with Jack Ginnivan. Since then, they've split this rivalry 1-1, and the teams have really dovetailed since. Hawthorn close to the competition's best, Port Adelaide near the bottom few in their first year under Josh Carr. It's been a big week for Port Adelaide with Zach Butters at the tribunal, as everyone knows. Will that prove a distraction for them today? And for the Hawks, they've got a second-generation debutant, Will McCabe, the son of Luke, who won the 1998 Peter Crimmins medal. So a second-generation Hawk debuts today. And another son of a gun comes back in Kel Shadir. Can't wait for this to get underway. The Hawks and Port following your game up there, Q.
Good on you, Ben. So just a reminder, wherever you are, green button for the NRL, red and blue button for the AFL on ABC Listen, and give ABC Rapid a try as well. Our new faster streaming service which gets you closer to the live action than ever before. Well, we've got half an hour left here in colloquial terms. 1 quarter left in this one. Suns kicked the last 4 goals of that term. Is it a flow that will follow into the final quarter? What say you, Jamie Stanton and Jason Ackermanis? I feel for you guys today. This has had no real rhythm about it at all. It's been a tight scrap. Where to from here?
It's a good scrap. I don't know. Well, I tend to think the only question I've got for Dimmer for the Suns is what do they do with the spare? Because it worked really well for Essendon, but then again it didn't. Right at the end, where they just couldn't hold the fort. It was like the damn wall just sort of had too many holes. That said, I know Brad's got a plan for that, but Dimmer, They're kicking it around. I think you've got to either play man on man or you've got to chance your arm, and Essendon will have to do that. There's no other way. They've been brave and awesome, and their tackling has been fantastic. But there's a little bit more to footy than that, and this is going to be one of those quarters because it is hot and it will continue to be open.
That's it. I think it's one of those things where when you fight and scrap as hard as Essendon have all game, the damn wall can break. And you spoke about it, whether it be a bleeding or whatever it is. I think that was the start of this last quarter potentially being a little bit of a bloodbath the other way in terms of Gold Coast feeling a bit good about themselves, going in, getting a rest, and then they put their foot down and go again. And Gold Coast list is just extremely more talented. So, it's David v Goliath a bit today, and David's put up a good shot, but, Goliath in the end will end up probably coming over and winning it a little bit comfortably, in my opinion.
And the SMS, Tim from Wodonga texts, the way the Bombers are playing these last couple of games, it feels like the Bombers of a few years ago when they seemed to be building decent attacking flair without the defensive discipline. Thank you, Tim. 0437 774 774 is that number. Individually on the stats, Rao leads all comers with 30. Petrarca has 20, Rioli 19. That's your top three for Gold Coast. For Essendon, Roberts, who was really getting off the chain, as Acker said, in that third term, he's up to 28, Sarcy Roberts. Parrish 25, Merritt and Sardis 21. The inside 50s just won the difference Essendon's way, 43 at 42. As the final term's underway, Suns lead by 2 goals.
Jared Witts gets it down into the advantage of Touk Miller. He skies a ball towards the arc. Good contest from Bailey Humphrey. Front and square was Rogers, smothered. Gathered by Lockie Weller from the pocket. He centres the ball. Oh, it bounces over the hands of the despairing Essendon defender straight through the middle. That is absolutely fortunate for Lockie Weller and the Suns, but they immediately bound to a 3-goal lead. 16-11-107 to 14-5-89. 30 seconds gone in the final term.
If you don't think our ball is cruel sometimes, it can bounce high up over, you can bounce where you've got it cold. And that was just lots of fortune. When you put that so much spin, it either comes straight at you and nearly hurts you because it'll hit some part of your body, or it bounces up and over. What a goal.
Zach Reed's not a short player, and he was the guy, Jamie, on the line there, had it sparingly bounce over his extended arms.
That is stiff.
And that's exactly what I mean, right? Essendon worked really hard on defence, got a good smother on Jake Rogers' kick towards goal. They're doing all the gritty bits, and then you go and see a little bit of talent with a bit of flair comes through. So I think Gold Coast run away with this.
5 goals in a row now to the locals. Witts over the top of right. Beautiful tap down service to Rao. Clearance Suns. Kick deep to full forward. Mackay punches it away from King. It's rowed by Roberts of the Bombers. Hands it to Merritt, who kicks wide to left half back. Dersma's in space to take the mark. Holds up. No one's on the mark, so he plays on. Hand passes through Langford to Parrish. Parrish is on the wing for Essendon. Kicks the Bombers to half forward. May takes the grab. 60 out left half forward. Plays on quickly. Kicks it towards Caddy. Leaps can't mark. Roving is Roby. Tackled, got rid of it to Gresham. He's tackled, got rid of it though in time with a hand pass to Edwards. And Edwards kicks a goal from the goal line for the Bombers. Just what they needed to stay in the fight. Thomas Edwards with his second goal, and that was just rumble footy from the Dons there.
It's like rugby league there.
They just kept running it to the goal line, Acker.
Kept running.
2 goals to lead to Gold Coast.
Kept running and breaking the tackles, standing up in the tackles and not coughing it up like they were, Jamie, in that second quarter. And actually, Timmy, handball to a teammate who's got momentum, who's going towards goal. 1, 2, 3. Oh, what a goal. And that's what you need. That's what you want. There's nothing else but pure grit in that goal outside of talent, which was in the lucky bounce of the last goal from the Gold Coast.
That's it, and that's exactly what Essendon's got to do now. They've put themselves in a situation where they're just going to have to fight and scrap even harder than what they have been for the first 3 quarters. But if they can win a couple of clearances, hold Gold Coast momentum, who knows?
Carrara crowd giving it to the umpires on the replay. They saw a throw that might have happened. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. It's going to be a free kick to the Bombers. The crowd won't like that either. It was Rao tackled there by McGrath. He's got the free kick just forward of the centre circles. He kicks it inside 50, looking for Caddy. Oh, he's got a leap. Good work there from May as well to hold his opponent out. But Nate Caddy takes the mark. 25 out, slight angle to the left.
I want to see the blonde hair back, but can I say Scotty's made the move. He's put McGrath back in the middle. He's off half-back flank. in that last part of the last quarter. He's very important and playing well.
He comes in, does Nate Caddy, from 30, straight through the middle, gets his first goal of the day, but more importantly brings the Bombers back within a goal. 16-11-107 the Suns, 16-5-101 the Bombers. We played barely 4 minutes of the final term. Jason Ackermanis, Jamie Stanton.
We've spoken about the clearances all day, and the first couple of goals have come off the back of clearance, goal, clearance, goal, clearance, goal. Whichever team can own majority of the clearances in this last quarter will end up winning this game of footy.
Very good point. They did get a good I suppose, turnover from the defence. Again, McGrath. Yeah. Witt's got a good one a couple of times, like a couple of these ago, Q, but this is the Sun battle.
Sardis, McGrath, Parrish, v. Petrarca, Rowell, Humphrey. They're the foot soldiers, and it's Whitson Wright to leap into the air with the ball up. Squared. Petrarca's hand pass, though, intercepted by Sardis. Clearance Essendon. Hands it to McGrath. Long kick to full forward for the Bombers. 2-on-2. Punched away from the pack. Rowell's first to meet it. He picks it up for the Suns. Hands it to Rioli. Hands it to left half back. Noble's running away through D50. Oh. Kick to the wing. Looking for Petrarca. Intercepted by Merritt. Humphrey arrives. Merritt makes the tackle. Ball up, says the umpire. And just like when they round the home term at Flemington, Pricey, you can just feel the anticipation, the mood is lifted here. We're running for home in this final term.
Oh, the crowd's going to love this. They got a free kick, the Gold Coast Suns. There you go, the Carrara crowd in chorus as Matt Rowell's awarded a free kick against Darcy Parish. Puts it into the corridor to find Miller. Miller, he's appealing for a 50. Not happening.
He should have. That was a 3-metre kick. So, Parish had a very good point there.
Miller puts it forward, finds Bodie Hewlin. He in turn, barely the distance. Finds his man in Dan Rioli.
He's pointing to the sticks.
He is. He's 80 from goal. The man on the mark standing inside the centre square. He wheels around to the right of the man on the mark and then puts one into the pocket. Ben King at the back foot was well roved. Handball through and rushed by the Essendon defence. So 108 plays 101. 7 points the margin in favour of the Suns. 6 gone.
Quentin Hall and Michael Price calling the action with Jamie Stanton and Jason Ackermanis. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Merritt on kicking duties. Precise kick looking for Edwards. Has it spoiled away though. Then Noble got a push in the back. No, play on. Kako picks up for the Bombers. He's tackled, holding the ball. Bodie Hewlin with the tackle. Wins the free kick. 60 out at centre half forward for the Suns.
That's not a rule anymore, is it, pushing the back? Because they never pay it. That was as...
It did look... Well, I called it as such, Jason.
That was a shoulder.
You only can call it the way you see it, but they didn't get that call.
Taking their time here, both these entries.
And Bodie Hewlin starts his run up from the edge of the centre circle with his right boot.
Boom.
Hoofs it as far as he can. He's hooked it out of bounds on the full to the left. So it got the journey, but a little awry. And a free kick to Essendon in the back pocket. Peter Wright is going to inbound. Suns leading by 7 points. And we've played 7 minutes of the final term at Carrara. Wright with a long kick towards right half back for the Bombers. Target is caddy, fisted away by Collins. And it doesn't go over the line. Petrarca picks it up. Has to hand pass backwards to D50. To attacking 50, should I say, forward. He passed it to Lombard. His hand pass turned over and then... John Noble just gave a little shirt front to Thomas Edwards as he went over the line. And the umpire says throw it in.
He was...
No, he doesn't. He says high contact. That's a free kick.
Yeah, it was half a shirt front. Can I say it was that?
Slipped as well, didn't help.
It was well done to Thomas Edwards. Long left foot kick towards centre wing. Juggling mark in the pack by Mac Andrew. A little ginger as he goes back on one ankle, but he'll be happy with that mark. Chips it barely the required distance to Tuke Miller, just onto the logo. And again, that stilted entry as the Bombers
get
all of their numbers back. Miller puts it towards left half forward. It's too far. It's out of bounds on the full. It's going to be an Essendon free kick. It'll go back to that man in Thomas Edwards where the arc meets the boundary at right half back.
Got him worried, Pricey, that spare man back. They don't want to bomb it in.
8 minutes final term. Gold Coast by 7 points. Having lost their last two. Long kick to a contest on the wing. Caddy and Andrew bring the ball to ground. Noble on hands and knees, Rose for the Suns. Hands to Bodie Ulan. Hand pass infield, turns it over straight to Merritt of Essendon. He's got support. Hands to Sardis. Kick towards half forward on the head of Roby. Did well to make it a 50-50, the young man, and he follows up Roby. He overran the ball. But it's picked up, though, by Durham of the Bombers. 60 from goal. Kicks to the pocket. Beyond the hands of Caddy and Collins and over for a boundary throw-in.
Oh, they had two guys on 30 metres travelling towards goal by themselves.
Throw in, Essendon 40 from the goal they're attacking at the southern end. Gold Coast 16-12, 108. Essendon 16-5, 101.
Throw in the shade, right forward pocket. Witts gets it down against Blackiston this time. Noble, handball backwards to Rowell. Rowell spins around and delivers a nice pass to Leonardo Lombard. He wants to get moving, does. The handball received was Rioli. Back to Lombard. Aggressive running. Handball to Bailey Humphrey. He tried to get it back to Lombard, but it went into the corridor. Oscar Adams rescued the situation for the Gold Coast. Can't pick it up. Merritt did. Scrubs a kick to Parrish. Back to Caldwell. Delivered one to May through the hands. The inferred pressure from the aggressive Sam Collins there, and May admonishes himself as the ball stuck underneath. The umpire's going to come in and ball it up on the logo on the 50-metre arc at right half forward.
Tossed in the air, Blackiston against Witts. Parrish comes through, makes it his own, hands it to Kako. Tackled immediately by Bodie Uland. Got rid of the ball, though. It's in the pocket. Gresham trying to create something from nothing. Gets onto his right boot. The snap without great penetration. Comes down near the point post. And Adams picks up for the Suns. Hand passes to Weller across the face of goal. Releasing kick in the sunshine of the right half back flank. Rogers picks up in space for Gold Coast. Kick to the wing, looking for Lombard. Great spoil by Merritt. Roped by Caldwell near the bullseye. His hand pass put Roberts under pressure. Ricochets back to Caldwell. Play on. Picks it up. Gives to Day Wicks. And Day Wicks kicks inside 50. Finds a target. Is that young Roby again who's got it? Or... No, it's...
Number 9.
Yeah, that's him.
That is him.
Sullivan Roby has taken the mark. 40 metres out, directly in front. Kicked his first goal in league footy in the previous term.
Sorry, Q, they switched and had nothing.
In just his second league game, no angle, 45 out. Sullivan Roby with his right boot makes it a 1-point ball game at Carrara. 2 for the kid. Bombers have kicked 3 in a row. And it's Gold Coast 16-12, 108. Essendon 17-5, 107. And we've got an eon left. There's still 13 minutes of playing time in this final quarter.
Turnover city, Jamie.
It was.
There's no one out there. There's 3-on-1 for the Suns. Obviously, the transfer's fine, but you've got nothing to kick to. They are getting beaten in work rate. Their structure is a bit better, the Bombers, at the moment when they go inside.
But Rogers had more room to run too. He just needed to take the grass, allow the forwards to get up and across, and he should know that as a forward himself. He knows it takes time when you transfer play. You're the high forward, you've come all the way up, but yeah, poor error.
You can almost feel the heat coming from the Gold Coast Suns coaches box here as they get the clearance. Tuke Miller fires a handball speculating forward to centre half forward. It was towed off the deck there by Langford, cut off by Jared Witts. Forward of the centre circles. The big man wheels around onto the left foot. Top of the square. King spoiled. In the left forward pocket, gathering at ground level, Ben Long. Handball back to Weller. Sells the dummy. Then curls it around. That's superb. Absolutely superb. His first one was lucky. That was skill. Lockie Weller gets the goal. The Suns 17-12, 114. Playing the Bombers 17-5, 107. 7 points the margin. 12 and a half gone. Final term. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, the Bombers go behind, and I think they're going to be one man down on their bench. Jordan Ridley's been on the bench for a long time. He's got his right shoulder strapped. I don't think he's going to come back, guys.
No, he looked like he is lame. That's nothing fun about having a short shoulder. That said, there's plenty on the bench. I don't think that's the problem, though. That was class. Great fake there. Sold more candy than the kids that come around and Halloween. That was amazing. And then snapped it. Got another snap.
So it's a real shootout here. 17-12 to 17-5. Red Sharon Suns out. You'd expect good scoring conditions. And we've got it. Suns by 7. These centre stoppages so vital. This time it's Essendon. Caldwell was clear but got nailed from behind by Rowell holding the ball. Great work from Matt Rowell. You don't win a Charlie if you ain't got that side to your game.
Redheads.
Yeah, and Redheads helps get Charlie votes too, doesn't it? Kicks it to the wing. Witts takes the mark. Hand passes to Noble. Right foot kick puts the Suns into attack. Walter had a play to chest mark, couldn't mark. Lombard's taken high, or I think they've given the free kick to Walter anyway. Yeah. Over the shoulder. Zach Reed gives away the free kick.
Was there, that's for sure. They were there hugging each other, but both of those one-on-ones were doing that. They could have played it to any.
Well, this is a big kick for Jed Walter. 2 goals already today. There's a little bit of breeze about that. Look, he's grown up in these parts. If anyone knows the conditions, it's the big number 4 from Palm Beach, Currumbin. This for 2 in a row for the Suns and some breathing space in this topsy-turvy final term. Instep, miss hit, lucky to hit boot, kicks it out on the full. Oh, he missed that by a mile. Free kick to Merritt in the right back pocket, no score. Suns by 7.
Nobody standing to mark, so he's got some free time. Chips it forward, goes back for the handball receive, then lobs one long down the corridor. It was the young man in Roby who was spoiled in the end. Noble picked it up, handball out to Bodie Hewlin. He kicks it beyond centre wing to long inside 50 to King. Ben King, 45 metres out, 45-degree angle to the right, immediately turns his back and says, I've got this covered.
Oh, too smart there from Mackay. He had him on the double back. By the time he turned, he had just got on his left foot and he was already at 5 metres. It made it a lot easier, but smart, super smart Benny King today. Can he kick straight though?
Just so good. Unfortunate turnover there from young Roby there in the corridor for the Bombers as Ben King. Super accurate from 45, this time not. 1 behind. 1:15 plays 1:07. 8 points the margin halfway through the final term on ABC Sport.
Around the grounds of the NRL, Warriors lead the Titans 16-0. Just a reminder to our coast listeners, you can hear that on ABC Listen, and we'll take you to the NRL once we wrap up here as the Bombers share the ball from the kick-in. Merritt went short to young Farrow, kicks it back to Merritt. Merritt chips to McGrath. They're still inside D50, Essendon. McGrath just the required distance on the pass to Sartis, who's still inside D50. Now kicks long to the wing. And a 2-on-2 contest. Caddy presents, can't mark. Langford comes through trying to rove. Taps it along the boundary. Keeps it in play. Picked up by Day Wicks. He's tackled. Hand pass infield. Play on. No, it's a throw. Throw from one of the Suns players there. So the free kick's going to Essendon. And no, the other way. Yep. Roby had it, thought it was his free kick. It's Tuke Miller's free kick. And the Suns fans like that. 16 minutes final turn. Gold Coast leading by 8 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Tight one at Carrara. Miller kicks to a pack and Walter flies from behind. Spectacular grab from the young key forward. 70 from goal at left half forward. His kick a moment ago was terrible, but that was a good highlight. That kick not much good either. Close to the boundary, beyond King and marked by Mackay. Almost out of bounds on the full. Said no, pay the mark to Mackay. Dangerous kick across the face of goal, but it finds its target in Dersma. As the Bombers try the switch, Dersma back infield on the 45 to the corridor for Merritt, just forward of fullback.
So the Suns have set up nicely in front of him. He has to flare it out to the left again. Finds his teammate there, Day Wicks again. No, sorry, it's Archie Roberts out there gathering up the football at will. He launches it just short of centre wing. Dersma, good bit of running. He started that passage and took the mark on the boundary just short of centre wing. He's got to go backwards now. Back to Archie Roberts.
Rossi, they've got to be adventurous. Sorry, mate. They got this kick mark. They're not going to win the game if they're going to keep doing it.
No, you're dead right, Acker.
This is what they did against the D's in the second half last week, which did work for them in the end. Mind you, they had more breathing space at the back end of that game.
This is Roby now at centre-half back. Now he flares it towards the commentary wing and finds a big man in Reed. That could have been 50 as Jed Walter backed away from the mark.
And no one was standing.
Yeah, well, there you go. Long kick towards right half forward. That's Day Wicks and spoiled there by Weller. Over the boundary line, you've got to throw in where the arc meets the boundary. Underneath the small scoreboard, it shows the Suns leading by 8 points.
And there's 8 minutes of playing time left. Reminder, Hawthorn and Port coming up next for most of you. You're on the coast, the NRL, with the Warriors and the Titans. But here is still to be decided. Boundary throw-in, attacking 50 for Essendon, and no clearance at the foot of the pack. So we'll get another stoppage there. Humphrey was underneath it and got jumped on. Tossed in the air. It's Wright and Reid, the number 20s. Reid taps down to Parrish. He's tackled, got rid of it. Humphrey's got it. He's tackled by Caldwell. Holding the ball. Didn't try and get rid of it. Free kick goes to Jai Caldwell of Essendon. 60 from goal at right half forward.
That was unlucky.
Plenty of players in front of him. Caldwell just sets it up square. Off the hands of the pack. It's May getting a boot to it. Rolls on goal, but Powell's there as the goalkeeper for the Suns. Hand passes it through Adams to Noble. Indiscriminate hand pass straight to Dersma for the Dons. He's 38. Hand pass to El Hawley. Great smother from Reid. Got across his boot as he was snapping on goal. And the Suns come away. Cleaned up by Adams. Hands it to Zeke Ewell D50. Great kick from right half back to the wing. Marked by Lombard. He plays on in the sunshine of the outer side. High kick inside 50, but Blackiston's back in the hole. And the Bombers defender takes the mark in the left back pocket. 19 minutes final term. Suns by 8 points.
They've got to get a wriggle on here, the Bombers, and they will do. It's coming back to right half-back. Day Wicks has a bounce. It barely came back to him. Then an aggressive kick to the corridor. Beautifully read by Will Powell to intercept. Then he puts it in front of Ben King. Oh, that's going to kill you. They had to go for it. The kick just wasn't quite up to scratch. Ben King's going to have a shot. 40 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
The kick was on. He just took too long to get it to him. And that was that was a good option. And unfortunately, the kick just set it up. Too easy to get a good turnover. They are killers when you get turnovers there when you're on the run facing goal. Forwards love that.
Defenders hate it, don't they?
They're like, killing me, fellas.
Well, on the rebound, Ben King, he's got 3-1 for the day. Slow approach, deliberate. From 40. Goal umpire says it's a point. 3-2. They're still in it here, the Bombers. 116 plays 107. 9 points the margin.
So
20 gone.
He had 24 goals, 3 until 2 set shots tighten the game. He's missed both of them. So, look, it's a hard task that he set himself with that accuracy, but he's missed a couple. As the Bombers get it to left half back on the inbound. Merritt with the kick finds Blackiston, and he takes the mark just beyond defensive 50 left half back. There's 5 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game. Gold Coast lead by 9 points. Blackiston kicks Essendon to a contest on the wing. Big fly Edwards almost a mark. Play on. Caldwell Rose. Hand passes front of the pack for Dersma. For Durham. Has a fumble. Picks it up. Hand passes to Caldwell. Great hand pass over the top of 3 Suns players. Caldwell on 50. Goes on goal and misses to the left. Oh, the handball was a thing of beauty there to set Jai Caldwell on path to goal, but he's missed it left. And it's an 8-point lead to the Suns. 21 minutes final term. Zane on the boundary.
Yeah, I don't think Dimmer's liking what he's seeing. The Suns just aren't efficient enough, but they've got Rao, they've got Petrarca, and they've got McAndrew to come on in the interchange gates.
They're all standing there waiting as the ball's inboarded. As Will Powell at ground level turns it over. Farrow, handball to Caldwell. Can he make amends? Has a ping and pulls it left. Second behind in 30 seconds there. And the Bombers inch forward now 8 points behind, 116 to 108.
Or make it 7. Yep, the scoreboard just updated.
Too slow. Sorry,
scoreboard
mate.
just updated, Pricey. 17-14 to 17-7. Now, hold on. The umpire is asking for the football before the kick-in here.
Now, they've got to get these changes while they've got this break.
Well, Thomas Edwards is running to the bench, so maybe he's got a blood rule. So just repeating, Rao, Petrarca,
and McAndrew,
Witts, Andrew, and Noble, all on the bench at the moment for the Suns.
And they're filthy. They are yelling
weird.
and screaming to get players off with this blood rule changing. They're filthy.
Now here they come. Ballard's off, so Andrew comes on. Zeke Ewell's coming off, so that sees Witts go back on, but still Petrarca and Rowell are waiting. Well, forget the like for like. Just get those two out there.
Oh, dear.
That's weird, isn't it?
It's hard getting midfielders off the ground, hey, Acker?
Coming off.
So, Jeffrey now starts play. Chips into the pocket. Bodie Ewell takes the mark. And what's he asking to hold up for? Now he says play on. Okay. Bodie Ewell with a long kick to a pack on the wing. May at the front for the Bombers couldn't mark, but placed tackler on Graham. Locks it up immediately. Ball up. Gold Coast 17-14. Essendon 17-7. The Suns have lost their last two. The Bombers broke a 17-game losing run last week against Melbourne. Can they make it two in a row? Weller with the clearance front of the stoppage for the Suns. Hands to Petrarca, runs to the wing. Kick through the fingers of the leading King. Whistle. He got chopped from Mackay, though. Free kick to Ben King. He's too far out. Kick and a half from goal between wing and left half forward. King sets it up with a high ball to the pocket. Reid! Oh, he got there. Takes an uncontested mark in the end, Ethan Reid. Only one to go for it. Hands above his head. Clean clunk. And Reid takes the grab 5 metres in from the boundary, 30 metres from goal in the left forward pocket.
Oh, he's got to be spewing. His opponent was nowhere near him in the end. Didn't go with him. No body pressure. Can he kick it?
Ethan Reid has 2 goals today. Setting up for the right-footed snap punt. Strikes it. Curls it. Oh. He got it. He got it.
That's the umpire.
Or has it gone over the top of the post and we're going to go to the arc? No. We're on the best angle here. What do you reckon, Jace?
That is a goal, but I reckon he's going to call it a point.
Well, Jamie, what do you reckon?
I thought a goal.
Yeah, we are on the best angle here. Pricey, what do you reckon?
Straight over the top of the post. I call it a point.
Oh, okay.
Get longer, get higher posts. Is the AFL struggling for money?
And they're guessing. The ARC is absolutely guessing here.
They are.
Lasers.
Make it. Yeah, I'll put a really bright laser. We said that, didn't it?
So,
Barras was saying
looking at these angles, we can see the ball crosses on the behind side of the goalpost.
On which angles? Certainly not the ones that we're being shown. What angle? We are right behind that.
That was really close.
It's a point.
Well, makes it a nail-binding finish.
Yeah, we won't argue the toss at the moment, but yeah, that you got to. We didn't know what the goal umpire's call was. We had to stick with that, and he didn't tap his chest for a point. Anyway,
Merritt's played on, kicked it straight down the middle. Wits gathered, handball to Walter. Walter tackled off it. Still got a scrappy kick towards the boundary line here on the commentary side wing. Weller gathered, handball cut off by Blackiston. He ran aggressively and then got tackled, let loose the ball. Gold Coast with the free kick. Took Miller just forward of centre wing. He's taking his time. Archie Roberts stands the mark as Blackiston goes back towards his opponent. Lets his opponent go in. Petrarca, though.
That's 2 metres.
The kick is...
That's not even 10, that's 2. Sorry, Pricey.
It's pretty average. No, it's a very short 15, that's for sure. Petrarca got it towards a contest. Off hands, picked up by Rioli. Tackled into the ground by Day Wicks.
So 8 points is the lead to Gold Coast. It's 17-15 to 17-7. It's been tight all day. We've had fits and spurts of momentum. Powell roves the pack, 60 out, bangs a deep right boot on goal. It's across the face to the right for a point. 9 points the lead to the Suns. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Remember when Richmond got beaten by Brisbane at the Gabba and Dimmer said he wanted bigger goalposts? Well, I think he'll want him again now because the Gold Coast Suns members, they thought that was a goal by Ethan Reid.
Oh, Sartis with the big inboard, short of centre wing, and it's a lovely mark taken by Mac Andrew over the back there of May.
He's calling the play on. He's going to go to the skinny side, long kick.
It's a big high bomb towards the pocket. Here comes Walter. Spoiled by Sartis illegally. It's going to be a free kick to Jed Walter. And he's hurt himself as he landed on the deck there.
And guess where he is? Exactly where Ethan reached. Don't kick it too high, Jed.
Make it easy.
So he gets up.
In the same spot. He'll probably go the same kick.
He's about 35 metres out, but he's on a very tight angle to the left. We are right behind this kick.
Everyone zero in here if this is a high ball, okay?
Jed Walter is facing inboard. He will curl it around with the right shoe. He takes off. He starts it right. That's a point.
Definitely a point.
119 plays 109. 10 points the margin late in the final terms.
Hooked it near side. Bombers rush the corridor from the inbound. Parrish at half back. Hand passes from Farrow to the wing for Blackiston with his left boot. Kicks Essendon inside 50. Caddy! He had the fly. Couldn't take the mark. Kako trying to rove in the pocket. Handballs it over his head to keep it in. But they've run out of numbers. Roby pressured off the ball, picked up by Collins of the Suns. Hand passes to Noble. Noble to Bodie Hewland from fullback. A clearing kick. Pitches in front of Graham and bounces away from his teammate there. So Dersman's got it for Essendon. Hands it to Robert, 70 from goal. Kicks the Bombers to the pocket. It's too wide. It's out of bounds on the full. And a free kick to Gold Coast in the right back pocket. John Noble will take it. There's only 70 seconds left. Gold Coast might hang on here. They're 10 points in front at 17-16. At 17-17 to 17-7.
Noble launches one towards the outer wing at the back of the pack. Mackay spoils for Essendon. Spills into the arms of Petrarca. He scrubs a kick forward to centre wing. Walter attacks it. Fists it forward. It rebounds back towards the arc. Tracking back was Sartis for Essendon. He gathers under pressure. He pushes it to right half back. Here's a race. Lockie Weller gets there first for the Suns. Toes it to his own advantage in front of Day Wicks. Handball back to Miller. Miller launches it towards King. King spoiled by Mackay at ground level. King gathers. Tackled. Got the handball away to Weller. Weller handballs it over the boundary line. That's got to be a lasso free kick to Essendon. And it is. It'll be taken by Merritt quickly.
But time will beat them, the Bombers. They're at least 2 goals behind, well, 2 kicks behind, and there's only half a minute. Parrish at half-back, hands it to McGrath. He keeps running, hands it to Caldwell in the bullseye. Nice pass. It's marked by Durham. Long kick to full forward. Roving is Wright, who snaps near side for a point. Oh. Peter Wright has missed. That's a point. 17-8, 110. Trail 17-17. 119, and there's only a matter of seconds left. 19,033, the official crowd. Long inboard from the Suns. Well, they're back in the winners list, Gold Coast, but it's been far from impressive. The Bombers doing their level best, but they're going to leave Carrara without the points. Gold Coast win it by 9 points, and the Suns back in the winners list.
We are the Sons of the Gold Coast sky. We are one in the red, gold and blue. We are the mighty Gold Coast Suns. We play to win the flag for you. Fight, fight, fight till we hold on the club. Run, run, run all the way. Hey! We are the Sons of the Gold Coast sky. We're the team who never say die.
Suns led by 8 points at quarter time, but Essendon kicked 5 of the last 6 goals of the second quarter. They were 20 points down, the Bombers, halfway through that second term, but went to half-time 3 points in front. Essendon got 2 goals in front late in the third term before Gold Coast kicked the last 4 goals of the quarter to turn for home 2 goals in front. And in the end, well, the Suns only kicked 2 goals. What did they kick? 2 goals 6 to the Bombers, 3 goals 3 in the last term, and the Suns win it by 9.
We are the Sons of the Gold Coast sky. We are one in the red, gold and blue. We are the mighty Gold Coast Suns. We play to win the flag for you. Fight, fight, fight till we hold on the club. Run, run, run all the way. Hey! We are the Sons of the Gold Coast sky. We're the team who never say die.
Well, that was a near thing for the locals. 19,039 fans in to see it. Gold Coast go to 4 wins, 2 losses, and they travel to Tasmania to play Hawthorn next week before welcoming Greater Western Sydney here for a weird time slot. They've got the Sunday evening game because of the Queensland May Day holiday after that. That used to be the sort of the Brisbane versus Gold Coast Sunday night game at Carrara, but I don't know how Suns v Giants Sunday night before a Monday public holiday in Queensland has the same appeal anyway. We'll wait and see. Maybe this is just an opinion of someone who doesn't want to drive up the M1 late at night on a Sunday.
That's true.
It's a weird... Anyway, Hawthorn at Launceston next before the Giants come here for the Bombers. Of course, Anzac Day against Collingwood at the MCG, and then they host the Premiers Brisbane at Docklands. Now, just before Jason Ackermanis and Jamie Stanton give their assessment, I better give the goal kickers, and we've got some news from the Bulldogs as well about Sam Darcy's knee, and it's not good. Here we go. For the Suns, what do we got? King with 3, Petrarca with 3, 2 for Walter, 2 for Weller, 2 for Reed, 2 for Long. Singles for Miller, Rogers and Zeke Hewland. And for Essendon, 2 for Roby, 2 for Cucko, 2 for May, 2 for Dersma, 2 for Edwards. Singles for McGrath, Caldwell, Merritt, Gresham, Wright, Caddy and El Hawley. So Gold Coast 17-17, 119 to Essendon's 17-8, 110. And the Doggies have just put that media release out. Sam Darcy will miss the rest of the season. He has ruptured his ACL. It looked bad at Cardinia Park last night. Worst fears have been realised for the lanky unicorn from the kennel. Darcy undergoing scans today. And the quote here from Bulldogs head of sports medicine, Chris Bell: "We're incredibly disappointed for Sam after scans confirmed he has ruptured his ACL."
It's in the same pocket, then on the same...
As his dad.
Yeah, same ground as his dad.
Hence the Freudian slip as I was delivering the news. So, well, at least he's got someone at home who he can console in. Anyway, so that's terrible news for footy, let alone the Dogs. He's a wonderful young player to watch. Jamie Stanton and Jason Ackermanis, sift through this one if you could, please. The Suns have got out of it by 9 points. And I say that without disrespect to the Bombers, who had a red-hot crack today. But for a team in the Suns who many expect to really accelerate into top contention this year, well, I'll leave it at that. What do you reckon? Blank page for you.
Oh, well, that had everything, this game. It had kicks you didn't even know what to call. It had blokes slipping over. It had some of the worst footy you've ever seen, followed by some of the most amazing footy you've ever seen. You had chaos, you had great tackling, you had two coaches going at it tactically and who could execute and go down the stretch. The Suns were the better team on the day. But Essendon, if you're an Essendon fan or an Essendon player, that's another step forward. And I don't think Collingwood would be, it's not going to be an easy game next week, and there's no guarantee. So they are on their way, and I think Scotty would be pretty happy with the effort, and the spirit was there.
Yeah, I think that's what I've been impressed with Essendon the most, is the effort and the spirit. The first couple of weeks, they probably didn't have that for whatever reason, but today, on a hot day, on a day that doesn't really suit in terms of a ground that wouldn't suit Essendon too, they really gave it a crack and gave it a good nudge against a team that should have been able to put them away quite easily. But, we talk about premiership contenders or final contenders or however you want to label the Suns. The one thing that they've never really been able to do is win and win ugly consistently. And today they won ugly. It was not a pretty sight. It was not a pretty thing. But teams that are good, that are consistently finals teams, know how to win when they're not all going at 100% clip.
Well, I'll put this to you. Sometimes we can look too deeply. It can be, so you look at the last, 3 weeks. And for the last 3 weeks, they haven't had all of their plan A marshals. They've had Petrarca out and they struggled in the midfield. Then today they have Anderson out, and plan A once again doesn't have the same capacity. And I think we again go to the question, if plan A doesn't work for the Gold Coast, how good's the next level of the way they go about trying to win footy?
Well, you also want to say how good it was that Petrarca was back. Then they were.
But again, without the depth of those, and Akka, you played in the midfield with Lappin, with Voss, with Black, and then Power coming through, and all these guys.
Pike, yes.
But so it's pretty. You can have some good generals there, but you got to go real deep.
You do.
You got to go real deep there if you can't win otherwise.
And you saw with Rao, he had to do a mountain of work. What the role he plays and to break tackles.
Rao at the start of the season too, so you forget. So Rao wasn't there with his thumbs, so we haven't had all of the Jets together.
No, but it's still too thin. You're right. It is too thin. They need a couple of more that need to step up and take. Oh, look, hey, throw me in the middle. Dimmer, I'm ready. There's a couple of guys they just sort of need. But anyway, they'll find them, Jamie. They'll find them.
Let's get down to Zane Bojack in the Suns' rooms. 9-point victors, Gold Coast.
Yeah, very happy standing captain today. Tuke Miller leading in the side. Of course, Noah Anderson out with that appendix. Noah's here and he's very happy as well. I can see him standing up outside this huddle that's about to be formed. Ben King's just sucking in some sports drink. Big day for him with the boot. They've got a number of players, including Will Powell, Lockie Weller. They've got kids around them. They're coming in and they're getting themselves part of this huddle. And here we go. Warriors after a 2-game losing streak, and they're all going over to and giving big hugs to Christian Petrarca. He was instrumental in this win. I think we're going to have a chat to Ethan Reid very shortly, guys, and maybe we can find out whether or not it really was a goal down at that northern end.
He's on TV too. We haven't told him. So we can see him on the feed.
He's a beacon down there among all of the action where he should be. So we'll get back to Zane shortly. And just for those of you who are wondering what's happening next, well, most of you are going to Hawthorn and Port Adelaide at Docklands. We'll take you there in about 5 minutes from now. If you are listening locally on the Gold Coast, you'll be heading to that NRL game between the Warriors and the Titans. Mind you, you might want to not hear what's going on there. The Wars lead that 22 points to 0. So
it's over.
That's...
Keep listening.
You need some new lines, Jace.
I know.
Early second half, Warriors 22, Gold Coast 0.
He did call it early.
I did say it wasn't like I was,
G'day to Rose at Heidelberg Heights. He says, thank you for the call. Well, Rose, we've got more for you now because we can get to Zane in the rooms. Zane?
Yeah, I'm down here with a very happy Bodie Hewland. Bodie, yourself and Zeke getting a win here at Carrara. It would be always special playing with your brother, but I noticed a couple of kick-outs. You found him as well. That must be exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. We try and use each other as best we could, but it's great to be back at home and getting a good win over the Bombers, and it's extra special getting the win with Zeke.
What was the difference today compared to what happened against the Swans and obviously the Demons down the MCG?
I guess we had to lift our contest and our defence. We were pretty disappointed in the last 2 weeks, and Dimmer wanted a response, and I think we got that for most of the game today, and we're able to get the win.
I know it's simple to say, but the inclusion of Christian Petrarca, you didn't have Noah Anderson today, but having Petrarca and also Matty Real working together, that was a real strong suit for you guys, wasn't it?
Yeah, so they've got a special combination, those two in the middle. It was great to have Christian and Bailey Humphrey back, and also Jake Rogers from concussion, so they've made a solid contribution in the game today, and we're lucky to have them.
All right, well, you get ready for a game down in Launceston against the Hawks next week. I'll hand you up to our panel. We've got Quentin Hull, we've got Michael Price, Jamie Stanton and Jason Ackermanis.
Well done, Bodie. It's Quentin here. How do you reckon Dimmer's going to assess that performance?
Yeah, it's probably an interesting one. We probably didn't get the game on our terms like we would have liked in the first half, and we needed to respond in especially our contest. I think we were down by 8 for clearance in the first half, and I think we lifted for that third and fourth quarter. We probably didn't make the most of our opportunities going forward, which we'll look at, but overall I think it was a positive.
Bodie, it's Jamie here. I just want to ask around, what did Essendon do today that put you guys into a different mode? You probably didn't play your normal free-flowing, fight-forward game style. So what was Essendon doing to you guys to stop you from doing that?
I think just their pressure around the ball, that really lifted. I think that was the blueprint with the last 2 weeks, but they really lifted in there, and we probably weren't able to get it out of the front of the stoppage, but we would have liked to. But credit to them, they brought the heat today in the contest, and we were able to respond.
Bodie Zaka here. I just got to ask, it looked like you were struggling with their spare man. They were just playing it a lot better. Their game style was working for them. They were using the footy a bit better and building the ball up. I feel like three-quarter time, the entries had to be different inside the forward 50 for you guys.
Yeah, so there's something we addressed in how we brought the ball inside forward 50. We tried to take it off the line when we could and sort of bypass their spare as they were generating that. But it's something we'll look towards in the coming weeks of how to assess the options going inside 50 when the opposition has a spare.
Yeah, what about playing, like you're probably... Do you ever tell your brother that you're actually the better brother?
I need other people to tell him that. That's not my job.
Just on that, I mean, it's sort of strange. We know that Zeke was coming to the club, but you sort of think this is the Saturday footy time. Like, how many times would the family gone to Saturday afternoon footy on the Gold Coast? But it's a bit different for the Ewlands now, Saturday afternoon footy on the Gold Coast, isn't it? With the two of you playing at the big house.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been here countless times over the last 15 years, but it's great for the family to come down and watch two of us play on People First Stadium together.
We've got some other commitments, so we'll let you go, but thanks for your time.
Enjoy it.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, Bodie Hewland downstairs. We all know it's Community Footy Day. And you sort of wake up and, go to kids' sport or whatever. And the Hewlands would have done it for years. And here they go. Actually, AFL against Essendon today.
And
Carrara.
When I grew up here, Pricey, you remember what it's like down at Maine? An afternoon like this was very regular. That time slot, the weather, and the memories are wonderful. And for them, that's another great memory today.
Have you got your votes. We might have
2-1.
Yeah,
I
we've only got sort of 40 seconds before we leave. So if you've got them off the top of your head, I'm putting the pressure on you, Jace. But
you are. I thought Petrarca was the best. Just all game.
Okay, 3 to Petrarca.
3 to Petrarca. Now, thanks, Jamie, for helping me out there.
Oh, sorry, I can jump in. I actually thought Darcy Parish played an awesome game from Essendon. I thought he should be in the 2 spot.
And 1 goes to...
throw your blanket over it. Let's go. I think Rioli's, his ability to get the amount of ball he gets and sets them up was amazing from the back half.
3 to Petrarca, 2 to Parish, and 1 to Rioli. Well done under pressure. Thanks, guys. More to come if you're listening on News Radio, but the majority of you either off to the NRL or to Hawthorn and Port. That was under pressure, guys. We've still got 20 minutes to go here. So let's see how we ended up. Raoul ended up not getting a vote, even though he had 35 disposals. We can amend if you feel like amending.
Look, it's funny, we said this off air. We were speaking about Raoul off air. And, yeah, he had a lot of it. But we didn't notice the impact. And so the stats, Brycey made sure he told me that he's had ridiculous amounts of score involvements, but it just didn't feel like he had his normal game.
11 score involvements, 35 disposals.
A bit harsh, no. Under pressure, I think I missed him. He probably deserves the top 3.
Yeah.
Well, are we going to put him... We can amend here. Do you want to put him in instead of Rioli?
I think so.
Okay.
So I think that's fair. Nothing against Rioli, Daniel. Good footy, but I mean, it's got to start there. His ability to break tackles has always amazed me. He's so strong. He's a bull. When he plays like that, he's something else.
Okay.
So he ended up with 5 clearances as well.
We'll just make sure that...
bested by Petrarca.
Craig in the studio is one of our best studio guys. You make sure that's late amendment.
Yeah, Craig.
3 Petrarca, 2 to Parish, 1 to Raoul.
Some of the wide out.
When he sends out the sheet. Yep, he's got it. He sent a message to us. Good on you, Craig. Let's get back down to the Suns' room. Shane Bojack.
Yeah, I'm down here with Will Graham. He's getting a pat on the back from Damien Hardwick. What did he say, Will?
Oh, he actually hasn't talked to me yet, so he was just giving me a pat on the back.
How happy are you as a team to win this match? And how hard is it? Look, the Bombers won last week against the Demons, but you know that they're down the bottom of the ladder. They're 17th compared to where you guys are. I know you'd lost 2 in a row, but how hard is it to try and keep yourself motivated? They come hard at you guys today, and do you feel like they tested you in a way you perhaps didn't expect?
Oh, I don't think we could say that we didn't expect it. Like, we knew that they were coming off their first minute and probably a little longer than they would have liked. And yeah, they brought a very good contest, which is something that we've needed to improve on the last 2 weeks, and like they certainly tested us in that regard. We kind of got our things going in the second half of the second quarter, and then kind of started to build a bit of momentum on the back of that. But yeah, the focus for us going into today was contest and defence, and I think we did that for the most part.
You went to Melbourne, then you went to Adelaide, you got a home game, and then you head off to Launceston next week for an Anzac Day game. You're looking forward to that contest?
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be a special week to play for Anzac Day first and foremost, but Hawks are going to be a very good test down there, so hopefully we can kind of do what we've been working on, and hopefully we can get the result as well.
All right, well, I'll throw it up to our panel. We've got Jamie Stanton, Jason Ackermanis, we've got Michael Price and Quentin Hull.
Hey, Will, it's Jamie here. I just wanted to ask a quick one, and you may not know a lot about it, but the Mac Andrews forward component of the game today, was that to allow more ruck game time, or was that to a change and play to Essendon's probably smaller defenders down in their back line?
I think it was a little bit to get him in the ruck. Like we saw very good glimpses last week of how bloody high he can jump, so he's pretty special to have him there, and to get a full head and shoulders over the other ruckman, it's pretty handy sometimes.
And then in terms of your game, obviously, you're a midfielder that plays a bit of forward time too, but how have you feel like you're growing into your potential in terms of you're a great in and under player, but you've also got extreme explosive speed, which a lot of people probably don't think you have, but you tend to be a bit of a barometer in terms of how that midfield goes. So how do you feel like you're growing into your potential in terms of playing AFL footy?
Yeah, look, I'm still thinking I've got a lot of things to work on. As you said, I do tend to like to get kind of the in and under ball, and if Dimmer puts me in there, which I love when he does, it's good to get around and amongst the ball, but I also love going forward and trying to help the team impact and with pressure and try to hit the scoreboard if I can.
Acker here, sorry. Well, I just got to ask you about the coach. We've seen the old Dimmer and the new Dimmer, and now he's with you guys. Is there a little bit of him that just a bit of anger? He comes out. He can't hold himself back. Like, is there the old-fashioned spray? I mean, it's not hard for him to do, I'm sure, going back many years, of course. But does he still roll it out occasionally when he needs it?
No, he definitely does when he needs to. Over the last couple of weeks, we've probably copped a few, to be honest. But yeah, he's a spectacular coach and a great man, first and foremost. So yeah, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he needs to do to get the best out of us.
Well, hang on. Has anyone talked about these white shoes? Because this is an issue for me. What is going on? All the coaches have got white shoes. Are they just trying to be different, or is it just dimmer?
Oh, I actually don't know. We say that he's got skateboard shoes on, so he does a few kick flips before he talks to us.
Will, I'm just intrigued. Take us into a couple of those midfield meetings, because we've sort of assessed the Suns when they're at their best. You've got the running deep with Rowley along with Noah and now Track all in the middle, but you haven't had them really all together much this year. So we're just sort of wondering where, what's the method when you have a go there, when Touk goes back in or Bailey Humphrey's around? So what are the sort of the discussions that are had to sort of ensure that it remains potent if you haven't got your three sort of prime movers there?
I think we're pretty special and pretty lucky. We've got a few numbers that can roll through, but we're about to head into a meeting, so I'm sorry. I'm going to have to
He's out.
He's gone.
Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Will. Good
Thank
on
you.
you. No, not a problem. Not a problem.
I was going to ask.
Sorry,
that
Q.
No, that's all right.
That happens. That happens.
Yeah.
We got the tap on the shoulder, and you could just see there was fighting between wanting to answer your question and having to go. So
I thought it was a really good question too.
Oh, it was a quality question. One of the best he's ever heard.
But there was that, I'm not sure whether you term it an emergency meeting, but they certainly did an extra 20-odd minutes of meeting with the midfield after, I think it was the Melbourne game in between. So how much can you actually do revision of your structure within a midfield, Jamie?
It's a hard one because you can do so much vision and talking about what you want to do and whatnot, but there's nothing replaces getting out there and doing it. And the element of Petrarca coming in this year throws a bit of a spanner in the works, because probably for a few years, whether that be the boys coming through the academy system or, Noah and Matt playing together for so long, that midfield had been pretty tight in terms of knowing each other and their movement sequences and patterns. So with Petrarca coming in and providing a different element, there's a little bit more unknown there, which is potentially some of the reason why they may have had to look at an adjustment or this emergency meeting, because with Petrarca playing all of his early games only with Anderson, none with Rowell, and Petrarca probably being the combo of a Noah and a Matt. He can do in and under, but he also has that breakaway pace that we see Anderson sort of have. So it would take some time for that three to work. And then it probably takes some time for people like a Bailey Humphrey, a Graham who we just spoke to, and even someone like Touk to then work off that. What is my supplementary role to these three now? Because there is three. There's not two, and I'm here to help. There's a legitimate three, and what is my job in and around those guys?
I think you find, Pricey, there'll be a little bit of setup and what's going on, and it's more under the pressure. What are you guys doing, and do you understand where is it going wrong here? And I can tell you nearly always it'll come down to how much are you really working into this contest. It hasn't been good enough, and you're giving front position away or whatever it is, and he would be very upset about that actual outside of the structure, just what's going on once the ball is in motion.
I don't know what you guys think, but just pondering about the Suns and the way they play their footy, it's almost like, and every team would love this, and most teams have a kind of senior guy to straighten things up when aren't working, but who's going to be the sort of the Pendlebury for the Suns? The guy that sort of is that, and it's an extreme example because he's a champion and it's very hard to compare, but each team's got that guy that, the way that Zorko and Neil control things if they're getting out of hand for the Lions. The good teams have always got a player or a couple of players that sort of just put both hands on the wheel in a game when things are starting to sort of go away from your control. So
yeah, it's a good question. Would you say Touk Miller's that guy, or is he not that guy? Because you know him a little bit better than what we do. It's hard to see because he's not really a yeller, Took. He's more of a doer.
Yeah, it's funny. They have more of those types of players, like lead by example or come with me and jump on my back type thing. Like, Noah's a fantastic leader, but he's not necessarily vocal. So he's not going to stand out there and go this, that and the other. And you probably saw him in the Melbourne game actually pointing and screaming, which is very unlike him. So
At their best, it's the two guys who have been recruited, but they're off half-back. It's sort of what Rioli and Noble have done. So we've seen that control from that part of the ground. But is there someone who can get around a stoppage and maybe that's what Petrarca becomes?
I think he did that calmness to the midfield.
I think it is, and from what I've seen of, obviously, like I'm in the house, but I'm not in the room. The way Petrarca holds himself around the building and how he is constantly talking to everyone, he gives off that vibe that it is sort of he's come in and he's prepared to be that senior figure that's helping Matt and Noah do their thing. Because as leaders, both of them are very good at doing. And they're not these massive talkers. None of the leadership group at Gold Coast is massive talkers. You want to know who the person is that's going to steer the ship, right? It's Sam Collins in the back square, but he's a key defender, and his job is not to know how the midfield operates. But he's the one that's steering the ship, and he's probably the barometer. And maybe it's Witsy. Like, Witsy's extremely intelligent as a ruckman. He knows what he needs. He's very clear. And the meetings that I've sat in, he's taken control of that. But I feel like he's taken a bit more of a backseat this year to allow Track to come in and do that from a midfield perspective.
The voice of Jamie Stanton, I'm Quentin Hull. Jason Ackermanis and Michael Price still with you at Carrara. Thanks for sticking around here. Sifting through Gold Coast's 9-point victory over Essendon. Final score, Suns 17-17, 119 to the Bombers, 17-8. 110. We gave Christian Petrarca the 3 votes. He kicked 3 goals as well. Ben King kicked 3 goals for the Suns, and there are a handful of multiple goal kickers for the Bombers. And just to reiterate, Gold Coast next goes to Launceston for the Anzac Day game against Hawthorn, and then here on Sunday night against Greater Western Sydney before they then go out to their 2-week trip to Darwin, starting with St Kilda. I am intrigued as to...
a lot. Is that a thing? Still a thing?
It's still a thing. I think it's the last year of the deal.
Yeah.
It's the last year of the deal in the
They're
Northern
successful
Territory.
up there.
Yeah, they keep winning.
The Dogs when I did that as well, because you're right. I think you said it last time. Oh, no, it was it was either Jeff or Matty said the big teams don't like going up there. It's beneath them. And then they go up there and they always get rolled by the team that goes, Gold Coast are like, we're going up. This is our house. This is our home game. This is what we want to do. And it's just a different mentality.
So Suns are 4-2 and the Bombers 1-5. We'll just run through those numbers again. Rao 35 possessions, Miller 26, 25 for Noble, 25 for Petrarca. They had 10 score involvements as well, Petrarca.
It's a good day out.
Bodie Hewlin 24. Rioli 23. Leading disposals for the Bombers. Zach Merritt on top again. He had 34. 9 score involvements as well. Archie Roberts 33. Darcy Parish 30. Sartas 25. Caldwell 23. Ridley and Edwards finished the game injured. Overall, Essendon and Gold Coast possessions-wise, only plus 16 to Gold Coast, so not much in that. Contested possessions, plus 6 to the Suns. Centre bounce clearances, plus 5 to the Bombers. Tackles, plus 21 to the Bombers. Yeah, they were pretty hot in the contest. Inside 50s, plus 5 to Gold Coast. So...
so any alarm bells, I must ask our experts, Q, about the intensity of the Suns' early doors?
I'm not sure. I think they're just getting used to the expectations of being good.
Okay.
And the whole sequence of they're going to come up here and give them anything. And they've sort of had this... Melbourne got hot on the day, and they haven't been overly great either. Essendon catch fire last week, great win, come up here. And that's sometimes in that sequence, teams do have good stretches, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks of good footy because they're healthy. And, the Suns is going to have to deal with that. And that's just the way it is. And so I don't think there's much else other than hot day. You play a good team that came and brought it, and we found a way to win.
There's a part of me, Pricey, that thinks that Damien Hardwick, he's smart enough, he's been around long enough to almost, Stanto, I'd like your thoughts on this as well, almost ride the season like, let's learn while we win. And if it looks a bit ugly, I don't care. But we got to keep learning because he wants to make sure that they hum in 3 months' time. They're not going to hum now. So Dimmer, if you like, if you want to get someone out I'm going to use a racing analogy. It's almost like, do you back J-Mac to get the ride right? To sort of, put them in the right spot, and then when he asks for them, they've learned a little bit and they go. I get the feeling that Dimmer maybe just be trying to work a few things out, because he realises that we're a long way away from the flag being handed out here in early April.
Yeah, and it's funny because, like, we all know that, and anyone listening knows this, is like teams and how they perform in season is generally not how they're performing in finals. Like, and Adelaide last year were a great example of this. The 3 key forwards were dominating in season, and then it got to the first 2 finals and they...
Nothing.
They don't turn up, right? So I think your point's really valid, Q, in terms of, like, Dimmer's probably playing around with some different levers. So we saw Ethan Reid on the wing, we saw Mac in the ruck. He's throwing some magnets bits in different spots to see what can work. When I need to press go, does it work? Do I have enough data to say that this is what I'm going to get out of it, etc.? So he's thrown a few players in and out of the team over the past couple of weeks too. So, yeah, I think it's a funny one. Like I sort of said on the air earlier, it's like they won ugly and they haven't won ugly really ever in their sort of, short lifespan as the Gold Coast Suns. So I think it's one of those things of, like, learning how to be a good team and learning how to have expectation on you each week. Everyone expected Gold Coast to turn up here today and beat Essendon and probably beat them with a larger scoreline than what actually was put out there. But when you're not firing at all cylinders, can you get the win? So I think he will be happy in that regard, but he won't necessarily be totally happy with the display put out there.
So Suns have won by 9 points. That Hawthorn-Port Adelaide game is underway. Hawks have had the better of the start of that one. About 7 minutes into the game, Hawthorn 4-1-25, lead Port 1 straight 6. You can hear that on ABC Listen. Just look for the...
That is over.
I am never going to be able to get any around the grounds in without interruption. So what's the score again, Jace? 4-1 to 1 straight.
4-1 to 1.
And where can you hear the game, Jason?
You can hear it on the AFL app. Just hit the green button.
No, that's for the league.
Oh, is it? Oh, the red button.
Yes, red and blue button.
Oh, the blue. Is there a blue button?
Red. It's sort of red. It's red.
When I hit the red button, my phone disintegrates. So that's good to know that they've worked out. Is that the AFL?
That's a different app. Back a different app, my friend.
In the NRL, it's an hour in, and the Warriors lead the Titans by 28 points to 4.
That is over there.
And that is over. Okay. We've got our Brisbane News Radio audience with us, and those who have stuck around on Listen. Earlier in the sprint, Aka, you wanted to play athletics expert. Gout run 10.21 with a 0.5 of a metre, or half a metre tailwind, so 10.21 the time, and he was a bit slow out of the blocks, and then he decided to sort of give some type of waving gesture, a bit of lair rising the last 10 metres. I don't know whether his coach Di Shepherd's going to be too happy about that, whether it was reacting to that talk that, wanted to question the times in Sydney with his 200 last week.
Yeah.
But anyway, he won the 100, and then sort of, to describe it for those that know their athletics, it was not unlike what Bolt did in the 2008 Olympic final in Beijing. Mind you, he's Bolt, and that was the Olympic final. This is an under-20s race in Brisbane, so maybe he just needs to remember his place in the world.
Yes, I would, and I said to my wife, imagine if he did the fastest time in a junior event, which is technically an underage event,
He's going to the World Under-20s. So.
Well, that could be a wake-up.
Yes.
In this day and age, though, if it ain't seen, it didn't happen. So maybe he's just trying to get it seen.
10.21 is not his best, and he would be disappointed because he's wanting to go under 10.
And whether he was doing that, he would have known it wouldn't have been that quick by that stage. Okay.
But hey, we're talking about him. We're talking about athletics.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
In athletics, there's always the last thing that comes on. We don't have many stars, and now we do.
This, by the way, this was an outstanding athletics track. The Gold Coast 2018 Commonwealth Games, when they had the big stands where the big screen is, that sort of had they were the cheap seats, and there was this wave of noise as they came around the home turn. I was lucky enough to call the athletics here during the Commonwealth Games of 2018.
Did you have like a long lock of hair?
Thatch. No, I didn't have hair.
What?
No, not then, Jason.
Rubbish.
Hey, can I just make one observation
Yes,
on
we've got 1 minute before we go.
kick? The sea of pink.
Yes.
As you saw the kick to kick and everybody running onto the ground, it's amazing. And we did a lap earlier, Q, before the game. The amount of pink merchandise the Gold Coast are selling.
Massive.
Pink is the new red.
Thanks for your company, Michael.
Thanks, Q.
Catch you at the Gabba next Sunday. We've got Brisbane Adelaide. That's our next game. Jamie, thank you.
Thanks, Q.
Thank you, Jason.
Not really, but thank you.
Yes.
For putting up with me for another day.
Thank you, Zano. Thank you to Byrne, helping out in the rooms with him as well, and to Pete on the faders, and to Craig back in the studio. So Gold Coast win it by 9 points. They're 4-2. The Bombers are 1-5. As mentioned, you've got Hawthorn and Port continuing on ABC Listen. So to the NRL. Hope you've enjoyed your Saturday afternoon with us at Carrara. It was a good scrap, and the Suns won it 17-17 to 17 goals, 8.